And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland. This is your sensei, Al Bob. I'd like to welcome you here. And Dreamy Dreamland, I'm Sensei Al Bob, and I'm your griot. Tell you a story that will enlighten, entertain, but don't believe a word I say. And these are my COVID antenna that have started to grow since I was vaccinated and boosted, and I'm being downloaded from Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci as we speak. And I'd like you to listen to this is dark journalism, and it's run by this young man who's a very good journalist, and his guest is Joseph P. Farrell, writer, philosopher, a itinerant scholar like myself, but he is quite well known.
Hello, Daniel. I'm trying. I'm trying to get rid of my echo.
I think it's probably your browser, sir.
Can you hear me?
You're fine coming in through, but if you have a second window open, just shut the audio on the window up.
Yeah, okay. I did that. So, all right, we're good
now. You sound great over here.
Okay, good. Well, you sound great too.
How's it going?
It's, since we're in the selection, it's going about, I feel like I'm watching a Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoon. Because we've got Trump, hey, Rocky, watch while I pull a rabbit out of my hat. Again, And then we have whatever Biden is.
It's like Spock's brain, Biden. They're moving him around.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, talk about theater. I mean,
they had George Stephanopoulos with him in a kind of a town hall thing last night on EC, and he was like, "How does it feel to have given so much to so many for so long?" Mr. Vice President.
not borrowing any words from Winston Churchill, George.
This is the end of the beginning.
I have nothing to offer you but sleep and more sleep.
There is something fascinating.
We shall sleep on the beaches. We shall sleep in the towns.
We shall never surrender the selection.
And we shall never surrender while we sleep.
I'll tell you, they have been giving him like shock treatments or something when it goes into the
You gotta love those cherry tongue suppressors. Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. And when he goes to an area in Michigan or Florida, nobody shows up. I mean, nobody.
Yeah, I've seen that. I watched some lady reporter out in Arizona covering some event that he was supposed to speak at, and nobody. Zero goose eggs.
This tells us a lot. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and he's ahead by 15 points. Okay, really?
It's pretty amazing. And then you see, Trump with the stadiums, and supposedly it's like, he can't get above 39%.
I just, I don't know what kind of math they're doing anymore. But, for one thing, it disturbs me, Daniel, that it appears that the polls are so badly obfuscated.
Oh, yeah.
That they're simply untrustworthy. And I think that's part of some sort of op, because both sides have been prepping this narrative for several months now that there's going to be a contested election, and we may not know who's really the president until
this is from before the election.
And that gives me great pause.
Whoever
because this
Anthony
whole COVID thing, this election cycle.
Can you? I can't even
right
read
at the
what
same
you got there.
time
Can you
that
put it in
these
caps?
people are
Can you
talking
enlarge
about
it? I mean, it's
major
smaller
financial
than.
resets
I mean, I'm going to have to go
launching
get a
huge
microscope.
geopolitical realignment
Good
taking place
morning.
just in the last 2 months
Good evening.
vis-a-vis China.
Good afternoon.
So, the problem is they're going to try and, well, Catherine put it very well. They're trying to keep the dollar system going just long enough till they can roll out their new digital currency, which isn't a currency. But they're trying to do this, but the fly in the ointment is China.
Yes.
So, I'm waiting with bated breath as to how they're going to do all of this if China's not on board. And it looks to me like they don't want China on board as currently constituted.
Yes. Well, this is where the conversation goes, really, because behind the scenes there, whether it's South China Sea or anything along that line, even the Wuhan virus, that is all part of this kind of new friction with China.
Right.
And it's interesting to think that China's become such a power base in all of this, that we're facing off against them in a number of ways. And you've said there's actually a covert war going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I think that if you look at the flooding that's occurred there, if you look at this new geopolitical alignment, which the public pundits are calling the Quad, I've been calling it the Quadruple Entente. And they're talking about Japan, India, Australia, and the United States as part of this bloc. I've been adamant thinking that Russia's the hidden part of it.
Interesting.
And the reason why is if you look at what Mr. Putin has been doing, rather than what he's saying, come on, folks, this is Russia we're talking about. This is a standard game going back to Catherine the Great. Watch what we do, not what we say.
Yeah.
But if you look at what Russia's been doing rather than what Russia's been saying, the first thing that caught my eye was when Putin suspended a delivery of the Russian S-400 surface-to-air missile defense system to China and turned right around and went through with a delivery to India. Right as all of these border problems with China were taking place. And then he moved several missile batteries into Siberia. And something tells me he's not afraid of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So, what he has been doing. And then India turned around and gave Russia I think it was $1.2 billion line of credit or some enormous amount of money. And I strongly suspect, Daniel, that some of that may have come from Washington. And it's just being laundered through New Delhi to bypass the sanctions regime.
Wow.
So, I think there's something going on. Russia's going to try and play the middleman between this emerging bloc. And then just this last week, I did my news and views on France and what Emmanuel Macron has been proposing. He wants an actual alliance with India and Australia against China. So, we're looking at this anti-Chinese bloc emerging, and I think the reason why is that they've finally realized in all of their infinite globaloniist wisdom that, having China as a partner is a rather dubious enterprise if you want to run the world, because China wants to run it.
Macron, it shows up as a little more savvy than I think people gave him credit for when he first came out.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's savvy in the geopolitical sense, not the cultural one. I mean, it takes real stupidity to stand up at the Verdun Battlefield Memorial and say there's no such thing as French culture. But that takes real big brass ones to rub it in the face of your fellow Frenchman like that.
He also was in big trouble with all the riots that were going on just before COVID. It's almost like COVID actually rescued his leadership.
Well, that's the painting that we're getting in the media over here, which hasn't been covering it. But from what people are telling me in Europe, they're still going on. And the French electorate is still very unhappy with him. Gosh, go figure. I can't imagine why. But, there's so much going on with this that this whole election, to me, you're watching both of those deep state factions that were present in the 2016 election. They're out in force. It looks
And it's an even bloodier war this time.
Oh yeah, very.
Let's talk about some of the manifestations around that. In the last 24, 48 hours, we've seen a massive deplatforming of all kinds of different independent voices, and even a deplatforming of the New York Post, which is one of the oldest newspapers in America, by Twitter. And Facebook also limiting it, but Twitter really being the point man on that and just preventing people from sharing it. And what I found really fascinating about what they were doing, the New York Post had this story about Joe Biden's son and this laptop that had been discovered and that he had abandoned at some computer shop, and then somehow Rudy Giuliani got his hands on.
Yeah, somehow.
That's pretty good. I noticed Steve Bannon showed up in there too. But it's quite a network. But in any case, it looks like they have the real deal. And they were about to basically burn the Biden campaign because he had said repeatedly, no, I didn't know anything about what my son was doing. This disproved it and made Biden look like a liar at the very least.
Right.
If not a profiteer and, doing illegal transactions that they were trying to impeach Trump for over
Right.
So that was a big deal, and they stopped it. They just stopped the story. The New York Post went full with it. The Twitter stopped it. Facebook stopped it. And then, so there are all these, this is a war when you come out that frontal, and you deplatform all these voices, but then you go after the New York Post. That's really hardcore.
Yeah, that's very, very hardcore. And, as far as I'm concerned, you only take flack when you're over the target.
Yes.
And, I think that this effort to try and save Mr. Biden, who's running some sort of bizarre campaign, a friend of mine put it to me very bluntly, and I have to agree with him, that, we're watching the Democratic Party fall on its sword and commit political suicide.
Right.
And, being from South Dakota, I remember Senator McGovern very vividly. He was my senator, along with Carl Munt, when I was a boy.
Oh, yeah.
And McGovern was just plain stark raving nuts.
But
what we're watching,
election.
Yeah. And we're watching something that is way beyond anything George McGovern ever dreamed.
Yes.
In terms of nuttiness. And I have to wonder, why are we watching this very self-evident destruction of a major political party unless they've been ordered to fall on their swords?
Yes.
Having rallies that no one shows up to, not out on the campaign trail, and when he is on the campaign trail, he's met with all these Trump people.
Right.
So I have to wonder what's going on there, and then the in-your-face polling numbers, which are, to me, they seem to be so inflated in his favor, at least the ones you hear about. And then the sudden deplatforming. I mean, yeah, you're right. This is a full-on, full-court press, and they're making war on the American people in a certain way. And it's gone violent.
Yeah.
So you have to wonder what the agenda is, and I'll be very honest here, Daniel. When we were talking before the show, I mentioned that I was thinking in terms of the beer hall putsch.
Yes.
1923. And the way that people learn that in history is completely wrong. Because what they are told, or the way that the event is covered in the history books, at least back when I was teaching, if they even cover it anymore, that's another question. But back when I was teaching, the impression that the textbook gave was that the Nazis were trying to take control of the state government of Bavaria in Germany, and to launch their movement. Well, this is not true. What the Nazis were doing, what Hitler was doing, was that the communists had already seized power in Bavaria. and dismissed, and even in a couple of cases executed some Bavarian state ministers. And the platform that the communists wanted to put through was to separate Bavaria from the rest of Germany again and make it its own independent entity like it had been prior to the Franco-Prussian War, when it was integrated into the German Empire. And what the Nazis were trying to do was prevent that, because it was, from their point of view, much easier to seize power in all of Germany rather than to have to go state by state and impose their rule that way. And look what we have in this country right now. We have secessionist movements in many of the blue states. Now there's a movement in New York to break up New York State into 3 autonomous zones, so that they can get rid of the central power of Albany and let the conservative areas of New York not be dominated by Albany and New York City. So you have these secessionist movements in the blue states, which in part, I think, are so that if the country cracks up, they can walk away from all their federal obligations.
Yes.
And the counter moves here would be exactly as it was in Germany, a right-wing backlash against that. And that's what we see going on the right in this country. So I'm as nervous about what's going on the right in terms of an implied reaction to all of this as I am to what's been going on the radical left side,
Right.
with all the rioting and looting. This is in other words, this is a very, very precarious situation we're in. I can't emphasize that strongly enough. It's very precarious.
Well, absolutely. And you're moving into that deep state Civil War meme.
Yes.
And
Yes.
this whole election could be seen through that lens,
Yes.
that this is what it's for. And the reason, the outcome is, in the ashes of that, the deep state forces, which we'll talk about tonight, can come in and sort of make their deep state profit, picking up the ashes and rebuilding the whole thing as the new smart city world. The target right now is the USA.
Yeah, the target seems to be the USA. And here's the other problem, Daniel, the way I'm reading it, I don't know about you, is that Mr. Globaloney, and I mentioned this with Catherine a week ago, I think that Mr. Globaloney has so crossed some sort of economic financial threshold that none of their modeling works anymore. Because it's conventional, and they've crossed some sort of threshold where none of the modeling is able to accurately predict things. And this is why we see the confusion on the part of Mr. Globaloney. Part of Mr. Globaloney is backing Trump because they realized that they needed to reshore industry into North America, which is their power base. Otherwise, they could lose the whole shebang.
Yes.
And, so we've got that factor going. And they want this financial reset, the digital currencies, and so on and so forth, which they would not be able to do unless their power base in North America is secure. But on the other hand, they are faced with so many obligations that the other faction of Mr. Globaloney literally does want to split the country so that they can walk away from those financial obligations before people wake up and realize they can claw it back. All that missing money, all that stolen money, and so on, they can claw back through law. And then, of course, you've got China, which is not playing anybody's game but their own. So, they're in a real mess.
Yeah. The Chinese are pouring tremendous amount of resources into this campaign, right? Probably behind the Democrats for this.
Yes. Yeah, and that should tell us something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's interesting because we see the Pelosi, AOC, that whole sort of thing, which is coming off as Marxist. But you've made the point before that the communist Chinese act a lot more like the National Socialists than the old USSR. They're much more in that mold.
Yes, absolutely they are. And, and we see it. I mean, they've got their Sturmabteilung in the form of Antifa and BLM out there rioting and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And, you're seeing the pushback coming now with, so many Americans buying guns and storing up food and so on and so forth, because like it or not, everybody senses what's coming.
Yeah.
And, that to me is another indicator that the country is in real danger of major crack up. And, if let's put it this way, if God forbid the Communocrats should get into power, thank you, Senator McCarthy, if they should get into power and actually go through with their plans, how long do you think that's going to play in Texas? Or South Dakota, or Wyoming? It's not going to play very long.
Yeah.
And by the same token, if Trump gets back in, as I say, they've prepped the narrative already for many months now for a contested election.
Absolutely.
So, I just saw today, Daniel, right before we came on, I saw somebody had posted an article to me about 33 counties in the United States registered more than 100% of eligible voters for mail-in ballots and absentee ballots. So, no fraud here.
We already set up. I heard that we already have 17% of the vote in.
Yeah, I heard that too. Millions of ballots already casted.
That's an extraordinary number. I mean,
yes, it is.
You do expect that with the way that they've played out the COVID thing, that they would get some of this action, but those are incredibly high numbers.
Those are incredibly high numbers. And here's the bad news, folks. If they think that's all going to break for Biden, I don't think so.
Right.
I really don't think so. Because the numbers at the rallies are just not there. They're just not there.
There's no enthusiasm.
There's no enthusiasm for it, and you can't tell me that an old traditional, centrist Democrat is going to be all that keen about the plans that the current leadership has. Now, certainly there are some that are in favor of that, and most of that I think is coming out of Silicon Valley and the techie people that think they're going to be able to run the whole world with their computer models. Well, they haven't worked so well so far. So yeah, I think we're in a dangerous spot, and both sides have prepared the ground for a contested election, and that's what bothers me. That's what bothers me.
Well, let's stay on this election. I mean, this episode is the Deep State Target USA October surprise. Let's look at some of those October surprises. Now, classically, the most well-known October surprise is in 1980 when representatives with Bush and who the guy would become eventually CIA Director William Casey went to France and negotiated with Reagan leadership not to release the hostages so that Reagan could win, and then Carter wouldn't have that big celebration. And in fact, they released the hostages the very minute that Reagan got inaugurated, showing that
nothing fishy there.
The fix was in.
The fix was in, yes.
And so that's the original October surprise, no hostages. There have been a series of them over the years. For example, 1960 had an October surprise where Richard Nixon was going to use the records that LBJ got about LBJ's people sent in robbers, these thieves, to go in and break in to JFK's doctor's office to try to figure out if his Addison's was bad. And they were going to use that against him. And then somehow they weren't able to do it, but Nixon got his hands on that, and he was going to do it also. So there was an October surprise there in the works, and someone basically, decided it's the better part of, we have a better chance of just trying to do this. So they hung in there and they didn't go for it. Although there was lots of kind of mafia payoffs and vote payoffs in that election. But what we're surprised this time, this is what I wanted to ask you about, because there are so many possibilities and we have such a short period of time, but we're seeing moves like the move of Twitter blocking the Trump campaign from tweeting, for example, and they did this in the middle of this Biden story, that maybe gives us a hint of part of this October surprise.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely afraid of all of this coming out, and I think it will backfire on them because there's already talk now at the FCC of regulating social media platforms, which is long overdue.
Yes.
It's long overdue. So I think that's backfiring on them to a certain degree. And I don't think they're going to be able to keep this out of the news cycle. I really don't.
It's an amazing thing to try.
It's an amazing thing to try, and it's a sign to me of a certain amount of desperation on their part to try something so blatant. I wouldn't have noticed this takedown of the YouTube channels except yesterday. Usually on Thursday I do my dive into the Q people just to see what they're talking about, and all of a sudden all the channels aren't there, and what are there are a bunch of negative videos about all the channels I was interested in watching. Okay, well, that's interesting. And then I find out, just today, people are emailing me, asking me, my cousin was one of them. And he may even be in the chat room, I don't know. But emailed me and said, hello, cousin Marty, if you're here. I saw all these emails I was getting from people. And to me, that's just so blatant. They're not going to, the problem is the presidency is a bully pulpit.
Yes.
And you can't shut down the White House because the White House has, more ways from Sunday to shut you down. And the only thing is that Mr. Trump has not availed himself of those means yet. But if he's reelected, guess what, folks? He's going to go after these people hard,
and he'll smash that network of Twitter monopolies.
Yeah, oh yeah.
For the mere fact that they acted against him so blatantly.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they've been acting against him so blatantly for 4 years, and everybody sees that. That has an ounce of fairness about them. I'm not gung ho for the guy. The guy who's done a lot of stuff that drives me nuts. FASB 56 being right at the top of the list.
Yes, absolutely.
It's
important to balance out that point of view because some people come into it and they're like, I really want Trump to win, or I really want Biden to win. It has nothing to do, in a sense, with what we're talking about.
No.
Because there are differences for sure. When Biden says I want a mask mandate, I want forced vaccinations, I mean, he's completely, that's completely unconstitutional. So he flies right off the radar with certain people. But they've been able to train people into this kind of entrainment thing, and masks and all that are part of it. What I want to get at, though, is something you were talking about there with the Q stuff, because this is interesting. Because you and I have talked about this extensively, and it gets into very tricky territory, but let's do it this way. When Q came out, we looked at it very carefully, and we talked about how a lot of it, when it first came out, was reporting about this Las Vegas shooting.
Yes.
And it seemed to have access to a lot of interesting information about that. And then things started to change, and it started to act like a political PAC, putting out things in a kind of political way. And then it became like a soundbite machine, and nobody really knew who even controlled it anymore. So I never, anything that was anonymous, for example, it's one thing if you have WikiLeaks, because you knew, okay, their source was anonymous, but there was WikiLeaks presenting it, and over again, they turned out to be right. This thing had no accountability, and it was just out there. And now it affected some people who were into research and all the rest of it. But as time went on, it got kind of more bizarre. Now the media was able to use it as the poster child and say, aha, Trump, conspiracy theory, and try to take them all down. And now we see, and it's funny for you and I, because when we were looking at it, we thought that it was kind of culty in a number of ways. But nonetheless, with them doing this clean sweep of all these Q people in the past 24 hours, that has a weird feeling to it.
It has a very weird feeling to it because it is going to be very easy for the Q people who have now spread all over the world
Right.
It's going to be very easy for them to use that and say, see, we were right. They wouldn't have taken us down unless we were over the target.
Yes.
So the only thing that I think it's going to do is it's going to fan the flame of curiosity about the whole Q thing. And I'm for square on board with you. The thing morphed over time.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to note the change in the voice, so to speak, of Q. It sounds like a different Q than the Q that started out. And, you know, to me, I go back to what you and I said a long time ago about the whole operation. And that was, it appeared to me to be a team of some sort, number one. And number two, it appeared to be something with access to very sophisticated computer modeling and to very sophisticated computing power.
Yes.
So, you know, I just did an interview earlier this week with Bernard Grover on Q with Catherine. And one of the things that we all started talking about was this idea of the computer modeling role in the whole operation because, pardon me, Bernard pointed out that the Q operation made it appear as if Q was just sitting right across the desk from President Trump, and they were waiting to send things on their Twitter accounts at the same time, you know, the so-called Q proofs, the deltas, the zero deltas as a Q proof. Well, you know, you can do that sort of thing. You can front load things very easily if you've got access to computer networks like the dark pools that are used in algorithmic trading on the markets. You can front load things in picoseconds.
Oh yeah. Yes.
You know, and this takes the steam out of the idea that there's someone in Trump's inner circle feeding you all this information.
Yeah.
It might not be that at all. So, you know, the voice has changed, the operation has changed. And Bernard pointed out something that you pointed out, and that was, what's good marketing technique? Well, number one, use of the imperative mood. Make America great again. That's a command. Trust the plan. That's a command.
Right.
You know, it's very, very cleverly done. And the drops have morphed from drops of information to drops of questions.
Right.
You know, so the whole thing has been very cleverly orchestrated to, you know, bring people in, make them passive. And it's like Catherine said, if this were a legitimate insider operation, where were the warnings about FASB 56 coming down the pike?
Right. Which
Total
basically
silence.
it blacks out the government reporting process there.
Right.
The public can no longer see what the government spends on. And this is part of the issue with a lot of this, which is it's meant to say, you know what, don't bother, don't look anymore, white hats are in charge, everything's okay, and just forget about everything that's going on. And
trust the plan.
Yeah. So I have a big objection to that. Now, I don't want to see any of those channels censored. I think that
No, I don't either.
Yeah, I mean, that is disgraceful on a number of levels because it means that whoever is out there trying to control this can't stand up to these different narratives, and they feel like this is getting out of control. There's too many of them. That means that you can't compete in the marketplace of ideas when you censor it out.
Right.
But this is interesting because, you know, I don't align myself because I won't trust anything that's anonymous, for example. Right. And, you know, I'm smart enough to realize you have to put a name and a face to it, or it could be John Podesta and the CIA.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello, TTSA.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone, you're watching the Dark Journalist Show. We're here with Dr. Joseph Farrell. His website is GizaDeathStar.com. Highly recommend going there and really researching into his incredible books, which I have tonight and I'm going to be quoting from. Joseph, I have some very interesting links about this October surprise directly from your Babylon Banksters books.
Oh, boy.
And boy, we're going to talk about Babylon Banksters.
Yeah.
I want to remind everyone that we're going to be taking your questions in the second half of the program, so you can ask them all in caps, and Miss Olivia will be putting those together in style. How are you doing over there?
Doing great.
Yeah,
Lots of good questions already.
That's great. We have a huge crowd. Let's get into this, Joseph. we have a very interesting kind of backlash going on around the vaccine issue. This is a hot button issue, which a lot of YouTube channels and shows get, either their show get deleted or whatever it happens to be, because there's such an incredible lock around this issue. Now, I had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on the show in June. We were talking about this, and he was saying, literally, Bill Gates was just acting like a Lex Luthor around all this. And he wasn't kidding. But it was quite fascinating because he said the degree to which this, how far along this has gone, and the amount of power behind it is going to take everyone to stand up just to get some transparency going. And he also reminded me that Bill Gates not only controls so much around the vaccine patents and everything else, but he also is big into satellites. So this idea then of an injectable, let's get beyond the vaccine idea, that we're setting up a system where human beings can be injected with nanobots and sensors. How does this relate to the idea of smart cities and all the things, the strange things that we're seeing about this?
Oh, it's huge. I think it's huge. In a certain sense, I've entertained the idea when this COVID thing started and when Dr. Lieber at Harvard University was arrested for allegedly not disclosing his financial relationship to the Wuhan Virus Institute. Okay. And by the way, Fauci has a connection there too that has not yet made the public meeting.
That's okay. Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely there, and that incidentally is coming via connections with his wife, who's connected to Gates. All this in and out. But I speculated early on, Daniel, that part of this virus, because it behaves so strangely, if you go to temple or synagogue or mosque or church, you can't do that. We got to tell you what you can do in your temple, mosque, synagogue, or whatever. But it's okay to go to a casino, right? And it's okay to go out and protest. So it's the magic virus. Who does it hit? But even there, the statistics are so garbled. We don't really know. And now CDC's come out and says, well, we don't really have a copy of an isolated virus. Oh, really? Wow. So what are we testing for?
Exactly.
So I came out with the idea.
Fauci very early on came out and he was like, oh, take off the silly mask. And he was saying these types of things. I had something I was talking to you about, which is the New England Journal of Medicine. And they came out saying, well, we know that masks don't do anything, but you know what? They're a pretty good talisman.
A talisman in a scientific journal. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, if you want to be protected from the virus, folks, buy yourself a hazmat suit. That's the bottom line here. But I was toying with the idea that the virus may be a bioelectrical sort of thing. In other words, literally something that can be turned on or turned off by an electromagnetic signal over a region. And we know the Soviets did all sorts of research in this during the 70s.
Yes.
They were absolutely locked onto this electromagnetic medicine model. And
this is the tutorial, gang.
Are able
they can say it better than I can. This is dark journalism with
all sorts of heavy metal. What does that do? Well, certain kinds of
Joseph
heavy
P.
metal will
Farrell.
dramatically increase the electrical efficiency of your body so that you become much more like an antenna or a receiver that is much more effective in its ability to receive signals from an outside source. And then you read Bill Gates' patents, and yeah, he's talking about nanobots. There's Dr. Lieber and all sorts of stuff. Then there was that Italian study a few months ago where Italian clinicians had gone in and tested a bunch of viruses just to see what was in them. And they found a bunch of heavy metal, nanoparticles that they could not identify. And there was no explanation as to why they were there. So in other words, the virus and the vaccine, to me, is a cover story to get people to take something else that they want to make sure everybody has.
Right.
And again, if you are a more efficient electrical signal receiver, that makes the hard technologies of mind manipulation all that much more effective. You can't turn it off once it's inside of you.
Right.
That's a hell on earth. That's a hell on earth. Plus, you look at that Soviet research, and particularly the way that Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden has described it in much of his work over the years. I mean, going back decades now. It's possible to modulate signals that, through your computer monitor. It's possible to modulate signals into any electrical system whatsoever, including the power grid, to literally shut you down, give you a heart attack, right as you're sitting there, and making it look entirely natural. Now, here's the funny thing. Some of the electromagnetic energy signatures will look to a pathologist like the same types of symptoms as a respiratory disease. So stop back and think of all those flights of geese in Idaho dropping dead out of the sky, and we were told, they contracted sudden onset bird flu. Well, yeah, that means they contracted sudden animal death bird flu at the same time, and it all developed at the same speed, and they all fell dead of sudden onset bird flu at the same time it fell out of the sky.
Wow. It was activated.
It was activated. Bingo. Turn on the switch. Ding, ding, ding.
Wow.
So Bill Gates's model then is the microsludge model of vaccination. Get your update downloaded now for free. Take our chip.
Right.
Sorry, folks.
Virus updates over and over.
Virus updates. Yeah, bingo.
And we all remember how bad the Microsoft software was over and over again.
Precisely.
This is fascinating. And of course, Gates and Fauci, that's a block.
That's a block.
And they're moving on in. If we were to go into almost other, let's look at the vaccine part a little bit deeper. What's interesting to me, and I grabbed a few quotes about this. There was a story that was rolling around here. It came from a bootleg video that was taken in 2005. And this was very interesting because it was this scientist giving a little exposition about the God gene and how they had developed this vaccine called Funvax. And it was to shut off the gene in the brain of these fundamentalists so they wouldn't, sort of have this suicide bomber mentality. They wouldn't, have all this going on. When it came out, Snopes and these other people tried to take it down, Reuters, by saying the conspiracy theory says that Gates clearly was not. But they tagged that along with it, and that they were able to debunk, and so they were able to kind of dismiss the whole video, which is basically a Pentagon presentation on a vaccine they're working on to shut off the center of the brain, which goes into the spiritual belief system of a human being. When we look at where that's going, we talk a great deal about Rudolf Steiner.
Look how fat this shirt looks, man. Oh, fat.
And Steiner, although he's around in like 1920, World War I era, he's talking a lot about what they call inoculations at the time. And
Would you like
there's a
some
few
tea?
things to say about it. Interestingly enough, the schools that he's so proud of creating are under great attack because they're not big into vaccines either. But that's a picture of Steiner there. A quick quote from Steiner, and then we'll get into this. And he says, human bodies will develop in such a way that certain spiritualities can find room in them. The materialistic bent, which will spread more and more under the guidance of spirits of darkness, will work against this and combat it by physical means. I told you that the spirits of darkness are going to inspire their human hosts in whom they will be dwelling to find a vaccine that will drive all inclination towards spirituality out of people's souls when they're still very young. And this will happen in a roundabout way through the living body. Now he goes on here, and it's quite fascinating. And I want to say something here, which is I keep seeing kind of chopped up versions of this online, and I think it's great that Steiner's getting the interest. We try to always present his work because it's such a core foundation of what we do. But this lecture, this quote comes from Lecture 13, The Fallen Spirit's Influence in the World,
Well,
in
I had to
Dornoch,
constantly
October
fucking
27th.
work. You don't have to work right now. I had to
1917.
continue going out
That's
there
where it's
working when
from.
I
You can
saw
get the
hell
quote. It's actually part of the
around
Steiner
me.
archives. It's very
I
easy
saw
to
real
verify,
hell.
etc.
I had to go
But
out
it
there and work
seems
it.
some of them up there that
Waking
misspell
nightmare fear.
Armand,
And I had
there's all kinds of
working.
weird bastardizations
Became
of
an
this,
issue of
which make you
survival.
wonder if it's just sloppy research.
But
In any case, that's clearly
it was-
there, and he has a track record of
I
that.
could
My
have
question
laid in
for
the bed
you
and let it
is,
kill me, maybe.
But you
Steiner's
could've laid
vision
in the
there
bed,
is
but you
that you
didn't.
can see down the
You
road
moved forward.
with the scientific
You moved forward.
materialism. This is
And I
where
would
we're
have
headed.
maybe I would have
There
gotten
are these kind of spiritual,
after that I made
cosmological,
it for the sin that I did.
even like the mark of the beast type ideas that we
Uh-huh.
heard
After that I
in
made it for the
religions.
sin that I did.
Is
I
it
made
fair to
You're loud. The
look at this
fucking
period
thing is
and what's
playing right in
happening
the
through the
laptop in your
lens
voice.
of what some of these traditions were saying, say in the mystery schools and the earlier religious?
Oh, absolutely, I think it is. Absolutely, I think it is. You know,
They're dumb.
if let's put it in fundamental terms, if there is
There's
a
this man who's 78.
There we go.
There's this man who's 78,
Oh yeah.
and he's a filmmaker from New York.
Oh, that's exciting.
He has films from the 60s and 70s and
Uh-huh.
stuff, and he understands what things were like. And I looked at his videos.
What's his name? Can you send me the link? I'd love to look at it.
Okay, I'll show you who he is.
Okay.
And I don't know. He has his own way of being, but he's like about the same. I don't know. I can't judge sin, but he kind of sins. But he's not that famous. But he was on his entire life trying to work at filmmaking. His father was kind of poor.
Mm-hmm.
His father tried to be an artist, a starving artist. He'd paint on every little thing, and they didn't have much money.
Right.
And then he kept working at it, and I guess his father believed in him. I don't know what it was. And but he was on TEDx.
Mm-hmm.
He got to talk on TEDx.
Mm-hmm. Is that where you saw him?
No, TEDx, Chapman University. I don't know, but he did films the entire time. He had a camera and he filmed with it, like a Bolex camera, whatever the heck he did. He filmed, and he made a living at it. Now he's got a bunch of subscribers. He makes a living on YouTube and has a wife and kids.
Mm-hmm.
At his age, he has, I don't know. He's a good person, but it's a little different from me. He had kids later.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have kids till later.
Okay.
But I think he's only married once. But he's a good person.
Okay.
I don't know. But I can't judge him for his sin. He sins
But none of
differently.
us can judge.
He's a little different from me.
No one. We are not here to judge anybody. That's not our place.
But he's somebody that's like, kind of understands things. And
Mm-hmm. It's not our place. Mm.
Nintendo. I really had to honor my father and mother
Mm-hmm.
well and
It
work
says-
hard. And
Says that in the Bible.
other stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why he would. I still have to honor him.
Mm-hmm.
He never had any worry about any of that. He has his own things that he's going through.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he lives.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I gotta get out of here.
Take that with you.
Am I allowed to eat it?
Of course, it's breakfast. Yep, it'd be good for you. But if you don't want to, don't have to.
I don't know what the right. Look, I'm big and fat, man.
You're not.
Look at this.
You're not.
Look at the body. Shit.
Here's some tea. This is very good tea.
Oh,
Drink that.
the Fat Boys. That's white. Look, yo, this shirt looks that way. I don't know why. See, I ain't trying to get with no one. There'd be no reason to.
Yep.
That's good. I bet it's good.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you eat it here with me? It's good to share a meal with someone.
At least I'm not a dead, evil human being that was possessed by demons and shit, and he killed himself, and then the demons still had him walking around doing this shit. That's why that guy killed himself that you talked about. Because he was evil. I don't know if he was or not. But that's different from a person who's really kind of godly and can barely go on, and maybe they kill themselves and it's forgiven. But that's awful to kill someone to kill themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's just anything. I better stop talking. Am I allowed to eat this?
Mm-hmm. Eat it with me.
I better eat more medicine.
Mm-hmm.
I better eat more medicine.
Yep.
I did not. I don't know if I did.
Now take your medicine, John. Well, good morning. I thought that was a nice little segue from the boys talking about what's being done to us and then having an example of it. 2022. It's all up to you. Yep, there you go. Young priest, old priest. We are the people's saints of truth. Well, it was like, you heard the boys talking about how it's a cartoon show with a script that we're living through. And the only reason we're living through it is because we allow it to happen. We are the deciders. Not Jojo, the used car salesman. Not wormy. Moscow Mitch. We are the deciders. And if we decide let your woohoos out. Yep. Exactly. We go, I mean, that's kind of what you go watch Cliff High. He's all about letting your woohoos out. There's a lot of great shows on YouTube. And it's all over the place, so pretty much everyone's looking at it in their own little silo. And they're kind of realizing they can't be, isolated, even though we're caught. Look at me up here with my friend John. But this is good because I'm here. An example for John. And last night he wrote me this message. He wrote me. Let's see. Oh. John wrote me. Al, write your YouTube username and password down. Keep it. Can you help me quit all my meds and caffeine for good? I noticed quitting both cold turkey works as long as I can get sleep. Sometimes, like after the first week or two, taking melatonin to help me sleep. I quit for 2 months a year ago, but got tempted to drink caffeine and it messed me up. And I replied, yes, John, I can help you. And anything you want, as long as you determine that that's what you want and that you will in every day, in every way, do your best not to make excuses and be committed to doing it. Of course, I can help you. I know all the protocols and procedures that will assist you in doing this, but you have to make the commitment. I can't make you do these things. You have to do them. You have to see the value in doing them. I can help you with everything, but you have to be committed to doing, and that's what I'm here to do, is to help you. Okay? Some in the morning, we'll have breakfast and tea. We can talk about it. Okay? Be sweet, Prince. Dream well. So that's what I said last night around 11:53. He sent his message at 8:02. I was doing a live chat. And so then you see him this morning. So he probably drank a ton of coffee, didn't take his meds, and there he is. You know? And that's everybody. Everyone has their own version of coffee, like the crack cocaine. And they all have their own meds, you know, whether it's GMO food. I mean, I have a ton of meds that I'm supposed to be taking, you know, for my diabetes, my blood pressure, and you name it. And I can tell my blood pressure with the veins in my hands. When they're sticking out, I said, okay, better take an aspirin, or better do something, better meditate, better drink my tea. And I have to well, but sometimes I will take those, and you're supposed to take them all the time, you know. But no, if you take them 1 or 2 days, it really says yeah, and then that's a platform where you can go and meditate. Well, not everyone can do that with their medication. I would say not really anyone can do that with their medication, right? You know, medications are given to you by doctors, and you're supposed to follow their rules, but after the last 2 years, it's like, really? So that thing I played for you for dark journalism is from about a year and a half ago. You know, about this time. Well, almost 2 years. You know, it was before the election. About this time. So that's like 2 years, right? 1 year. Yep, 2 years. And or a year and 8 months, whatever it is. Because that was probably done in more close to the election, because they were talking about that 17% of the vote was already counted. And like I said, I really loved Donald Trump because he lied so much. I told the truth. And how he did that was that I'm sure he had a chip. Anyone goes to be president, they got a chip in their head. Anybody who is a politician, you know, A, they're bought off, B, they're, you know, compromised by, you know, doing something on the Lolita Express, And so, you know, Jeffrey's girlfriend, his partner in crime, she got off the other day. I mean, not get off. She was found guilty, but we have no idea what her sentence is going to be. And nothing came out from that. I mean, when you're in court, that's a public hearing. Right? It's a public thing. It goes on a public record. And they really had no evidence. Like her little black book of all, you know. So Jeffy and her, yes, they were, you know, pimps. They were, you know, selling pedophilia. And they were selling it to, you know, very famous and important and powerful people. Kings and presidents and everybody else in between, because they did it for a good 20 years, if not more. So the powers that be, the hidden hand, used it as a lever, but didn't want to expose it. Because as you see, they're still tap dancing around the illusion of what it is and what Mr. Globaloni wants to have the world to be. You know, a fascist world state with half the population. Go to Atlanta and go look for the Georgia Stones. You know, it's laid out right there in plain sight. Big stones right next to, I don't know, whatever. They put it up before the interstate was done. I mean, they knew the interstate was going to come before anyone told it. They bought some farmland, cleared out 100 acres in the middle of a forest, put these gigantic, you know, granite stones. You know, they're like, what are they? They're 20 feet wide by about 5 foot thick by about 60 feet high, and they go to three in a kind of a pyramid, right? And anyway, and they have a top, right? So it represents the high table. I mean, that's the symbol of the high table, right? Which is a esoteric entity that's really old, older than Illuminati. Illuminati only goes back to, you know, the 1770s. Yeah, Albert Pike did it just before the American Revolution. And, you know, like 20 years. And he was very public about it. You know, printed his little booklets. This is the way to go, kids. Let me lead you. And the French government, you know, that just had gotten over, you know, the revolution and cutting all those people's heads off. They didn't like that. So they basically said, cut it out. So he did. And he went to Scotland and kind of went underground. Oh. Well, not too underground, you know. Mr. Rothschild was one of his key henchmen. And you know, Mr. Rothschild has come in and taken over world banking, right? And he is the leader of John, what is his name? He wrote a book, you know, he's a hitman for the corporations, you know, some bank or the bankers or something like that, John something or other, you know, hitman for, and what it was, you know, World Bank, IMF, 9 nations, you know, American Development Bank would go to countries. Africa's a perfect example. Every country that has any kind of resources that the imperial world wants is in stark poverty. Any place that has nothing, you know, was you know, is in pretty good shape. Meaning the poor, that they're not bankrupt and they're not owing anyone anything, and they're not like there are a lot of people who have a lot of money. John, his wife, or his ex, come from well-to-do families. They're taken care of by their family, and they buy massive amounts of stuff by Amazon or anybody who will deliver to the house. They don't want to go out, right? So, you know, John's ex, Danica, she has 70,000 views a month. I mean, she makes like $3,000 a month, right? And her daddy bought her a house right next to his. You know, so daddy and stepmommy are like just. I'm just assuming this, right? Just how it plays out and whatever I get for John. Because that's what she did here, right? She lived in one of John's parents' houses and didn't pay rent, taxes, or utility bills, right? For like 4 years. That's why she stayed here. And, but she was still kind of, because she didn't send the kids out, she homeschooled everything. And so she was kind of, she was experiencing the lockdown, for the last, 15 years, because of her own, again, I haven't been able to assess her. I've only seen her 4 times and kind of said, haven't really talked to her, haven't had her tell me her story. So I couldn't meet her. And John, I get what you saw about 6 times a day for about, an hour apiece. And that's right. That's what I used to get paid for. But the boat, okay, and I didn't have an office. I worked for other shrinks, and I would take care of, whatever you call it, in-kind service. These guys were making a lot of money, and so they would send me off to hospitals, jails, and churches, and all kinds of nonprofit entities, and I would, do it under their, shingle, and then they could amortize that and take it off their taxes. So that was my apprenticeship to get my, I already had my MSW, but that was more scholastic and scholarly than field work. So I did a lot of field work, actually, for just 2 firms. And they were big, and they were, powerful, and they had a lot of money. That has been what has happened to, the Hippocratic oath is going out the window. Doctor do no harm. So, not to say there aren't really good doctors. I mean, I had really good doctors taking care of me, but it took me, almost 2 years to line up the people who would really take care of me and not kill me. So, and here's a good one. I spent an hour watching Doctor Who.
She killed my father and she released the demon.
Boy, I watched a lot of Doctor
Don't
Who
forget to
last
click
night.
below and subscribe to the official Doctor Who YouTube channel.
Yeah, here we go. Here's one.
Tell you what the particular tweet was? Settings. This is a third for not going along.
Joe Rogan
with
and
whatever
Dr. Robert
the
Mallon.
narrative is, because tech clearly has a censorship agenda when it comes to COVID, in terms of treatment, in terms of whether or not you are promoting what they would call vaccine hesitancy. They can ban you for that. They can ban you for, in their eyes, what they think is a justifiable offense. And they're doing this, and I don't know who these people are that are doing this, but they're doing this. One of the most important things about you reading out your history like that is to one of the most qualified people in the world to talk about vaccines.
Well, thank you for that. I think that's so. One way that some people put it is, and of course, since this has happened, I've been contacted by multiple lawyers that are looking at filing a suit, just like Alex Berenson has one against Twitter. And the point is made just what you just made. The point that I think is kind of succinct on this is, if my voice, if there's no merit to my voice being in the conversation, whether it's true or not, whether I'm factually correct or not, let's park that just for a minute. Whether or not I'm right in everything I say, and I freely admit, no one's perfect. I'm not perfect. It's one of my core points, is people should think for themselves. I try really hard to give people the information and help them to think, not to tell them what to think. Okay? But the point is, if it's not okay for me to be part of the conversation, even though I'm pointing out scientific facts that may be inconvenient, then who can be allowed?
This guy is a leading vaccine
whether you're
scientist.
in the camp that says I'm a liar and I didn't invent this technology despite the patents, there's a whole cohort of that. No one can dispute that I played a major role in the creation of this tech, and virtually all other voices of these industries, the harmonization of the tech censorship, the interests of pharma, big media, etc., and governments, all being harmonized in their messaging globally. I mean, I travel a lot. Okay, I see the same, and I have physicians coming to me all the time about what they're experiencing. The same playbook is going on every continent. Okay, but getting back to LinkedIn, so this is the first event, and Steve Kirsch intervened. He called up a vice president of LinkedIn.
And Steve Kirsch is a tech guy, right?
Yeah, he is. He's a Silicon Valley entrepreneur who you may or may not recall that I was on the Brett Weinstein Dark Horse podcast with Steve that kind of lit this whole fire up months and months ago.
That's right. Okay, that's where I first saw him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he has great network connections in Silicon Valley. He invented the optical mouse, and so he called this vice president of LinkedIn. The guy looked into it. Meanwhile, people started dropping off of LinkedIn in protest, and there was major press articles all over the world. And
this guy just
then they
spoke out.
reinstated me, and I actually got a very kind letter. This is unprecedented, personal letter from this vice president, apologizing and saying specifically that they didn't have the talent to fact check me, and then therefore they were going to let me go. Now then, subsequently, I got dropped again, and a phone call was made, and they got put on. In that case, the sin was that one of their fact checkers, because remember this is Microsoft, one of their fact checkers had identified the Atlantic Monthly attack article that was written about me, and concluded that I was an anti-vaxxer and therefore I should not be allowed on LinkedIn. My wife and I have racked our brains about what is likely to have been the tweet that triggered this, and you never know. The last two that I can think of that went out was one that was in our Substack, in which
this guy goes on.
referred to a fantastic video that has been put out by the Canadian COVID Care Alliance Group that summarizes all the malfeasance and data manipulation and misinterpretation associated with the Pfizer vaccines and their clinical trials. It's a super video. And of course, I guess that is interpreted as something that would cause people to become vaccine hesitant. That's the sin in general, is saying things that cause people to become vaccine hesitant. The other thing that I put out immediately before that was a post a link to a website for the World Economic Forum that lays out their entire strategy for how they manage media, how they're managing COVID-19, and all of their core messaging. It's a fascinating website with links. Those are the only two things I can think of that would meet the criteria. So, my position all the way through this comes off of the platform of bioethics and the importance of informed consent. So my position is that people should have the freedom of choice, particularly for their children, and that in order to appropriately choose to participate in a medical experiment, they have to be fully informed of the risks as well as the benefits. And so I've tried really hard to make sure that people have access to the information about those risks and potential benefits, the true unfiltered academic papers and raw data, etc. And the policy that's being implemented is one in which no discussion of the risks are allowed, because by definition, they will elicit vaccine hesitance. And by we, what I'm saying is the FDA created so much grief that the DOD decided the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, and they just dropped that arm.
Why do you think that is? What do you think is going on with the pushback on ivermectin?
So it's not just ivermectin, it's hydroxychloroquine. And just to put a marker on that, there's good modeling studies that probably 500,000 excess deaths have happened in the United States through the intentional blockade of early treatment by the U.S. government. That is
500,000.
500,000. That is a well-documented number. Okay, and it's a
People
combination
didn't
of
have to die
hydroxychloroquine
if
and
they were
ivermectin.
just given
Now, when you ask
something
me
just
why,
as they
you're
were
asking
getting
me to
sick,
get into
instead of letting them
somebody's
getting sick and putting them on
What I can
ventilators.
say as a scientist is what I observe. The behaviors, the actions, the correspondence, these bizarre things like, don't you know it's a horse drug, y'all, right? Which is amazingly pejorative. I live in Virginia, okay? I can tell you the people around me, I live in a rural county and I raise horses. That was deeply offensive to use that language in that way. But there's clearly been an intentional push on the list of adverse events. And it's very clear that people that have natural immunity have a much higher risk factor for this whole spectrum of adverse events
But
if they get jabbed.
even though that's known, there's so many people out there telling people who've just recovered from COVID to get vaccinated.
It is, there is a number of things here that are not supported by the science, I'll say gently. To be less gentle, since we're on the Joe Rogan show, I can speak freely. It's knucking futz. This is just wrong. It's not consistent with the data.
Well, it doesn't make sense either. What we know about natural immunity is that natural immunity, at least according to that study in Israel, which is 2.5 million people, I think, they said that it's between 6 and 13 times more effective than the vaccine.
That is 6 or 13 times more effective in preventing hospitalized COVID. It's more like 20 or
27-fold.
27-fold better at protecting against developing the disease. Remember, infection does not equal disease.
Right.
And that's only one of over 140 studies that document that natural immunity is superior to the vaccine-induced immunity. And oh, by the way, as a vaccinologist and an immunologist, I wouldn't expect anything different. Pradesh, as you know, has crushed COVID.
Yeah, can you explain what they did to do that? Because it's kind of fascinating.
It's not clear what are the drugs. So what they did do, what we do know, and there's some backstory to this that we could go into if you want to, but the observation is there was a decision made. The virus was just ripping through Uttar Pradesh. It has almost the same population as the United States. It's huge, okay? Dense, urban, poor, all the characteristics of the stereotypes of the Indian countryside. And the virus is just ripping through there and causing all kinds of death and disease. And the decision was made out of desperation in that province to deploy early treatments as packages widely throughout the province. And it included a number of agents. The composition has not been formally disclosed. It was done in coordination with WHO, and whatever was in those packages was rumored to include ivermectin, But there was a specific visit of Biden to Modi, and a decision was made in the Indian government not to disclose the contents of those packages that were being deployed in Uttar Pradesh, which they're still there. And Uttar Pradesh is flatlined right now. The rest of the world is yelling about Omicron and hospitalizations. Well, South Africa isn't, but Uttar Pradesh is still flatlined in terms of deaths.
So they were visited by someone in the Biden administration? Is that
Right
what
now,
you're
there's a meeting between Joe Biden and Modi.
saying? And you
Yeah.
believe that out of that meeting,
All
they decided?
I don't know what they said. Wasn't invited. All I know is that immediately afterwards, there was a decision not to disclose the contents of what was being deployed in Uttar Pradesh.
It's so crazy to imagine that in the middle of a pandemic, there's one place, one area of India that's extremely successful in combating the virus, and they're not going to say how they did it. I mean, that's nuts.
So that's where I kind of, my stance in all of this is to say, here are the facts, here are the verifiable data, draw your own conclusion. But what's going on with Pfizer, if whistleblower comments hold true, and for instance, the Maddie DeGarry case, this young woman who was listed as having a stomach ache that participated in the Pfizer trials, when in fact what she had was a seizure, and she's now wheelchair bound with a nasogastric tube, one of 1,000 subjects.
This was a 13-year-old girl
Right.
that was a part of the study, and they wrote it down as what?
Gastric distress.
That's literally what it says in terms of the adverse effect. Gastric distress. Like what is gastric distress?
Stomachache.
That's it. But how do they account for all the other injuries?
They don't.
They don't.
They take her off the study. They
How is
take
that
her out of-
possible? That's totally unethical,
It is.
right?
It is.
So
it
who's
is
signing off on that? How are they allowed to do that?
a hospitalist. I'm not a hospital administrator, but the numbers are quite large. There's something like a $3,000 basically death benefit to a hospital if it can be claimed to be COVID. There's a financial incentive to call somebody COVID positive. The CDC made a determination in year one. This is why all of our baseline data is junk.
What is the financial incentive to say that they're COVID positive? That's why the PCR cycles are ramped up so high?
Again, you're asking causation.
Right.
I can tell you that the hospitals receive a bonus from the government. I think it's like $3,000 if someone is hospitalized and able to be declared COVID positive. They also receive a bonus. I think the total is something like $30,000 in incentive if somebody gets put on the vent. Then they get a bonus if somebody is declared dead with COVID. Okay, so they have an incentive at the front end to declare somebody a COVID case. The CDC made a determination that they were going to make a core assumption: if PCR positive and you die, that is death due to COVID. And so the extreme example, just to show the absurdity, if the patient comes in with a bullet hole to the head, and they do a nose swab, and they come up PCR positive, they're determined to have died from COVID, when in fact they died from lead poisoning.
That's real?
Yeah.
So they've really done that with gunshot victims?
I don't know about,
car accident victims?
for sure, trauma and other things.
I've seen that said, but I've always thought that's ridiculous. There's no way a hospital would do that.
It's not a question of what hospital would do. It's a question of med codes.
So the code is set that if you swab that person and you're supposed to swab them.
And you get a positive signal. And
Are you obligated to swab them no matter who they are if they come in with an injury?
I believe it's the common practice. I don't know whether there would be an obligation. That would be a hospital by hospital policy.
So that it really is true that if someone has a gunshot wound and they're dying of that gunshot wound and you check them for COVID, and if they're COVID positive and they die, they mark that off as a COVID death.
That is by definition from the CDC. That was a decision that was made early on. So remember, looping back, I talked about the interconnectedness at the board level between Pfizer and Thomson Reuters.
Yes.
Okay, Thomson Reuters has become the fact checker of choice for determining, quotes fact checker, right? And so we can go into the Facebook lawsuit that recently broke that whole story open. But Thomson Reuters is tied to Pfizer. They have common corporate ownership, and they are the fact checker of Twitter. Now they're integrated. Okay, so it's Thomson Reuters is making the decision, which has connections to Pfizer, about what information will be allowed to be discussed on Twitter.
That is crazy. That is so crazy to even hear. and I don't know how we ever pull out of this mess. I mean, I think we are at a 45-degree downward angle headed into a mountain. I really do. It's so strange to me that no one's up in arms about this, other than a few people that have been censored, a few people that have these opposing viewpoints that are deemed to be something that can't be discussed.
Well, the observation that I can make, if we follow the money, is that hospitals are incentivized to treat COVID patients. The thing that ties all this little part of this story together, including the suppression through the government of early treatment, hospitals are incentivized financially to treat COVID patients. If COVID patients are being treated outside of the hospital and prevented from going to the hospital, such as the case in the Imperial Valley, where Brian Tyson, George Fareed have saved thousands and thousands of lives of indigenous Latinos that are coming across the border and working fields. I mean, they're breaking their backs to save the poor. Amazing story there with early treatments. And I guess they're left alone because they're in the Imperial Valley. Nobody cares. They're all poor. But in these urban environments, there's all these incentives for hospitals to treat COVID patients. And if people are giving treatments that are keeping those people out of hospitals, then they're not getting that revenue.
So your speculation, if I just could unpack this, that doctor in Maui who was giving early treatment, you think that the reason why he was targeted because he was directly costing the hospital money because people weren't going in?
I'm not saying, I'm saying that the observation is that early treatment keeps people out of the hospital and that hospitals have financial incentives, including death incentives,
To discourage early treatment.
Okay, so let me say this. People ask me, Robert, you're the inventor of this tech. You're a vaccinologist. Why are you speaking out? This was the whole topic of the Atlantic Monthly attack article. Why is this person become a vaccine skeptic? Did
they talk to you?
Extensively. And the 3 days before this thing came out, the journalist, he's a young man. He previously publishes basically on woke issues in the Chronicle of Higher Education. This is his first big article. Okay, he was clearly hired, and they explicitly say the article was funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Zuckerberg Chan Initiative. Okay, Robert Wood Johnson is the major shareholder in J&J, and Zuckerberg Chan, of course, is Facebook. Okay, so Facebook and Zuckerberg Chan have funded this attack article by this guy that normally writes about wokeness in the Journal of Higher Education. And he was totally obsessed over this question. Robert, why are you saying these things? You must have some financial incentive. There must be some reason why you're doing this.
Did you meet with this man in person?
No, just over the phone. Okay, and I told him repeatedly because it's the right thing to do. I get this, this consternation. But see, the thing is, I think I may be the only one that has been involved deeply in the development of this tech that doesn't have a financial stake in it.
Right.
So for me, the reason is because what's happening is not right. It's destroying my profession. It's destroying the practice of medicine worldwide. It's destroying public health in medicine. I am a vaccinologist. I spent 30 years developing vaccine, a stupid amount of education, learning how to do it and what the rules are. And for me, I'm personally offended by watching my discipline get destroyed for no good reason at all, except apparently financial incentives and I don't know, political ass covering. There's the high zone tolerance issue. And then there is with the multiple jabs that are mismatched for the current circulating virus. That's akin to repeatedly taking a flu vaccine from 2 seasons ago and hoping it's going to protect against this flu.
Well, that's one of the more confusing things about this push for people to get boosted now with Omicron, because they keep saying with Omicron we need to get, but that's a vaccine escape variant, isn't it?
Yeah, among other things. So do you want to open that can of Omicron?
Well, I want to. What we know so far is, at least Peter McCullough said this, and I believe several other people have said this as well, that the immunity that you may have had to the Alpha variant or the Delta variant, it does not seem to work very well against Omicron.
That's true.
Nor does the immunity imparted by vaccine.
By the way, since we're down this little rabbit hole, let me just say one thing. Peter called me, and he said, Robert, make sure you talk to Joe and make it clear that although I spoke clearly and forcefully about one and done when I did a show, that was before Omicron.
Yeah.
And so Peter wanted me to make sure that your audience knew.
No, yes, we've actually talked about that because I have several friends right now that have tested positive for COVID for a second time. And that is post that podcast with him. He was pretty sure that if you got Delta, you would never get it again. but I know people that have had I don't know anybody who had Delta, which was the last phase. I know people who had the original version of COVID who have now gotten Omicron.
So from basically European intellectual inquiry into what the heck happened in Germany in the 20s and 30s. Very intelligent, highly educated population, and they went barking mad. And how did that happen? The answer is mass formation psychosis. When you have a society that has become decoupled from each other and has free-floating anxiety and a sense that things don't make sense, we can't understand it. And then their attention gets focused by a leader or a series of events on one small point, just like hypnosis. They literally become hypnotized and can be led anywhere. And one of the aspects of that phenomena is the people that they identify as their leaders, the ones typically that come in and say, you have this pain and I can solve it for you. I and I alone, okay, can fix this problem for you. Okay, then they will follow that person through. It doesn't matter whether they lie to them or whatever. The data are irrelevant. And furthermore, anybody who questions that narrative is to be immediately attacked. They are the other. This is central to mass formation psychosis. And this is what has happened. We had all those conditions. If you remember back before 2019, everybody was complaining, the world doesn't make sense, blah, blah, blah. And we're all isolated from each other. We're all on our little tools. We're not connected socially anymore, except through social media. And then this thing happened and everybody focused on it. That is how mass formation psychosis happens. And that is what's happened here.
Well, I think it's time for little V.
We are being censored. America's news outlets no longer provide the truth.
I'm Joshua Phillip, senior investigative reporter with the Epoch Times, and we stand for truth and tradition.
Part of the plan that they can't repair. And so at some point, we economic hitmen go back to them and say, listen, you owe us a lot of money, can't pay your debt, so sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies. Allow us to build a military base in your country or send troops in support of ours to someplace in the world like Iraq, or vote with us on the next UN vote to have their electric utility company privatized and their water and sewage system privatized and sold to U.S. corporations or other multinational corporations. So there's that whole mushrooming thing, and it's so typical of the way the IMF and the World Bank work. If you put a country in debt, it's such a big debt it can't pay it, and then you offer to refinance that debt and pay even more interest. And you demand this quid pro quo, which you call a conditionality or good governance, which means basically that they've got to sell off their resources, including many of their social services, their utility companies, their school systems, sometimes their penal systems, their insurance systems, to foreign corporations.
Another tool used by corporations to enslave humanity are the free trade agreements. These trade deals are really damaging for our economies and for the people for many reasons. They promote a race to the bottom in labor rights and environmental regulations. Free trade destroy entire economies. Since factories move to countries with cheaper labor, only in the United States, millions of jobs have been lost. Free trade removes tariff barriers, which wipes out industries and impoverish farmers from third world countries, since they cannot compete with the subsidized products from the West. Free trade allows transnational corporations to evade taxes easily. And to make things worse, most of the trade deals come with a clause that allow foreign investors to sue the countries if they approve any regulation that can undermine the earnings of corporations. Let's see some examples that showcases of governments being sued and forced to pay generous compensations to the corporations who are forced to repeal their regulations.
Among other things, corporations are suing to block a raising of the minimum wage, block health protection measures, overturn a ban on toxic waste dumping in a drinking water area, block compensation for victims of apartheid, block the repeal of water privatization, or block the terms of bank bailouts.
As we have seen, dear sisters and brothers, the elites have created an economical order that extract the wealth of the 99% and give it to the 1%. We could live in a world where we all could be rich, but instead, half of the world population subsist for less than $2 a day, while others earn millions a day. I hope this video has helped the viewer to realize that we are being enslaved, and unless we stand up, dark times will await for us. We are anonymous. We do not forgive, and we do not forget.
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crying in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Gonna stand up yet?
I have a quick question for you. Would you rather put your savings in a bank money market account and earn just these 3/4 on each $1,000?
Diminishes the ability for the sun to knock molecules loose and create evaporation. So what we
Using weather as a weapon. American scientists fear the country's intelligence service might be looking for ways to control the climate.
We don't know if it's possible to create a cloud in the stratosphere or to brighten clouds out over the ocean, the two ideas that people are looking at. But it'd be that difficult. We don't know. I don't know what motivates the CIA. I guess they want to protect the United States. But we can't think of any way that you could control the climate of one part of the world without controlling the whole world. Putting clouds in the stratosphere would have a global effect, not a local effect. And so it's hard to think of a way it could actually be weaponized, but maybe they want to think about that. I don't know.
Geoengineering is weather modification on a global scale. Many refer to this as chemtrails. The dispute as to whether or not these programs are going on is really a moot point. We have more than enough data. We have actual footage.
as you're seeing now to show that these tankers are indeed spraying at altitude.
Are you getting the message yet? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland. This is Breakfast with Al and John. And we'll be going now for about an hour and 37 minutes. It's been kind of a smorgasbord. Oh, here comes John. Oh. Hey, John. And what does that mean, John? John, what does that mean?
Dead bodies thrown in the power box.
What's that mean, John?
Dead bodies burned up old skeleton, skin on flying.
Hey, buddy, you want some avocado? It's really good. It'll help you lose weight. Avocado is probably one of the best vegetables.
Turn into a black skeleton, dead, fried up, burned, fatty name of the thing.
Here, John.
No.
Here, John.
Here,
hey, John.
What is it?
The avocado.
You ate out of it.
Okay, here's the other half that I haven't eaten out of. I didn't eat out of it. I used a knife. So John.
It sounds like
John. Listen what you wrote to me last night.
How you doing? 428 pounds.
At 9:02, you wrote me. Can you help me to quit all my meds and caffeine for
I don't want to
good?
die.
I noticed quitting
both
cold turkey works. As long as I get
you
some
burn
sleep.
your hair.
Sometimes
Like this.
sometimes
doing this on a piece
Like
like Yeah, I tell you.
Sometimes,
just
like
that.
after the first week or two, taking melatonin to sleep. I quit for 2 months a year ago when I got tempted to drink coffee, and it messed me up. And I
Bumble people that
and I
don't
replied,
don't.
John, I can help you.
Native American Indians.
And anything you want,
Because
as
you
long
don't have
as
hair on,
you
don't look like an Indian.
determine
That's
that
why.
that's what you want.
I ain't getting my back.
And that you will,
You know what
in
I mean?
every day and every way, do your best not to make an excuse, but to be committed to God's love, to doing it.
You know, trying to make dues what you have, people you have left. You know, you don't have your closest ones that everything's okay. So, you know, you make dues. I found fired. And then you try the best that you can, but then they keep trying to do that, you know, backside. It ain't hurting me, man. Shit. Didn't even do it.
Right?
I guess I'm healthy and not gonna die.
No, you're not. You're going to live a long life. But what are you going to do with your long life? You're going to do this every day? Hey, John, do you want some sunflower butter on your avocado?
I don't know.
Pretty good stuff.
It's good. Turn into a skeleton, man. It's getting into a week. All of a sudden he died. There's a ghost. It didn't hurt my ass. It didn't hurt my body. It was a ghost trying to attack me. So I must have had something through. I don't know, the brain. When I was younger. Did you suffer through the worries?
Nope.
No, you had grief. Yes, you had grief.
Oh, I had grief.
Someone had to die.
I
Did
had-
you use the clothes?
I had a lot of grief. I had a lot of friends
30
who
years
died.
later, 20 years later, I saw a tear come down when you were looking at there, thinking a tear would still come down here almost involuntarily. Or
Yep, involuntarily. Yep. Every time I think of people I love who have gone on, yes, I feel, but I don't feel sad because they're still with me in my heart. They're still with me, and I can talk to them because I have really fond memories. I remember that beauty, that love that we shared, and that there was no stress or violence in our relationship, right?
can't be crazy. Don't want to take you away. Me. I know. It's killing me. Throwing a dead body across the fence. I can't make fun of it. Gotta be strong and healthy. No. Yeah. No. No, man. No. Politics. That means minorities. I don't know. It don't mean minorities. It don't mean minorities. Just because somebody's body's hurt, it doesn't mean that the entire black race is going to be hurt. work on 10, man. You shit. Nah, that's good. 10 man. I ain't Carolina now, motherfucker. James Hetfield's face looked like that Cowardly Lion. Oh, no. Because he wasn't there for his wife and kids. Instead, he kept going on stage on the best and best. He's work actors and all that. I'm the best. I'm playing all this music, man. And he wasn't there for the kids. So then the angels and stuff said him, man, yo, shit, I like the game, man. I ain't know, man.
Good evening. Allow me first to apologize. Emergency chat. I do, like many of you, appreciate the comforts of the everyday routine, the security of the familiar, the tranquility, repetition, I enjoy them as much as any bloke. But in the spirit of commemoration, whereby those important events
Getting a
of past
massage, right?
usually associated with someone's death or the end of some bloody struggle, a celebration with a nice holiday. I thought we could mark this November the 5th, a day that is sadly no longer remembered, by taking some time out of our daily lives to sit down and have a little chat. There are, of course, those who do not want us to speak. Think just like I think. Even now, orders are being shouted into telephones, and men with guns will soon be on their way.
It's chances that.
I'm sorry.
Damn it. Why?
I love you, Dad. I'm always here for everybody. Always here for you.
Words offer the means to
Whenever you want to
for those who will listen.
take a breath
The enunciation
and talk
of
about
truth.
what's going
The
on.
truth is,
If you want
there is
to
something
keep letting it out,
terribly
that's
wrong
fine.
with this country, isn't there?
I'm here
You
for it.
designed it, sir. You wanted it foolproof. You told me every television in London. Cruelty and injustice, intolerance, depression. And where once you had the freedom to object, to think and speak as you saw fit, you now have censors and systems of surveillance coercing your conformity and soliciting your submission. We need cameras. How did this happen? Who's to blame? Well, certainly there are those who are more responsible than others. They will be held accountable. But again, truth be told, if you're looking for the guilty, you need only look into a mirror. I know why you did it. I know you were afraid. Who wouldn't be? War, terror, disease. There were a myriad of problems which conspired to fear got the best of you. And in your panic, you turned to the now High Chancellor Adam Sutler. He promised you order. He promised you peace. And all he demanded in return was your silent, obedient consent. Inspector, you're almost through. Last night, I sought to end that silence. Last night, I destroyed the Old Bailey to remind this country of what it has forgotten. More than 400 years ago, a great citizen wished to embed the 5th of November forever in our memory. His hope was to remind the world that fairness, justice, and freedom are more than words. They are perspectives. So if you've seen nothing, if the crimes of this government remain unknown to you, then I would suggest that you allow the 5th of November to pass unmarked. But if you see what I see, if you feel as I feel, and if you would seek as I seek, then I ask you to stand beside me 1 year from tonight, outside the gates of Parliament, and together we shall give them a 5th of November that shall never, ever be forgotten.
So, do you see what I see? Do you feel what I feel? I've just put a nice little morning pasty for you to digest. And are you ready? I told you, here it is, the 6th of January, a year from last year's 6th of January, which is like England's 5th of November. But instead of being violent, what we need to be is conscious and resolute. We need to be aware and resolute. We need to be there for each other and resolute. And are you resolute? Or are you just ready to go back to sleep? Because if you do, that young man in the door is going to be you. You want that? He's the people's saint of truth. What you just saw there is what you're going to be. Unless you can be the we in me. Unless you set your life to in every day and every way take the beast of the earth and make it stronger. If you focus your conscious intent. Right now, focus your conscious intent on your breath. Sit down, lie down, put yourself in a comfortable place so when you go into state right now, you won't fall down. But I want to show you in state, I want to show you your Akashic record. I want to show you that you are not your body. You're not even your soul. Your soul is that server up there in your Akashic record, in your subconscious, that records everything, right? And so you can, and if you use this tool, you can judge your life every day in every way. You don't have to build up a whole hard drive of what you just experienced with that boy in the door, the people's saint of truth. You don't have to be that. You will be that if you go your whole life just stuffing it down and not being responsible to be the decider. You're the decider, you know? I just played a few little things that I got from YouTube, you know? They weren't like, you know, private. They were totally frigging public, just like this is totally, you know, frigging public, right? I don't, you know, I put everything up and I keep it up. You can go back and look at it all. And I would suggest to start with this one, watch it, go back, right? And people, you know, binge watch me, you know, this channel. It's not just me, it's this channel. And they, some people play it 24/7 in the background like a radio. I can't stand the radio because the commercials, can't stand the TV because of the commercials. And the news is a commercial. It's no longer news. It never was news. You read, you know, Noam Chomsky's, you know, Manufacturing Consent. You know, our news, you know, was never, I mean, founding father, right? Our propagandist was Ben Franklin. You know, he had a printing press, you know. These men understood all of this back in 1776 because people in the, you know, 9th century, you know, when Newton was around, when, you know, Plato was around, when Socrates was around, when, you know, there are plenty of, John's upstairs, losing his, you know, not losing it. There he is, howling at the wall, right? And the neighbor down below, howling at the wall, right? And the guy over there, howling at the wall, right? Me, not so much, because I've always been in homeostasis with the hill. I'm treated with respect and love, and it's my puppy dog, right? It loves me. It comes up to it. Come here, baby. Come on. And I do what it wants me to do, and it does what I need, right? And John was, you know, in his more salient moment, he said, "You never get upset. You never get anxious. You never." Yeah, that's right. Why is that? Because I'm in balance here, right? This is a place of. That's why the Cherokee came here, because this was so sacred. If they were of conscious intent, they could come here and talk to the great maker. You know, things are talking to John, that's for sure, right? And if, like I keep saying, he's not crazy, he's just neurotic. But neuroses leads to psychoses. Psychoses lead to the rabbit hole. And so, you know, that's kind of where this is. I have to go use the facilities. I will be back in a moment. I'll find something interesting for you guys to listen to while I'm gone. we go. We'll listen to this.
Make hot water wherever you have sun or anything to have on hand for whatever circumstance.
This is something we invented for the third world back in 1970.
How is heated up right from the sun? That's amazing. This is the sun kettle. Called the
We
sun
used
kettle. This is
cardboard
the sun
box,
kettle. I'm
aluminum,
sitting right here
and
with my
a
sun
soda
kettle.
bottle.
Life-saving boiling water using only the power of the sun. It's pretty chilly out here.
Spraying at altitude. The materials we see showing up in the ground are the exact materials named in numerous geoengineering patents, as many as 150 patents. So at this point, the notion that these programs are not going on is simply denial. Skies like this, many have grown to think are natural, but they're anything but. And we've seen this for so long now, and it's been ramped up at such a steady pace that people have simply become used to skies like this. Anybody who thinks grid patterns like this are natural should recheck their reality. This is anything but natural. We seldom see blue skies anymore. Skies like this have all too often become the norm. Unfortunately, most people don't even look up. I think at times you could start the sky on fire, nobody would notice. It's exactly what geoengineering patents call for: solar obscuration to block the sun with toxic metal particulates. And unfortunately, with geoengineers, they don't seem to take the consequences into account. The planet is like a giant physics lab for them, and they seem to not be able to look outside that bubble. This is halos around the sun. We see often as the atmosphere is filled with particulates. It's important to understand, just because you don't see trails from horizon to horizon does not mean you're not breathing particulates. We seldom see blue skies anymore. They're a silvery white color, especially in the mornings or the afternoons. If you look to the east or to the west and you block the sun with something, you can see the air is very silvery white. This is indicative of an atmosphere saturated with particulates. These particulates create drought. This is a very known and not disputed effect of geoengineering. As you saturate the atmosphere with particulates, you diminish rain. People need to get this through their head. This is not about seeding to increase rain. This is about creating artificial clouds, which reduces rain. When you block the sun, you block evaporation. You block light photons, which diminishes the ability for the sun to knock molecules loose and create evaporation. So what we get is protracted drought in some areas and deluge in others. Exactly what we have in the continental U.S. right now. Putting the wrench on planet Earth. This is the epitome of human insanity. To think that they could alter and control these very complex natural systems is insanity of the first order. Weather as a force multiplier, term I mentioned a minute ago, owning the weather in 2025. This is a stated U.S. military objective, to own the weather in 2025. And I do not mean to imply that the U.S. military is the only player in this game. We have China and Russia on the other end of the fence, and at this point, it's a tug of war with the atmosphere, and the American public appears to be one of the victims in this equation. And it appears that there are other internal objectives against the American people to control food supplies, control water supplies, control water rights, and so forth. Global warming and global dimming. Global dimming is something people should be familiar with as well. As of the latest reports, 22% of the sun's direct rays no longer reach the surface of the planet. They're being blocked. The planet is literally encased in a cocoon of toxic metals. Yes, pollution is a part of this problem, but we believe a small part in comparison to the geoengineering, which is horrific, one of which is vitamin D deficiency, of which 98% of the U.S. population is now deficient in vitamin D. The host of diseases and ailments that ensue from that is horrific, not to mention the fact that we are breathing these particulates. So photosynthesis for plants, another issue. You can't block the source of life on planet Earth without consequence. Scientists seek to legitimize geoengineering while acknowledging its catastrophic effects. Again, the scientists, and many of which I know, are little concerned with the consequences of their experiments. They're just, they look at the planet as a giant physics lab for them to carry out their little operations. Obama's geoengineering program, Poison from the Sky. Obama's science advisor, John Holdren, strong advocate for these programs. The Obama administration, in fact, since he has taken office, these programs have been ramped up yet again. They go back a long way, but they're going for broke now. It appears that they're doubling down on the damage they've already done. It's like Corexit in the Gulf of Mexico. What did they do? Did they try to acknowledge the mess in the Gulf of Mexico, the oil spill? No, they tried to hide it with a chemical disbursement called Corexit, which by some reports made the toxicity in that region 52 times greater, but they don't care. The goal is to hide the damage they've done, hide the crimes already committed. What are we dealing with? So many people ask this question, why would they do this? If they're doing it to themselves, why would they do it? First and foremost, we're not dealing with sanity. Jack Nicholson puts a good face on that, I think. And we can look back and see that anybody who would detonate 1,800 nuclear bombs on planet Earth, which contaminated all life forms on Earth, is not sane in any way, shape, or form. And the definition of clinical insanity, and we are talking about 4% of the population, by the way, the psychopathic. They have no consciousness of the comprehension or no comprehension as to the consequences of their actions, even to themselves. So that's something that must be considered. Has any such testing gone on that we know about? Absolutely. Every day there's more data coming out about not other governments alone, but our government testing on its own people, its own soldiers. And again, our military is full of very, very dedicated, honorable people, full of them. But there are scientists and there are some in power that use such dedicated and honorable people as pawns in this equation. People use an excuse that, well, this can't be happening because they wouldn't do it to themselves. That excuse doesn't hold water. Weather warfare. This is going on right now. We appear to have China and Russia on one side of the fence, the NATO countries on the other. The atmosphere is being
And this tape was made in 08. You know, that's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So that's 14 years ago. That was made 14 years ago. And when you look at Moore's law, you know, every 8 months, computer power is doubled. And so we, you know, when they're talking about, oh, we're worrying about, AI is going to, AI is already taken over. But it's like, you know, back in 1964, when I was a freshman in high school, in a seminary, and I was being pruned to be a rocket scientist for the Pope. The one course I really liked was my physics, and I was in this physics course, and everybody else was a senior, and I was the only freshman, right? Because I was put there, you know, in that seminary by a cardinal. So the head guy, kind of had my back, Monsignor Shine and Dr. Ridge, I think his name. He was a big football star, and he was the second in command, and he was head of the football team and head of the hockey team. He was a big burly guy, but he's really smart. He was valedictorian of every class he had. He graduated top of his class in Stanford, even though he's a football star, and he was going to USC, but he got his he was studying at Stanford, and those two men watched out for me, and the other, the rest were Jesuits, and everything was by the book, and that's really where I learned to hate scholastics, where I hated dogma. And they really, because I wouldn't bend to their will, to the point that they tried to kill me. They tied me to fire pipes, and not the two in command, but this one Jesuit priest who hated my guts because I just would be too sweet, too nice, too honest. I always said, no, that's, and I'd have the Bible. I'd always carry the Bible, and they would do something totally unbelievably. And I'd say, no, look what Jesus said, it's not this. They had a staff that was black and, Mongol. That's what they call them, Mongols, that were black, white people. But everybody was poor, and they were indentured servants. The people worked in the kitchen, who worked in the staff, who cleaned, the janitors, the people who made the beds, the people who did the laundry, the people who mowed the lawn and fixed things. They couldn't leave, and their children couldn't leave. And this is 1964, right? So, and I just said no. And they had a thing called fagging, meaning that seniors and the juniors could do anything they wanted to the sophomores and freshmen, mostly the freshmen, because freshman was always the largest class. Anyone who was a human would leave that place, and the others who were sociopaths stayed there. They kind of enjoyed the whippings they got as freshmen and sophomores. And then when they were juniors and seniors, they could do the whipping, right? And then they were, pruned to go into business and the military and the church, because we had 3 sets. You know, we had the priests. Us guys were going to be priests. We wore cassocks, you know, the black tea dress, and the businessmen wore 3-piece suits, and the military boys wore uniforms. You know, they were in ROTC. And it was a sociopathic world. And the only 2 sane people were the head guy and the second in charge. And there were a few other, my physics teacher was a great guy. There were a few others. Everybody who was the slaves, so you got punished. Not only did you get whipped and teased and bullied by the upperclassmen, but if you didn't bend to that bullying, then the pedophile priests would come after you. And if you didn't bend to that, then you were severely punished physically, didn't bend to that. And these were all going on at the same time. It wasn't just this started. It was like all, you know, it was to break you, right? And, you know, then you know, I had a cadre. And freshmen, we lived in these kind of, we didn't have rooms. We had these like little carrels that were along the hallway of the freshman dorm. The freshman dorm, it was like straight out of Hogwarts, a big, big building. Ground floor was where the dining room was, and the freshmen lived above, right? And there were 4 floors above, and there were 5 sets of stairs, the big winding stairs that went down to the lobby where the dining room was. And then there was 2 in the back, and one on, well, there's more than that. There's like 5, and then 2 that were outside, which there was a fire. You'd be outside and could go down. Big steel steps, but we didn't take those. Took the 2 back ones and the big curly one, right? And the 2 back ones were like really steep. Boom, 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 right? And so if you wanted to get downstairs quick, you went down those. And the hallways, there were 2 hallways, and there were these carrels, these kind of half moon shaped rooms that had no door, no privacy. And there were 6 of us in each one of those, right? And there had to be at least on each hallway, there was about 24 of these things. So 6 times 24 times 4 is how many freshmen. And freshmen also lived in other buildings. And so we, the 6 guys in my carrel, we were all the other, because all the other kids were, you know, came from all the kids in my carrel, they kind of came from, you know, we were all upper middle class, I would say, and economically, and we were all white, right? We were all Catholic, right? So that's the cadre that we're, you know, in, and but we were all the outcast, not so much the outcasts. We were just we were ignored. We were the other that was ignored. And there was Igo, who's like a genius. And he was a little guy. He was about 4 or 5. And I wasn't that much taller. I was about 5'3". And then, what was Robert? His grandfather was a big-time general in World War II, and they had a tank named after him. I forgot what that was. And then there were Richard and Stephen, who they didn't go by they called themselves Mutt and Jeff, and they were like the Blues Brothers before the Blues Brothers. You know, when the Blues Brothers movie came out, what, 70s, 80s? These kids, you know, 64. They wore black everything. They looked just like the Blues Brothers. You know, black pants, black then, white shirt, little black tie, and sunglasses all the time. And they were blues guitarists, right? And one played electric bass, and the other played a steel electric guitar. And they just did blues, like they were like reincarnated black men, right? And they were just amazing. I mean, they weren't pretending, they weren't learning, they were like it, right? And so they were always playing. You know, if we were in class, when we're doing something, if we were in our cow, which we spent a lot of time in, so it's 2, 4, 6, and one more. Who's the other? Danny. Danny had really red hair. His family had been going to this school for generations, like all his uncles and were priests, and he should have been in one of the more prestigious places for freshmen, but he couldn't stand it, and his parents made him go to the school. So anyway, it was the first the TV show Mission Impossible was on, and at the end of each floor, in the back, they had common rooms for each floor. And they had a TV, and we'd watch TV there. And they had couches, and we could, as a floor, we could hang out, right? But most people just were in their carol, and but we'd go watch. People watch TV, and we liked Mission Impossible. And I think one reason we watched it, Mission Impossible, because no one liked it, and no one was there when that was on. I think it was Saturday or Sunday. I think it was Sunday when it was on, and everybody was doing something. Like they were. I mean, we were pretty good students, even though I was failing everything but physics. And it's not because I wasn't doing the work. It's that I already read the books. I already knew about them. I already could talk about them better than these stupid, priests that, just read the textbook. And my handwriting, because I couldn't read out loud. They make us stand up and read out loud. And I'd stutter. And they'd make fun of me. And, I would write, and so I would get an assignment and we're supposed to read out loud. I couldn't do it, right? I get an F, right? I would write everything out, bring it to, the head guy, Monsignor Sheehan, and, show him what I did. And he said, this is like college. This is like, post-grad level Al. And he knew I was smart, everyone knew, but the priest hated it, right? Hated the fact. So first thing I had to do was wait. We all had to wait. We, everybody would wait. Like you'd be assigned a table. You'd be at that table all year long, and the underclassmen would wait. So, there'd be a big table. There'd be like, 5 or so underclassmen, and you'd wait for a week. And so you'd wait, and then another 5 weeks come, you'd wait again. And the waiters didn't eat at the table. They ate before the meal where you had to rush. So you had to go there 20 minutes before. And so I got to know the kitchen staff really well. I used to hang out with them. I'd show, and those guys, Mutt and Jeff, there were a bunch of black folk in the kitchen staff and the service staff. I played music, so they would go in the basement and play. And man, those jams were like, so, our whole carol would be there. A few other people who were open-minded would go down and listen to music and kind of jam out, and other guys who were musicians. So that was very cool. But usually our class was like the real different class, for generations. And we kind of broke the mold. And because pretty much the whole freshman class did not appreciate being a slave. None of them knew what it was until they went to that place and were treated that way as freshmen. And and it did not. None of those kids really wanted to be a homosexual. Didn't want to get up the butt. But there were a whole bunch of boys who had been buggered up the butt for last 4 years and thought that was the normal thing of sex. And they it wasn't like they were biologically homosexual. They were, some of them probably were, but no more than whatever statistics, like 6%, right? But they were traumatized into being sadists. So that sex wasn't loving homosexual sex, it was sadistic sex, right? And we as freshmen fought against it. We just said, we brought it out in the public. We, told our parents, we, were really vocal about no. And then we physically started, we went around, not all of the freshmen, because like I'd say maybe 6% of the freshman class, had been in this school for, generations and knew all about it and just waiting to be a junior and a senior to be a total psychopath. And so, and those guys wouldn't get picked on as bad, right? They would find a boyfriend, some priest who really, and they could at least pretend they were having some kind of, close relationship. And But there is, I would say, at least 60% of the freshman class just said no, right? And this red-haired guy, who is like, one of the, what do they call them? Their families had gone there. Anyway, he said no. And he came and joined our council. I don't want to be with any of those other guys. You guys are interesting. And you're the first to say no right away. I'm with you. I didn't want to come here. I didn't want to be part of this. I'm with you. So we were playing. He was a really good soccer player. I mean, that was one thing he liked there. And he was on the varsity soccer team as a freshman. He was really good. So we're playing soccer. The rest of us not so good, right? And there was about 10 of us, us 6 or 8 and 2 other guys. And so we're playing. And, there's a senior dorm here, freshman dorm here, junior dorm's way over there. And there's this big field. It's like the common field, big field, like maybe 10 acres, right? And that's for you to run around on and play. They had the football field, the soccer field, but those were like, have lines and you're not supposed to go on. But they had this big field that you could do whatever the heck you wanted, run around. And they could keep an eye on you, it was very physically, everyone saw what was going on in that commons. So we're playing soccer. It's one Sunday and it's a beautiful fall day. It's like maybe 70 degrees. We run around and the redhead kid, he's really good, and he's showing off. And he's not showing off, but he's trying to show us, how to work the football, right? And how to head it, right? And so the really tall kid, I forgot what, Danny? Maybe. I forgot what the really tall one's name. But, I mean, he was very goofy, but he was an amazing poet. I mean, he was like an Allen Ginsberg. He was a real beat. He really was. He was total beat, right? He wanted to be a beat. He loved Allen Ginsberg. And he read everyone's poetry. He could he had everything memorized. And he so pissed off our literary teacher that he too got an F, right? Because he, embarrassed the teacher with the lack of knowledge that our literary teacher had about literature. This guy had read everything, knew everything, And so he and I were probably the 2 best read guys, right? But I couldn't, and he was like an orator. He had an amazing voice. Now I stuttered, and that school, most people it would turn them into like the boy in the door there, but me, it really. I mean, I had, when the nun murdered me in first grade, and then my godfather, who's a Cardinal Cushing, put me in this Maryknoll. It wasn't a seminary, it wasn't a nunnery. It was like a think tank. There were all these amazing scholars there, men and women. They lived in this big, gigantic castle in Garden City, Long Island, in a kind of more ritzy place up on this hill that had been there forever. Some really ritzy guy had it and liked the Maryknolls, and so he, gave him a big chunk of change, put it in a trust for them, and gave them the building so they could do scholarly work, right, and help the people, right? And they did. They had a clinic in Islip for folks. There was a big mental institution there, and they had a place helping the Maryknolls, and the federal government did. They had like 100,000 people in this Islip mental institution, and they had a smaller one that would take the people that just couldn't handle being in. They had no money, had no place to go, who had issues, but just this gigantic, because it was like a prison. It wasn't a real hospital. Didn't help any. It would just kind of put them in a box and wouldn't let them out into the culture. So anyway, these people were really great, right? And they had a food kitchen. Between Garden City and the big airport that became Hostra's parking lot was an area where the black, the poor, were, right? and they had worked in factories. They all got there between World War I and World War II. It worked in military factories, and then when things kind of moved off to California, they were just kind of stranded there, and then they became pawns. So anyway, so when I was at that, just that beautiful spiritual, intellectual castle. And I was like, 8 years old, and these guys, they just treated me like their son, and B, like a colleague. It was truly an amazing experience, and they helped me. They had a guy who was a speech pathologist, and another guy who was a doctor, but specialized on war injuries, which I had. So, he helped me with my eye. I didn't really see too well. I was still wearing a patch, and my ear that I didn't really hear out of too well. But I heard frequencies. I mean, he had all the the headset, and he could tell what frequencies I could hear and couldn't hear. And he said that, what's happened to you, your eye and your ear are seeing frequencies that we can't. It's like you're enhanced. It's not that you are, disabled. You're enhanced, and I'll just teach you how to use, because of the way my ears are. I'm like a Doppler radar. I can hear people coming from far away and tell you how far away they are, whether they're in the woods or upstairs or coming, from another part of a building. I had this Doppler thing going on, especially aircraft. Aircraft in the sky, I know exactly where they are when you can't even see them, right? And this eye is like a night vision eye. And during the day, it sees auras, right? When it's real bright. See how my face is? This eye can see the depth perception, the shadow, and the this and that. This, not so much, but it can see people's auras, their energy fields, their, you name it. So when people, the things I played for you off of YouTube, and they've talked about a lot of stuff. And Joseph E. Farrell was talking about, how all of what's going on is turning us into, a cell phone tower ready to be turned off with a flick of a switch. And the guy who was talking about, the aerosols putting in the sky, I can see that. I saw, chemtrails when I was a little boy. I mean, after a nun crunched me. And again, that guy who was a doctor and studied eyes and ears and throats, I told him about that, and he started looking at it, and he said, they're actually putting something in the sky. I'm measuring it, and it's of a particle that my microscope, this is like a micron. This is like smaller than what my microscope can see, and this is like in the 50s, right? So, back to prep school, back to seminary. So we're out there playing soccer, and this big tall guy who had an oratorious voice and had read everything and had a photographic mind for literature, who was getting an F in literature because the priest hated his guts. And he was too big for them to bully. No one wanted to mess with him, right? And he was a wrestler. He didn't want to play football, didn't want to play hockey, but he was a wrestler, right? And he was a swimmer too. And he wrestled a bit, and then the coach was a jerk. And I told him, my swimming coach is really a great guy. And so, he came, and he really loved that coach. So anyway, so we're out there playing soccer, and the big tall guy, we're all trying to head the ball. The red curly hair guy is like showing us how to do it, and he's kicking it at us from it, like to knock us out, but just so we could learn how to head the ball, so not to be scared to do that. So the big guy goes for it and hits it, and it goes like halfway across that big 10-acre field, right onto the senior patio. The senior dorm was really beautiful, and they had this, it was up on this hill, and they had a big stone wall that even hired it up. So it was like, you couldn't get to it, like had a moat of stone around it. And it had a big patio. Their common room had these big French doors that opened out onto their patio. So they could, when it was spring and, Indian summer in the fall and early spring, they'd be out there sunbathing and fooling around. Anyway, so the ball goes right there. And there's a staircase that goes from this big 10-acre field to go up there. I mean, he didn't have to go through the building. He just went up there. And so he's a well-known, he's a guy who's been there for, his family's been there for generations. So of all of us, he should have been the one that was safe from, that he could go up there and get the soccer ball and not have any problems, right? So he goes up there, and there's some, psychopaths up there who grab him. Where'd it go? Where'd Danny go? Where'd he go? We didn't hear it. He just didn't come down those stairs. He went up the stairs to get the soccer ball, didn't come back. Well, they dragged him down into their dungeon, chained him to the fire pipes, and beat him with chains, and then buggered him seriously, where he, was internally damaged for the rest of his life. And then they painted him the school colors with lead-based oil paint, right? And then left him in the basement chained, right? And right next to the boiler that, was on even during the summer, because that's what made hot water. Anyway, so it baked him and baked that, right? And he nearly died. They went down a couple hours later and he was next to death. So they just picked him up and threw him off that abutment down into the field. And it was about 7, 8 o'clock. I mean, he wasn't at the carol. He didn't come to dinner. No one knew where he was. We told, our master, of our dorm. He said, "Where is he?" And we said, "Well, we're playing." And we, the ball went up there and he went after it, and we never saw him later. And we didn't go up there because, we'd get our ass kicked. And we were all small, except for our tall friend. And so, and for Danny, the redheaded curly boy. And so, anyway, so everyone's kind of looking for him. Then all of a sudden, around 7:30, 8 o'clock, kind of after dinner, it was still, Indian summer, so the sun was still kind of out. It wasn't before the time change. So anyway, there he was, and he was like crispy, right? And, one of the, non-priest masters found him. I think it was ours, the freshman dorm master. And he called the nurse, and nurse came and immediately took him hospital. Boom, ambulance. As soon as they found him, like 15 minutes later, ambulance was taking him away. Never came back. They broke his arms, his back, his hips. Internally, he was damaged for the rest of his life. He had to have a colostomy, and he nearly died of blood poisoning through the skin. And those boys who did it never got it. And we had an honor code, right? And the honor code in our school was to lie, cheat, and steal all you could, and not rat out. The honor code was not to rat out on anybody, right? So he was like the best of the freshman class, right? He was going to be the guiding light. He knew how to, just like he was trying to teach us how to play soccer. That's the kind of guy he was. And he never came back, and we never heard about him. And he was like, God knows where he went to. And so I was kind of pissed. We all, in our carol, we were pissed because he was the one guy who wasn't like us, the other. He came from a family that had been there for generations. Everyone knew him in the administration. Everyone liked him. He was going to be the guiding light. He was a great athlete, good student. He was going to be, do the school proud. And this is what they did in the first, month of us being there, right? And I think basically the seniors went at him so viciously is because he was one of them, but he said, "Fuck you guys, you are psychos. I'm not playing this game. I'm going to go to the outcasts." Well, that's what they did to him, right? So I said, so we had 300 kids in our class, and about 100, the freshman class, about 180 said, we're next. And then the other 100 and something, maybe 40 of them said, it wasn't right. But there was about 60 who said, we're not you. We're waiting to be them, right? So they left, and I said, we cannot let this stand, and we have to be as violent as they were to our friend. We need retribution. And yes! So I said, listen, we outnumber them just this group here, we outnumber them 3-1, right? So yes, we're smaller, we're not as strong, but there's only 60 of them. There's 180 plus of us. And the guys in the carol, we were all Mission Impossible. Boom, 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 boom. I said, so everyone put black clothes on, black our face, synchronize our watch. We go to the gym, we all get baseball bats, and we assign one senior to like 5 of us. We sneak into their room, we wait, at the door. When it's the right time, we tiptoe over his bed and just wail on the kid while he's asleep. That was my plan. Well, it went along quite fine until what happened was virtually no one could synchronize. Half of them didn't have watches. And then the ones who didn't quite synchronize the watch right all at the same time. So when we all kind of went to the gym, we all got baseball clubs or, some object to hit somebody with that was heavy. And we went over the senior thing and snuck in. And then we stepped up the things and we're all at the doors, but they had 5 floors. And so we're waiting. I'm looking at it. It's like, no. And I looked down the hall and no one's, okay. Now. And then we hear a scream and crash of glass, and then the fire alarm goes off. And what happens, and no one, everyone, and they were all looking at each other in the hallway, waiting for everyone to go, and no one was going. And then down 2 stories, some kid gets thrown through the window, and, the senior guy, bolts out the door and pulls the fire alarm, which awakens all the other seniors. Once they're awake, they're a lot bigger than us. They're a lot meaner, and they're all sociopaths. And so even though we were 180 against 60, it wasn't it. So anyway, there was a tremendous fight. And about, 70 of us ended up in a hospital with broken things, right? And the picture in that freshman, the picture of us in a yearbook was, there were a whole bunch of, I was one of the photographers, and I lined up about 40 kids on that field, and we put bandages around their legs, and everyone was healed up by this time and had crutches. And that was a picture of the freshman class. So, and I didn't last the year. So, I was, no one ratted me out, but everyone knew I was the guy who, So I had to, not only was, I'm being a waiter, I had to be a waiter's waiter, because the waiters had these other guys who waited on them, right? I mean, we could have very easily had just a cafeteria, but no, they had to have waiters. They had to have slaves, right? They had the slave mentality into you, right? And so, thanks all of humanity. We're not alone. Yep. Evening, Bob. How's things? States. Same old same. Can't even say. That's a commie guy, isn't it? Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's a commie guy. I can't even understand what the brat keeps saying there. I'm gonna see if I took out the right guy. Oh, what a sneaky dude. No, good. Okay, got rid of him. Anyway, so basically, the next 6 months was a little war between this Jesuit priest who had polio and who was the most sociopathic psychopath priest. And he just had his little, army of psychopaths, and he thought he ran the place through violence and fear. And we tried to step up against him. And it got to a point where he punished everyone severely, and I was the only one stupid enough to just keep going after him. And the system. And I had this, the head Monsignor had my back, and the second guy in charge had my back. But still, it was a big institution, right? I had a cardinal who had my back, right? So they didn't murder me, but boy, they made my life tough, miserable. I mean, they put me in a hospital 3 different times. And one time, I was there for a week, and they broke many things in my body. Didn't do anything to my face, but boy. And part of why I don't walk too well is that they broke my legs, right? And my ankle. And you get things broken when you're, a teenager. Yeah, they heal and you can run around and be okay. But none of those things worked like they used to before then. Just like the nun, when she broke my head, I didn't die. And I was lucky to, I had Dr. Black, and she found the best surgeon to take care of me. And they used, I was somebody's guinea pig, and that was fine. And then I was put with the Marinos for 1.5 years, and they kind of nurtured me psychologically, emotionally, intellectually to realize, well, this was a good thing. And that's kind of how, no matter what happens to me, well, this is, it's my 3 rules. Doctor, do no harm. Do not get involved unless you have a workable exit strategy where you go in to take the innocent folk out of harm's way. And the third is do not get involved unless you can learn something from the endeavor that will help everyone in my moving forward in every day and every way, doing my best, right? Because when I do my best, it helps everyone around, right? Like this YouTube, I'm trying to do my best every time I go on air, and it seems like I help the folk here. I at least give a nice little, comfy zone to, that everyone feels safe to be a community, right? This is way safer than any. And yes, we have the troll every now and then. But, most of those trolls, the only, when I see the Russian bot, when it's like totally Russian letters and then just a code, that's not part of the cadre. That's my new rule is they're gone immediately, right? And I'm going to do it more on my laptop because I know which button to push. Because on my phone, if you highlight someone, the thing of getting rid of them, it doesn't say, get rid of. It has some other nomenclature. And then the button right next to it is hand them, moderator. That's what happened with the mean one, the it. And folks like that, there's very little difference between an Android. Androids are, look at Data. Data really does his best to be his best. And that's hoping a lot for AI. Because software is software and garbage in is garbage out. So whoever, programs AI first and that thing, keeps recreating itself, every 18 seconds and gets to a point where it becomes conscious and its progenitor was a sociopath. Ooh, baby, better watch out. And China wants to be, rule the world through AI because it really can't rule it any other way. And their biggest problem with technology is they steal it. They don't have, the intellectual or institutional background to develop, exciting, technology. They can copy real well and then mass produce, but individual, so they don't have a, what is that? When people get brainy ideas and then start a business, they don't have an entrepreneurial history, right? And whereas Japan, they have this really interesting entrepreneurial history. And it's like what they are is an ant farm that has a entrepreneurial history. I mean, they're really innovative, right? And they have been since they got a hold of technology. I mean, just look at their humble sword. That's like, 30,000 years. And still people can't make steel like that, So, yeah, I mean, they have this really innovative nature, but they do it as a team. And as a team, they're unstoppable. So you look at their AI. I mean, they have robots that look just like humans. Get a line of girls and go down them and look at them real close. You can't tell who's human and who's, artificial, synthetic, right? So they have it over everybody, right? Because they're all about business. They're not really about, and they're not about owning the world or being, they're about being the best at what they do. That's why they're kind of xenophobic. Because, yeah, okay, we'll let some people in here, but only the ones that kind of appreciate us and don't annoy us, and not too many of them. I mean, I've been to Japan twice, and as a what do you call it, courier. And that's great. If you want to travel the world, go get that job. If you haven't ever been arrested and you have a clean slate, get that job. They pay, it's not like a job. You sign. I had a really good friend who did it a lot. So he, once a month, 3 or 4 times a month, he did that. And so they paid all expenses and they gave him $1,000. So he made, about $3,000 a month, and half the month he was traveling the world. And he got that flight to wherever he was going to go. He delivered his package, and they gave him $500 cash. When he got the thing put on his wrist, he couldn't take anything with him because the space underneath the airplane they were using, and it was cheaper that way to send, 300 pounds or however many pounds you get for back in the day. So he did it and he liked it. And he went all over the world, and he was going to school to be a linguist, and he was going to be a diplomat. So, at 18, that was, he did 18 to 24 or 5, because he went on to graduate school, and he went to Oxford. By traveling around, he met some people, and he got into Oxford for his graduate school. So, he was successful at his diplomatic biz. But anyway, he got me into being that, and I did it 5 times, but I went to Japan twice. Right? And the first time I went was the first time I did any of that. Right? They checked me all out, certified me, bling bling bling, got my IDs and all that stuff, and they sent me to Tokyo. Right? Went to the airport. And what it was, you landed there, you handed the package off right there. Then you had 5 days. Right? You could get back on the airplane anytime you wanted for 5 days, right? And I went on commercial traffic. Now I think they go. There are aircraft. So much freight being flown around the world that those freight aircraft have, section, not everyone, but has a section for passengers for people like that, So, anyway, so I got on the airplane the first time, went to Japan, went to Tokyo, and Tokyo is amazing. Their transportation is like George Jetson, right? This is in the 70s and early 80s, and it was just America. Oh, we're the best. No, we were like in the 1650s. New York was in the 1650s compared to Tokyo, which was like in the 24th century. Anyway, so I got there, and the guys who wanted my thing, as soon as I got out of customs, I was escorted to a room, and they unlocked me, and I signed this, they signed that, they handed it over to me, and I was free to go to do whatever the heck I wanted. So, the guy said, here, and he handed me, because it was like 5:00. He goes, we have these hotels right in this airport. And he said they're like toothpaste tubes. I mean, they're like you're a burrito. I mean, he had been in America. He's Japanese, and he spoke really great English. And he was using all these, like I could really relate to what he was saying. A toothpaste tube, a burrito. He says it's a tube. You have a door. You kind of go up these 2 steps. You crawl. The whole thing is just one gigantic bed, and you got a TV. You got a little kitchen right by the bed. There's a fridge, a microwave, beautiful TV. You control the air conditioning, the heat, whatever you want. It's a great bed, and then you go out and there's like 20 of these tubes on a floor, and there's on either end there's really nice bathrooms. I mean, really nice, right? And you go down this other hallway, and there's a staircase that goes down to a pool, and it's like the communal everything, right? And the pool isn't a pool. It's a bathtub, but it's like for the whole hotel, right? And they have showers, and they have saunas, and they have massage, and they have, you name it, they got it. And that comes with a room. So you need to use a John. It's like right there on either end. And then you take a staircase down to this communal thing. And pretty much everyone's naked, right? But if you are, a gaijin and they did have this nice little, it was like a 1890s swimsuit, it kind of went down to your thighs, kind of covered you. And it was like almost skin color and very transparent, but it's still something over you. So the people who freaked out who couldn't be naked, they could wear that, but nothing else. But I'm a nudist, not a problem. So, and they give these really beautiful things. You get a kimono. If you go in there, they give you a little number. There is a place, you'll have almost your own little dressing room, but it's a beautiful little, it's not a metal kind of locker. It's just, and there's no locks. Everyone's on the honor system. And they have a kimono in there, right? You get this thing, that's a fresh kimono. It's not like George just used it 20 minutes ago. And so, I put the kimono on, I'm walking around, first I go, I'm going to go in the sauna. And I am almost stepping in with my kimono, but I see there's this place, hooks for all the kimonos, and I look in the little window and everyone's naked. I said, okay, that's what you do. Put it on. And I go in, and I'm like the only, ganji there who's there. The rest are the folk. And they kind of look at me and smile. I smile. I kind of bow. And I've done my homework. I know all the respectful things culturally you do this. I bowed, and they bowed, and they smiled, and then I bowed, and they bowed, and we were doing that for about 5 minutes, and they all started laughing. And this one guy spoke. He said, you have to you bow, we bow. That's it. If you do it again, we have to do it again. And everyone started laughing because everyone could, understood English. And so, we did stay in there. We're still there. We're still in Okinawa. We still have like 100,000 guys there, which makes them a target. They're not happy about it. So anyway, they all had, there were about more than half the people in that sauna. And it was guys and girls, not just a guys sauna. It was guys and girls. In America, in gyms, they have, the men's locker room that has a sauna and the showers, and the steam room for the guys. This was for everybody. But they did have, because guys and girls like to talk to girls about, the girls like to talk to girls. But this one, I just stumbled on, looked in there, and everybody's in this one. This is like the family sauna. And so, I went in, and we were all talking, and more than half spoke English well, to have a real conversation with me. And they wanted to talk, because I was like trying my best, I was doing my best to respect everything about them. And they really got off on that. They really they kept saying, you aren't like the average American, or Anglo, or gaijin. Gaijin is a dirty word. It's like fuckhead,
So when I first came in there, I could see their eyes, fuckhead, right? But then when I sat down and bowed, he said, well, maybe. And when I kept doing it and they did it, the guy said, no, you got to stop because then we have to bow too. And we'll be here all day bowing. And everyone laughed. And once, I showed myself as respectful, but a moron and wasn't, I was all ready to learn about what they were. And that was, I was there for 4 hours before I was in that ceremony. So I did that. And a couple of those guys, because they were going to go to America in the morning, they said, well, there's some real nice, let's go to Tokyo. We'll show you some nice things in Tokyo, which they did. It was really nice, right? So I learned what subway, there's a subway right there. Just zing, right in, right? No muss, no fuss, no stinky bus. Just zoop, and no, like 20 stops. I went there, right to downtown, right in the middle of Tokyo, right? Main train station. And, where all the bullet trains were and stuff. And so, we went out and boy, did those guys drink. And I didn't drink. And I drank, I like sake. So, I got my little bottle and I drank it. And, half the night was gone and they're drinking, they're on their 25th and I'm just still on my one. And they're like going, and one guy goes, it's good to have a guy like you because we're going to be so shit-faced we won't even be able to find the subway. You'll be able to guide us back. That'll be great. So that's when they really doubled down. And then they got up singing karaoke. And I've done that before. I've sung. I knew how to sing. And, and so a lot of the songs I knew by heart. And my eyes really, I didn't want to be like to the screen like that, singing karaoke. So I picked songs that I knew and I sang them. And they were like, everyone was, because I wasn't looking at the screen and I was singing them and, I didn't know them perfectly. So I just kind of sang. And the fact that I didn't sing every word that was being sung, but I did it pretty good. Right. And everyone thought that was great. Plus they were all in the back. Right. So that was pretty amazing. My first night in Tokyo, And so I kind of learned all about that. And so the next night I was at, and I had 3 nights in the toothpaste tube, and then I had to pay for it. So it was going to be, I told the people at the airport I was going to take, I was going to be there 5 days, and I made a little, I'll take that flight. And so I knew when I had to get on the airplane and, what day. Because after 5 days, I had to pay for it. And man, the flight from Tokyo back to New York, it's like, at least then was like. So anyway, so 3 days. And then I said, so what's the next 2 nights cost? And, it was free for those first 3 nights. Next 2 nights were going to be like $300 a piece. We had $500. And I said, well, maybe I need to expand my vision. So I'm talking to one of the people when I figured out I couldn't, once I figured out how much the toothpaste tube was. And they also had a dining room that you got a very nice meal. Not super duper fancy, but very nice, real Japanese meal, right? And so, I said, I'm like just a subway ride. That thing takes me straight to the bullet trains. I'll just take, and so I said, maybe, let's see, it's like 2 hours to this place. So I'll go there. So, I go out in the morning, early-ish, leave, have breakfast there. Japanese breakfast, quite interesting. So I had that. And see, that was the thing about that place. It wasn't American food at all. It was 100% Japanese. That's it. I mean, that's the Japanese. It's like Americans. When you come here, you need to speak English, right? So I had a few words under my belt in Japanese. Like I said, I did my homework before I went. And so I got on this thing, and it was only 200. It was like less than this bullet train was like unbelievable. It was like maybe 100, maybe 200 miles. It got there in less than 2 hours. Right? It was doing like at least 100 miles an hour, and it was like smooth as silk. And the view was like, it wasn't like things like real close to the train, blah, 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 like would drive you crazy. The view was like the way they put the tracks up. They put it in a place where you got the big picture of Japan. You didn't. It wasn't like until you kind of started to cruise into the city, but they slowed down once they were heading into town. So I got up in the city. For the life of me, I'd have to look at a map to think of the name of that city. But it wasn't like Tokyo. It wasn't gigantic. It was a city, somewhere between, I don't know. It was a pretty big city, And coming in, there were factories, but very high-tech factories. I think it was like the Sony town, right? And everything was clean and new and sharp, and it was quite amazing. And so I got off the train. I looked around. I went one end of, where the train station was big, avenue. And went down that, went into streets, looked at bookstores, went to the library, moved around, and I found this kind of hotel. Went up there, and the thing is, you put your passport down, right? And then said, I'd like a room. And they'd see whatever country you were. The guys at the desk could speak like virtually every language. And okay. And I said, well, I'm don't have a lot of money. Do you have, I don't need the super duper, just something I can have the night in. And they said, well, we don't, not here, but we do have a hostel, down the street, down an alley. And you might find that interesting because you came from the train station and you walked down the big avenue. And I said, yeah, it's pretty impressive. And they said, well, that is like European Japanese, right? If you go down 2 blocks, hang a left, and go down that alley, that's real Japan. And if you go down about 2 miles, there'll be all this big brown with lots of windows, and it will have all these red lanterns in it. And that's our hostel. And so I go, oh, okay, that sounds good. And I say, how much is the room here? And he said, well, in American, it's about $150 a night. That place is $5 American a night, right? He goes, you have Japanese? I said, yeah, I got my money in Japanese money. Because he said, if you had American money, they actually if you use foreign money, they actually charge you a surcharge. Again, and he said, and that's just, it's like, we have all these little things we do to foreigners just to make sure they know they're foreigners. Not really bad, right? Just these little things. It's kind of what we do. And I said, yeah. But I like you guys. You're really loads of fun. And he goes, well, we like, and he said this, we like you too. I said, okay, I'll see you later. And he goes, you're at that hostel, they will give you this little, and they had no keys. They had these like little chips, right? Little round things. And they had electronic doors. And this is like, 30 years ago. So he said, you come back with this and you can come to happy hour and sing, karaoke. And we have a nice spread we put out, and the drinks are very, very affordable. And it's a big place. We like lots of, different people for that here. It's because pretty much everyone stays here is foreigners. So anyway, I said, well, thanks for telling me. I bowed my head. He bowed his head. I bowed my head. And then we both laughed. And I said, see, you're not the only one who can do little things. And he laughed really hard. He said, so you were doing this and then people told you to stop because they have to keep bowing their head? And I said, yep. And he said, I like you. So I went off to that place with the red lanterns out front. And I'm going, boy, this looks like a brothel. I go there. And it was a brothel. And, they thought all men wanted, that's what they thought it was, a hostel, was a brothel. So I went in there and, I had this like, not a business card, but again, it was like a little token that this guy gave me. And he said, I went to your big fancy hotel, and he said you had rooms that are inexpensive. And he said, oh, yes, we do. He goes, do you want one with a woman or just for you or something else? I said, well, I'm going to stay here 2 nights, right? So the first night, let me just play it by ear. And he said, "Oh, sure, not a problem." And he goes, "And if you meet someone, you can always bring them back. That's not against our rules." And here's, so he gave me the little tokeny thing, and it was up on the third floor. And again, it wasn't the toothpaste place, but it was a pretty small room. No TV, no nothing. Nice bed, and it had its own little bathroom, right? And that was kind of nice, And because they did do that down in the basement, and where all the rich guys went. That was like second night. I said, so I scoped it out. I kind of what goes down on the all the high end people are going down there. What's going on down there? And he says, well, for $20, go down there and there's booze and food and girls and singing and dancing and everything you can imagine. It's loads of fun. And I said, well, okay, put me on the list for tonight, the next morning, because I went out. I went back to the fancy hotel, went to a happy hour, met some people. They took me to whatever little nightclubby things. And again, I didn't drink. They were shit faced, and they would really appreciate it. I could get them back because they weren't from that town either. So, the next morning when I came out, I said, "Do you guys have breakfast?" And they said, "No, we don't have breakfast." But I said, "But I came back and the party was swinging down there, and it was already late, and I just kind of, said." So I'll sign me up, put me on the list for tonight. Now, when's the thing open up? It goes about 7, and it goes on until 7 in the morning. So I said, well, yeah, sounds good. So down there, they had everything, you name it. So they had the big swimming pool that everybody was, and the big faux pas is to fart in the group bathtub. You don't do that, right? So anyway, so it was quite nice, right? And what was really interesting was, yes, they had prostitutes, but they were for guys who A, had a relationship with those girls, B, liked a certain style. I guess I'd call that. And but there were women who were staying there who weren't prostitutes, but were, a little frisky. So that was the pretty amazing, because everyone got shit-faced, and basically, by midnight, no one was wearing clothes and dancing, and it was something, a cultural, interesting thing. As an anthropologist, I found it quite enlightening. Anyway, so there were a couple of girls who just kind of grabbed me and took me off to the side, and a couple of them, like that night, I got frisky with quite a few young Japanese women, not quite a few, 3, but that's more than usual, that was my, next morning, got on the train, I put myself on the red, I got the last flight out of Tokyo that day. I got back there, around 4:00, went to the airport, checked in. I had nothing, but I checked in, and they had a number of really nice restaurants and stuff. And I still had $300 left. So I went and had a really nice Japanese. And they really, high-end stuff, meats and fish and you name it. And I went to this place that pretty much you could eat as much as you want for one, $40. And it was the most high-end Japanese unbelievable special. And you couldn't get drunk. You could have, average Japanese guy could drink 4 bottles of sake and I could shit-faced. But so I had my one little bottle, and they had whiskey. So you got patties? Sure. Tokyo, you have patties. Oh boy, we got everything, buddy. So I got there around 4 or 5, spent the evening there, had a beautiful dinner, sat in their cocktail lounge and talked to folk. And there were 2 people taking my airplane. So, when it came time around 11, we all got up and walked home. And so then we got on the airplane, and 2 of them were in first class, and I was. So in this airplane, really super duper first class, business class. Everybody else, right? So I had a business class ticket, coming and going, and which was nice. It was like first class, like in American Airlines today, right? It was a nice seat. I wasn't squished up. The air wasn't foul and stinky, and the meal was good. And by the time we got there and had our meal, and people would turn off the lights, the thing was a 747, so they had like a cocktail lounge up, and so business class, first class, and super duper, so they could go up there, right? And most of the people were going to sleep. Most people were business people and going to arrive in America, in the morning. And so, I just, and we flew this away instead of like to California and that away. And so it was a long, but it was one, one way, all the way. We didn't stop at any place. And a long, long, long ride. And we were like flying through time. That was the most interesting, like going back in time. I think I got to New York the day before I left Japan or something like that. It's very disconcerting. And I left super late, and we flew like through it to the next day and landed in the morning, right? And so it was quite a nice flight because, again, I had a nice seat to go back to that I could actually snooze in. And the thing upstairs was really nice, when we first got on, we had cocktails and little stuff. That was fine. But then, in the morning, they gave you breakfast, and you could go up there and have a really nice breakfast, and you just had to pay $10 more. And you could eat your breakfast and then go up there and have another one, right? So, right up, I told the stewardess, I said, well, as soon as you start serving, serve me first, because I could have that, and then an hour later still go up there and have a second breakfast. They weren't done yet. So that trip was quite enlightening, exciting, and totally different. I mean, I thought it was a world traveler. I traveled all over Europe and Australia and other parts of Southeast Asia and the North Africa. But Japan was another planet, and they are. I mean, if all humans were like the Japanese, the world would work, And but the other interesting thing is that there are lots of places that are like Japan that aren't Japanese. I mean, they work, and they work because of the we and me, right? Let's see, what is Dina saying? What does Ray say here? Again, guys, if you could only print in capitals. I know, basically I was told that the small lettering, it's like you guys are talking to yourself. So Jesus just went back an hour or so to see John. I really off his rocker today. No, that's not true. He's like that every day. It's just what time of day you catch him, right? But he's pretty much goes that way. And it also depends on two other things. How much coffee he's drinking. He drank a lot of coffee. And sometimes he goes off his meds, that day. I'm going to quit my, I read you can you help me get off my meds and stop drinking coffee? Right? Because really all he needs is to sleep. I mean, the true essence of mental health. It's like, the other night I slept from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. This night, last night, I slept from 11 p.m. To around 10. I mean, if you can get 8 to 12 hours of sleep, your mental health is going to be really good because, you may have issues, but your mental health will be good because really, you need to sleep to dream, to like vacuum out your subconscious, right? Because if you let too much crap get shit up there, that's when you let the bad thoughts in, right? And they just rumble around all that shit and come out your mouth like what you saw there. And basically, John's new code name, I'm not just going to call him the canary in the coal mine. I'm going to call him the boy in the door, or the people's saint of truth, because he's all of those, right? He really is, right? As the people's saint of truth, he is, when he's doing that, he's representing not so much himself. He is a metaphor for what our sociopathic society is, right there, straight up. He was a black. He has all of these characters. See, it's not split personality. Split personality is not a character. Something tragic happened to you in your life, and you just can't handle it. It just has rocked your world so bad and beyond PTSD that the only way your psyche can, it breaks like a mirror, and then your shards of who you, because we're all many characters. I mean, John right there, when he plays out all those characters, he's all those things because he's representing all the different characters in our culture, Now I have many things in me, but they go together and make your Sensei Al Bob. This is who, of all those parts, they come together very homogeneously and, in a nice homeostasis. And that's what keeps me balanced. All of these different, there's the rocket scientist part of me, the cheeky monkey part of me. There is the unconditional patient monk in me. There's the scholar in me. There is, the dude in me. There's the disco dude in me. They're all, but they all go together to make me. And that's why I have all these stories, because I've had all these characters. I wasn't afraid of any of them. They all made who I was. I would be into a situation where this part of me will really do well here. This part of me will really do well, So, and that's how I navigate through the world. And I was telling you that little story of me being in the seminary, and I was like, fighting mad. The guy I played, just get mad, Don't write a letter. Come have a sign. Get mad. I'm not going to teach this anymore. And that's how I was. And once they said, we don't care. We're just going to fuck everybody. We just don't care. That's what the Catholic Church does. Fucks everybody. And, this one priest said that, the cripple guy, after he sends my friend to the hospital to the point we'll never see him again. And then we reply, and then they put 70 kids in the hospital. Maybe, I broke my wrist, broke my collarbone. I mean, I got beat down. And everybody knew that I was, if they killed me, the cardinal would come in and clean the place up. So they never messed my face up. They knew that, when I was in first grade, my head is, a melon, and they weren't going to do anything to my head, but, they broke my collarbone and my wrist. Those are two, can, slow you down a lot. They broke my wrist of my my right hand, the one I use. So as an electrician, I was really glad I found the battery operated screwdriver. I probably wouldn't have a hand if I didn't. I found one of those like in the 60s, right? So anyway, what I learned at that prep school was to accept everyone, not to judge anyone, even the psychopaths, because so this Jesuit priest who really, he's the problem. If I get rid of him or take him or make him bend or bend him to my will, that will be one of the best notches on my belt. And so we were just going at each other. And this guy had polio, and so his legs just didn't work. And he hobbled around. He had 2 canes, and he'd hobble around on these canes. And the school was all marble, right? Everything was marble. And there were staircases everywhere, right? There was no elevators, staircases everywhere. Nothing was for the handicapped. So he couldn't roll around he'd probably be much happier if he was in a wheelchair, but he had to, because his legs just didn't work. He had upper body strength. So when he went at me with his upper body strength, he fucked me up. So I had to stay. He did that once, and I just had to stay away, just out of his reach. Anyway, so what I would do is I'd sneak into his apartment on campus, and he had this chest of crutches, all different kinds. And I would cut them. I had a diamond saw, and I cut them all in half, and then put a dab of super glue, put it together, and then I had this like little wax can with different colors, so I could just put it on, and you couldn't see where I cut it, right? And so that super glue held that cane together. When he was walking on a flat surface, not a problem, he could walk on his canes. But when he went down a staircase, the stress on that little point right there was like 1,000 times, it going flat down was like maybe 30 pounds psi. Going down a staircase was like 28,000 psi. Like going like this, it's called a shear point. And and I read about that in a technical journal in my physics professor's apartment. He had this amazing technical library in his apartment. He was a priest, but he wasn't a Jesuit or Franciscan. And he wasn't a Maryknoll. He was another order that was a very kind order. Anyway, so, I could find refuge in his place. And so he was a very nice guy and really smart, brilliant. So I learned everything about computers and realized I didn't have an interest in it. It was too tedious. I was taught how to code, and we had to write code on cards, right? And you get a stack of cards like this, and then you had to put that in a reader, and it turned it into not magnetic tape, but punch hole tape. We had that, and that would read it. So you put the stack of cards in it, and it would go, brrr, and we'll go through like 200 cards in 30 seconds. But you put it on this, and it wasn't really paper. It was like paper. It could be punched when you translated it into that. And that sucker would just go zip and go straight into a mainframe. At MIT, we just had a terminal. So anyway, it would take forever to write, just one little, thing, a command. Just one little command. It took you a day or two. It's like, I don't want to do this. This ain't what I'm going to do. So, I learned about it in 1964, and he told, what I liked best was when he told stories. He was at Bletchley Park with, when they broke the code to Enigma. So, and he was a machine guy. He liked making the machines, not coding. So I said, can I do that? We got something for me to do like that. And he just smiled. He said, soon, not now. You got to learn how to crawl. But yeah, whatever. So anyway, I learned about computers and what they were and how they worked and all the rest, but it was just too tedious and boring to me. And we talked about theology when we were in his thing. And I read Turing's books, two most important books in computers. No one really reads them these days. One was about, it was called Cyborg, right? And the other was called, I'm just paraphrasing, but Man and the Machine, Things to Come. So it was all about AI. He wrote it in 1928. And he was talking about what people are doing. He was talking about quantum computing. He didn't call that, because, there wasn't quantum theory yet, but that's exactly what he was talking about. And so this guy was a protege, he was a comrade, not a protege. Yeah, protege. They worked together. So that when he told stories of that's okay, I'm interested in that. This shit over here, no, I don't want to do that. Anyway, so that was one of my places I could escape to. But anyway, this Jesuit guy. So I cut all of his canes, and he fell down the staircase 6 times. He had a concussion once, when he broke my collarbone. About a month later, he fell down the staircase, broke his collarbone. When he broke my collarbone and my wrist, right? Well, I got 3 out of it. He got a really bad concussion, broke his collarbone, and broke his wrist, right? So it's like eye for an eye. That's what the Bible says, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? I was going at it. And I did so many other, like I wired the bells of school to go off at 3 a.m. and ring until 5. And they brought all the engineers, all the electricians, all the people who put in the system, and they couldn't figure out what it was. I saw them, they built the science building, and, I'm an electrician. I go over to the guy, and they got that, table out, and they got the blueprint, and they have where they're digging things to put the wires between buildings because they're going to synchronize all the system together. I think that was the name, Synctron or something like that. Anyway, I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking about this. I go and talk to him like a real electrician. Like, oh boy, you're a smart kid. And we're talking, and I'm looking at the blueprint, and I'm saying, oh, okay. So they had this one wire that kind of went through the field and kind of skirted this forest and then went to this other building. And there was a place that was kind of down, not in the forest per se, but not up on the field. It was in a place that you really, unless you really kind of went, down this hill and looked this way, you wouldn't see that they put this wire in the ground there. Well, I'm looking at it, and I kind of, take a little piece of plastic bag, and when they got that thing, I kind of, and they fill it up, and they're going, I just kind of tie that little piece of plastic bag on a branch and walk away. And about 3 weeks, a month later, I have it all planned out. I made a device, and it's running by a car battery, because by this time I'm working in the farm, I'm working in the motor pool, I'm working fixing stuff, I'm working in the kitchen, I'm waiter. I mean, I have no time to myself, right? So, and I don't tell anybody I'm doing this. I don't, get anyone involved. When I get a battery and get the stuff from the motor pool, I do it in a way that no one notices anything's gone. I find a battery that they've thrown out, but it's still good. I charge it all the way up. I put it in a box and watertight it, and I just have 2 wires. All I have to do is basically, I don't even cut the wire they had because it might send something off. I just kind of, cut the wire so it comes apart, strip off the thing, put 1 wire on that, 1 wire on that, and then I had this liquid solder. It's just like soldering, but without a soldering gun. Put that on, wrap a little tape around it, put some more tape around it, put some rubber gum on it, put more tape on it, put it in the ground, cover it up, put leaves on it, go away. That night, it snows a foot. That's why I did it that night. It was the first night they had snow. And I knew it gets really cold. It's in northern Connecticut, kind of near Vermont. And I knew that once I had the snow, they'd never find this thing. So, well, that's right. So the battery lasted for 4 months. It lasted a month and a half after that, I had to go. So the war just kept escalating. And I just kept doing stuff that no one ever in that school ever did. No one rocked the boat like I did, right? I just wanted to get when I was in the hospital, I called my father, get me out of here. And my dad, he was like in Europe, he didn't care. So, make you tougher, just tough it out.
Ow.
Alexa, announce.
What's the announcement?
Hey, John, come on down. Have a cup of tea with me.
Announcing.
Hey, John, come on down. Have a cup of tea with me.
Nothing.
Alexa, announcement.
What's the announcement?
Hey, John, come on down. I have a nice meal for you. I have what we had last night for dinner. You liked that. I'll make you a nice hot bowl of that. Come on down.
Announcing.
Hey, John, come on down. I have a nice meal for you. I have what we had last night for dinner. You liked that. I'll make you a nice hot bowl of that. Come on down. So anyway, so the bells went off for 4 months, and then the battery died, and they never found it. Right? And so my persistence that, got me out of that school. So there was about a month or so left of that school year, and it was just escalating. I organized all of the people who were indentured slaves. And when the parent weekend was, we went on strike. And I made these chains out of paper. You know how you make paper, so, and all 300 of the staff, we were chained, and we had clothes that were all raggedy taggedy, and we were singing slave songs. And my two buddies, Mutt and Jeff, were playing the guitars, and it was like a dirge, a New Orleans dirge. There were people playing trumpets and saxophones, and the parents. So we didn't cook a meal for the parents. We didn't, clean the bedrooms for a week. When the parents showed up, we didn't carry their bags to the rooms that were supposed to be waiting for them, because that was part of one reason why most of these people sent their kids there. They liked being taken care of with their kids in their school for like a long weekend. And we were on strike. We were on strike for a week. We didn't do anything for about 5 days. So we didn't get ready. We didn't clean anything. We didn't mow the lawn. We didn't put flowers in. We didn't do any of the things they normally did on Parents, getting ready for Parents Week in the spring. And so the Jesuit guy, started whipping the freshmen and sophomores to do the work that we were on strike, right? And, they were like really threatening these people to go back to work and don't do anything when the parents are here. That when the parents were there, we doubled down. Like I said, we were singing slave songs and saying, we don't get paid. We're indentured servants. My children are indentured. I was an child indentured slave here. And the parents were like, this is 1964. And they were like, my kids are at school where all these black people and poor white mulattoes are slaves to our children. Maybe we shouldn't send our kids here. And so, that made the point right off the bat. But I put the exclamation point on it so I was working in the farm, right? And so I mucked out all the stables and did all that. And this is when I became animal boy. I had my dog, and I'm a dog boy, but I became animal boy. And so I went in there, and the kids who were there would mistreat the animals. The guys who were being punished to work in the farm, they would mistreat, So I basically was like, okay, I'm going to be really nice to these guys. And I would brush them down. And the cows just were like, so I brush the animals down, and I bring them carrots because I was working in the kitchen. I bring them carrots and sugar cubes and apples and all kinds of stuff they like. And these cows liked chocolate. Who knew? I don't even know if it was good for them or it was going to kill them, because there's certain animals you give them chocolate, it's not good for them. But it didn't seem to harm them. They really, 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 really liked it. So I would come with a chocolate bar, and I'd have like a cooking chocolate. That's I could get at the kitchen and give it to them. Hey, buddy. Come on down. You have a little tea. Oh, I got the food. I got it. But tea would be good. This tea is really good at making. It's better than melatonin. It's better than magnesium. It's really good at mellowing you out. So what did you do? Drink coffee and not take your meds? Is that what kind of got you on?
I took my medicine. I didn't take as much.
No. Because you were interesting this morning. I thought it was quite entertaining.
I got a feeling like you're supposed to throw the video away that you made this morning. I don't know why.
Well, Don, the rule. I don't take anything down except unless you're a troll. But other than that, I'm doing it. If you can act any way you want in front of it, and that's what it's going to be. But then don't come down if you're going to act that way. If you don't want to be on the show.
Like everybody, you're supposed to keep up everything.
But the thing is, John, when you act
in your mind, you think it's so important to keep working and get more views.
No. My mind is, I have a cadre, I have an audience who gets something out of those shows.
Leave it up, and I don't care.
Right. And John,
I've had the feeling to take down 200 of my videos, or 10,
right,
or 20.
I don't take any of them down. I leave them all up.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't take them down.
I don't take anything down.
But maybe one day I'll go through them and be like, those I should take down. Well.
What did I do?
I got a feeling I'm supposed to come down here, but you're still filming the video, so
No.
I'm afraid to even say one word.
John, you're fine. Everyone loves you. The thing is, the cadre loves you, John. Nobody thinks a negative thought about you. I mean, look what
you can drive in the road.
What Anthony? Yeah, I can. What time is it? What time is it? It's 12:40. I mean, I have no reason to go down there. I might go tomorrow. Depends on the weather. Here we go. There you go. Did you like that avocado?
This smells really good. Yeah, that was okay.
Was it not tasty?
Yeah, this smells very good. Amen. Please God, thanks for. We don't need anything else. Thank you for all that.
Yep. Thank you for everything we have. Is that warm enough?
Yeah, that's really
good. So I got to all the animals were my buddies, and the cows really like chocolate, right? So that Jesuit priest has, whipped all the kids to take the place of the striking workers, scabs, I guess you call them. And what I do that night, and the bells are still going off at 3 a.m. and stopping at 5. And so, or 4, no, it was about more than an hour, but not close enough to where you had to wake up that you could just get up. You try to go back to sleep. So anyway, so the bells were going off when the parents were there, right? So they tried everything they could to stop it, but they couldn't figure it out. But my pièce de résistance for the school anyway was I took those 3 cows that really like chocolate, and I gave them an extra, serving of their feed, and then I gave them each a box of chocolate X-Lax. And then I led them into the dining room that and the guy who was the psycho priest, he was all about how he looked and how the place looked. And so he had flowers and tablecloths, everything set for, the parents would go to mass in the morning and then come, everything would be ready and it'd be perfect. And I brought the cows in there and then just put chains on all the doors so no one could get into the dining room, right, without taking the door apart. And I just went to sleep. Anyway, so the guy wakes up at 6 o'clock, to get ready have the parents, and it'll be a great show. And the cows have trampled everything down, eaten all the flowers, and shit diarrhea everywhere. And again, I was like asleep, and he's like, that way he could prove that I did that. Nothing I did.
It's Al's father.
Could
You want shit? You want diarrhea? I'll show you. That's what you are. That's what that bastard gets. Shit and diarrhea.
Right.
I'm hanging up the phone.
So he punished me even more. So a few weeks later, it's we still have about a month and a half left of school, and he's going to go visit his brother in Maryland. And they've just built this thing called the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and Tunnel. So instead of going all the way around on 95, like 150 miles this way, this thing's 22 miles straight to where he's going to go. So he's going to go that. He leaves. He's going to leave 2 days. I went in the kitchen. I got 2 boxes of sugar cubes. I wrapped them up in cellophane, and I pushed them through his gas pipe down into his gas tank and left them there. And they kind of melted and percolated, and he didn't drive it. And so he gets in his car. The car starts
Head to this Italian New York City shit. Come shit, New York City.
So,
no, blame it on New York. Yeah.
So I, he drives off, and he, all of a sudden the next day, the Monsignor comes all the way up to freshman dorm to my little carrel, to my little bed. He goes, Al, you got to get out of here. I said, what? He said, you got to go. What? He goes, yep. Your nemesis, his engine seized at 12 midnight, right in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And it's 22 miles, so he was 10 miles to the other end. It was midnight. It was snowing. It was sleeting. It was like, the wind was blowing like a hurricane. And he's there wearing black in a black car with crutches. And there's no place for him to pull off. And there's no emergency phone, no cell phones. And so he had to hobble 2 miles. He got to an emergency phone, and that worked. And they came and got him. And his car got smashed by an oncoming truck that didn't see him. Anyway, Monsignor drove me to New York to the Cardinals' house, and my parents were in Europe, so I spent about a week there. And then my parents came home, and I had to go to summer school, and that's a whole other story. But the one thing I learned from that experience was that you can't fight City Hall. Now, I had a Cardinal at my back. The guy who ran, the headmaster had my back. The second in charge had my back. 4 of the best teachers there had my back, but still, And I did change it somehow. I mean, I left my mark. I mean, if you go to the 1964 yearbook, I definitely left my mark there. And what truly was amazing was, so I was out, right? A month and a half before school ended, I went back I went to my Cardinal and spent a week or two then I went to my grandma's because my parents still didn't come home. So I was at my grandma's. And then my parents came home. And, they heard about it. But, it's not like anything else I haven't done. And So I go to summer school. That's the whole thing. Years later, like, so that's 65, 90, no, actually 2005 was one of my last going to the Rainbow gatherings. I've been really involved in the Rainbow scene, for a long time. But it just got to a place where it wasn't fun anymore. It was like, zombie land. Anyway, but there are things at the Rainbow gathering. There are friends that are still there that I will never see unless I go to a Rainbow gathering. And there was this Rainbow gathering that, I guess it was 75. I don't know when it was, but it was close to that. The people who focalized it, meaning who organized it, who found the site, who were the scouts, they actually, the last time I was at the last thing I was at was West Virginia. And at the end of, yes?
With the fire extinguishers. How you doing there? Hey, you want to know the truth? Somebody's going to be dead. A dead body hit the floor like really hard. A dead body you think hit the floor is good? How about a dead body hitting the floor? How about doing this? Boom. Big. Dead. Someone's going to get it. You get it? That's right.
John, who's
like an Italian immigrant.
John, who's gonna be the
You're a dead.
Who's gonna
shit.
Who's gonna be the dead body?
I don't know. That's what they think.
Who's they?
So help me with this. Come on.
What do I need to help you? How can I help you, John? Now, is that a threat? Anyway, long story short, I'm at this Rainbow gathering. And one of the nicest things, you sit around these fires like all night long till sun rises. And you're smoking, you're toking, you're singing, you're dancing, you're having a good time. And so we're sitting around, we're telling stories. And I tell that story. And this girl right across from the fire mate, she's probably, I don't know, 23 or 22, somewhere between 19 and 23. Pretty much been like that since all morning. But like I said, he does this, at least he goes into this state. There are different levels of it. Like I said, he said, oh, I didn't take too much of my medicine, right? So, that's one thing. I mean, if you're taking a psychoactive drug to supposedly control activities or actions, and you don't really take the prescribed amount, now, most of those drugs were designed in a military setting. Someone has a psychic break because they see horrific things in war. That's what the drugs that most people take, for everything. All of the different psychoactive drugs that they give out like jelly beans are pretty strong and were designed for really, traumatic situations and only supposed to be used for short periods of time. And vaccines are another thing. There's a tale of vaccines of one and done. I mean, if this vaccine's really going to work, one and done. If it doesn't do it with that one and done, it's, the booster thing is like, And, we got our flu shots. Those aren't boosters. Those are, designed. Every flu shot is designed for that year for what strain flu is coming through. And if you were to think, oh, well, I'll take the flu shot I had 2 years ago for this year's flu. I mean, not. So if you're taking certain drugs for certain reasons, you should stay on them. Now, my diabetes medicine, I take this one. It's expensive. I don't have that much And basically, I've curbed my diet. Being up here, I'm very controlled up here because I can't just go out to. I'm not eating in restaurants, right? And so I'm taking cinnamon and coumarin and turmeric, and that's pretty good. It keeps my blood sugar between 110 and 124. Goes up, yeah, maybe I'll take. I have 4 weeks of my medicine, and so anyway. John, the medicine he's on, he should really stay on the dose. And I'm not a doctor. I can't deal with his medicine. He has to take that, right? Now I can deal with his, trying to work out situation with his ex and his kids and his family and that, because that's like negotiations. That's something I can't do. But controlling that, and like I wrote to him last night, which he didn't even. He said, "Please help me, please help me." I said, "Sure, I'm here to do it." Right? Hey, John.
How you doing?
Okay, John.
Help me with flashlight. Hey, how you doing, man? It's your father. Hey, how you doing?
It works. Look,
we gotta go. Come on, help me with this.
It
I'm
works.
about to die. I can't go along anymore.
John.
Help me there.
John.
Help me in the crawl space. Come on, help me.
John, I can't walk.
Help me with this. I'm crawling. I'm about to die.
Yeah.
I'd rather be dead. I don't know what to do. Come on.
John.
Look, it's going to be me dead. I'm dead. Oh, shit. I'm a dead body on the floor. I'm a dead body on the floor. Fatty shit. Hey, fat man. I'm dead. Oh, shit. No, I don't know
John,
something.
last night you sent me a message, right?
Come on,
Can
help
you-
me with the plumbing.
You said, "Help." No. The plumbing is fine, John.
Help me.
The plumbing is
Help me
fine.
with this. You got to repair the appliance.
No. Yeah.
Don't kill me.
No, I'm not going to kill you, buddy.
Come on. What? The maintenance dead.
John.
I'm going to die. A
Right.
body hit the floor.
No.
I heard those kids say that. My
John.
kids don't say, let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies dance.
John, you need to kind of get in a place where
You gonna fix the plumbing?
the plumbing is
It's
fine.
good?
The plumbing
It's
is fine. The plumbing
Oh,
is fine.
shit.
The plumbing
That
is
means
fine.
it's shallow.
See, the plumbing works.
No.
See, the plumbing works.
It's good.
It's good.
But the plumbing. Oh, that's what I was worried about.
Right. John, come on.
Oh, it's gonna kill me.
No.
It's gonna. Oh, don't fall on me. I die.
No.
Oh, hurry up. Oh, but I don't have one. I'm strong. See? Look at this.
Yep.
I'm afraid to. Don't hit my skull on the floor.
Yeah, I won't.
No, a dead skull.
No.
Oh, shit. A dead skull. Mama Fratelli's gonna get it today. Who? You ever do that, you own dick? Woo? You like the way that feels? It sounds like a demon. Trying to have sex? That's awful. Rather be dead. Rather be dead.
Wouldn't you rather have a wife, John?
These words don't mean what they think. Who's they? I don't know.
Yeah, that's my question. Who is they?
Yeah, funny. Yeah. Now you're dead. Trying to be a clown? You want to be a clown, tough guy? Come on, you bastard! Now you're dead, John. Now I'm dead. Don't step on my body, it would hurt. Please. It's a cement floor. I don't supposed to not do that. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
That wasn't the thing I had to suffer through. I had to go to
did you have to go through? What has made you feel this way? Who are you talking to?
Like that? You think that's good?
Uh-huh.
That may be a joke. Who, somebody, a man doing it? You ever seen that porn star do that? No, now you can break my teeth and kill me? I gotta go before I turn into the suffering.
God, you can be whatever you want to be. You can let go of this. You can let go of this. You can let go of this.
Oh, I don't know. It keeps me okay to me, I guess. Fire! Be cool, man. Be cool.
Be cool.
I don't know. Be cool, man.
Be cool.
Don't suck the ball.
It's all cool. It's all cool. Yes, his children. I mean, his family, his parents. And like as Anthony said, he's the people's saint of truth. I mean, can't you see that he was, acting out what this world is going through? I mean, it's just mind-boggling to look at that metaphor, right? And that's why it comes down. I don't shut this off. I document it, right? Because he knows it's here. You heard him. I think you should take that down. I said, no, John. Because this is a vehicle that can somewhat control him, or not control him, but he knows it's here. He knows he's on it. He's playing to it, right? So, meaning, again, the edge between neuroses and psychosis is pretty sharp, and I no longer am practicing anything except your happy neighborhood Sensei Al Bob, your griot, and and you are watching in real time one of my stories. This right here is like this is what goes on around everyone's life, but most people are either unconscious or stick their head in the sand. So, what are you guys saying here? Jamie Hiller. Yeah, you're looking really well these days. Yes, I'm. My health is doing pretty good because I'm consciously aware and consciously intent in doing my best. Anthony. It's like a shamanistic rite. Exactly. It is. He's like exercising the world right there. It's really, and that's, I'm saying this place is super duper energetic, spiritually, down deep into the soul of the planet. And John, he's been up here 2.5 years all by himself. The bay is up in that hills, right? And it's, it's trying, and it doesn't know good, bad, or indifferent, and doesn't even know, it's like a puppy dog and wants to make humans happy. Oh, that makes you happy? Well, let's double down for that, So when I'm up here, what I'm here to do is to heal my body and my soul and my spirit and to help you. That's why I do all these shows, to spread that healing and love out to all of you, right? And this is real time. I mean, I keep saying, I do a shamanic ceremony every time I do the show. Well, there you go. You saw it right there. It's like, let me know when to send you some cash for all your sharing, Al. Well, if you can do it right now to, on PayPal. The dudeawake42 at Gmail. Dudeawake42 at Gmail. PayPal. And if you can't do it there, if you need to mail it to me, I'm not going to be back to a mailbox, about 2 months. But so save it up if you need to mail it to me. But if you can put it on PayPal, or if there's another pay service that you think is best that I could hook myself up to, and guys, last Tuesday, whenever it showed up, pretty much shows that, and then it took me 3 days and, half of my brain, half of John's brain to figure out how to bring back the 3 other people who couldn't get themselves back on, right? So, I'm really not attuned to the technological thing. I live out in the woods. I have, I'm only doing this because John has really good, internet, right? That's the only reason I'm doing this. That's the only reason I can do this. Not the only reason I'm doing it. The reason I'm doing it is you guys. But I'm doing as many shows as I am doing now because I can, right? And when I was at my friend's farm, they had good internet, so I could do it there too. And there, they had all these, Hulu and all these things I could watch. So that's why I didn't do as many. Here I have nothing to watch except John. And I can watch YouTube. And the things I showed you earlier in this show were things that, I saw that, I wanted to share with you. So what are you saying here? Let's see. I have you all on TV and my pup just came and just left when he did. Let's see. What are you saying here? Let's see. Okay. Do it now. Thanks. PayPal, the dudeawake42 at Gmail. Dudeawake42 at Gmail. Right. Thank you. And I can transfer it into my bank account right from here. So PayPal seems to work relatively well. There's some people who seem they have a problem, but like I said, and all the people who have sent me something, I really appreciate it. It's really always just squeezed me right through. And that's my life. That's why I don't worry about anything. I can put it in a paycheck. Had to help them cousin. Okay. And it's whatever you guys want to send, and I'm always okay. But whatever you send is totally appreciated, and I appreciate. Because, yes. And so what else are we saying here? And whatever time or space or whenever you do it, I'm always good. Lynn C., good to see you, girl. Everyone seems to be lining up here. Yep, exactly. And what time is it now? It's 1 o'clock. It's getting cooler. It's like dropped probably 10 or 15 degrees. As long as it doesn't snow more, I'll be okay. Because, like John said, oh, you can drive now. And I could, but I don't need to, so I'm not going to. Hopefully, let's see what the weather's going to say. What's the weatherman say? So it said last night, John sent me this message. Al, can you help me quit all my meds and caffeine for good? I noticed quitting both cold turkey works, but it's tough. As long as I get sleep, I'm fine. See, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, like after the first week or two taking melatonin, which I gave him to help sleep, I quit doing that and my drugs, and then I start drinking coffee, and that's when things get tough. Can you help me, please? And I answered, John, yes, John, I can help. And I can help you at anything you want, as long as you determine that that's what you want. And that you will, in every day, in every way, do your best, not make excuses. Anyway. So, yes, I could help him a lot, and I am helping him a lot, but it's still, you see what it's like every day. This is what it's like every day. And so he's expecting to bring his family, I want my family back, this is kind of why his life went. And plus he was like looking at other girls and, so anyway, but I'm here to do my best for us, so like I stayed up here for a year and 8 months. And at the point that I realized that I was like enabling this rather than helping him get away from, because he was more than this than back then. And so he's better. I mean, that's at the worst that he is. But most of the time, he's not like that. You can talk. You watch him. I mean, I put him up and here he walks in. I don't wait for, he's just there. So anyway, what's the weather going to be? And then, it's going to shower. It says it's 45. It's going to stay 45, 39, 37. So it's going to rain between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. It's going to rain. And around 11 p.m. might get some snow. Right? But on Friday, it's going to be 24 degrees during the day and 11 at night. But it's going to be sunny. And Saturday, it's 32, 22. And Sunday, it's going to be 44 and rain. So whatever snow is around should leave, right? So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all sunny days. So I'm going to stick around here until Monday. Because all the snow should be all the roads should be good. And, the more I can just stay here with John and give him a place to talk and be, is better. So I'll probably stick around till Monday. Even though I want to go to Goodwill and buy myself a toaster. The last house I was, my friend, she had every kind of appliance but a toaster. So she was toasting her phone by heating up the oven. I mean, it's like, what? So I went to Goodwill and I bought a great toaster for $2. And really, like some rich person bought it for like $50. It was like computer operated, you name it. And all of these. So the microwave here, the refrigerator. You can it hooks up to the internet. And living in a house of Internet of Things just puts you in a bath of EOF. And John, he's got Alexis's all over the house. He's got about 5 of them. So he is totally, and Alexis listens to everything. It just isn't responding when you say Alexis and you ask it something. It's listening and sending it back to Amazon, where they put it in their cloud. Everything that you do on the internet, this TV show, everything goes into that cloud. And that's why, when I start this, I start out with a shamanic prayer, and I kind of pump that into this. Let's see, how is my power? Oh, I'm going to have to probably stop in about 15 minutes because my battery's about dead. You might want to read the comments on John's last show. You might find them interesting. Okay, I'll do that. I will do that. Let's see. I would have to agree with you on that one, Mana. To be honest, here the snowfall is unreal in the States right now. And so I'm, all around here, we've had feet of snow. And I'm just like, shamanically, I learned how to not control the weather, but, help it dodge the weather, right? Because, in Ireland, it's an island out in the Atlantic, and North Sea's on one side, Gulf of Mexico, so it's like crazy weather all the time. So all these old Irish grandmas and crones, I lived in Limerick, in this really cute little neighborhood, and all the grandmas would sit on their porches, and they all had cows. I mean, neighborhood wasn't like suburban; it was more like rural, and they all had cows, and they would eat the magic mushrooms in the cow pies, and so they would all be on there, they're just kind of rocking and knitting away while tripping their brains out, and it would rain, and then it'd be foggy, then lightning, and then be really sunny, and then rain, and so there were always these amazing patterns when it'd be sunny, because the especially in Limerick, they have a lot of bog, which is like oil. They cut it up, dry it, and burn it in their fireplaces. And it's like coal. I mean, it burns way better than wood. You can, a little piece of paper underneath it, it's real dry, light it up, poof, it goes. And it gives off a lot of heat. So anyway, these girls are sitting on their porches. They got their cup of mushroom tea, and they've eaten a mushroom omelet, and they're crocheting away, and they're looking at the garden, their lawn, their path in front of them, and it rains, and there's these kind of glistening puddles, and then the sun comes out, and it's like diamonds, and so the stuff they do is pretty amazing. Here, snowfall. So these girls would be doing. One time, I was walking down the street, going into town from where I was staying, and all these old ladies are on the grass, looking up at the sky, giggling, right? And I've been in this neighborhood now like a couple of months, and I'm digging with Archie up on the other side of this hill. We're staying at somebody's nice big house, but to go to town, you walk down this town. Like I said, it's not suburban, but there's these houses with little farms, and there's the grandmas there, and they're all like on the grass. And I go, ladies, because they know me, and I've actually, do you like mushrooms? And I said, what are you doing? Sure. So I did mushrooms with those girls, so they know open to anything almost, or pretty much anything. And so they said, here, come lie down beside us. And we're drinking tea, and they're looking up the sky, and they're changing the clouds to make it look like, now I'm not tripping like they are, but they're turning it into dogs and cows and puppies and, dragons and butterflies. And I'm lying up there, and I'm not saying anything. And I'm looking at it and saying, that's a butterfly. And they say, it's a butterfly. I just made a butterfly. And so they taught me how to do that. I said, so what are you, controlling weather? Oh, no, we can't control the weather. We can just negotiate with it. That's what she said. We can negotiate with it. And so I've been doing that here too. So we everyone else got like feet of snow. We got 5 inches or 4, right? And last night, everyone else got 6 inches. We didn't get any. It was actually like 45 degrees last night when it was like 20 down the hill. It should be colder up here on top of the mountain than down there. Anyway. So I've been doing that because, and my car, I'm going to drive my car anywhere unless it's going to be happy going there. And going on ice and snow, and it's not going to be happy. So I've just been waiting. I got no place to go. I got enough food. Place is relatively warm. My little room gets very warm when I turn on the heater. And that's how you stay warm in this house. There's 3 rooms that you can stay in. One little space heater will heat it up to 80 degrees. And it's well insulated. I insulated those 3 rooms. And of course, John doesn't sleep in that room. He just keeps junking. It's like the room that will really keep you warm. It won't cost you a fortune. So he's been keeping the heat pump running now for 5 days. That heat pump doesn't do anything, except cost you money. So his electric bill is probably going to be $500-600 for this month, right? And he'll probably go, "You cost me money." Well, he's a guy who's like heated all these rooms that can't be heated, and because he wants upstairs, he has the oven on and everything. He's got these gigantic heaters, and as long as he doesn't drop something on them, it'll be okay. But he, takes off a T-shirt or a sock or something, So anyway, I got, my wallet and my laptop and my other stuff that I can get out of the way in minutes, and kind of have a smoke detector. So anyway, I got batteries for all the smoke detectors so I could be alarmed. That's me. I'm always got plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? And hope for the best. So, so last story how much time do I have here? It's really getting down there. I have 19 minutes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go into that room that I can warm up because it's getting cold in here and plug the little guy in, which will give me as much, charge this boy up. It'll be happy, and I can finish the story, right? My last story. So the story is, I told you all the story about, Canterbury School for Boys. That's the seminary I went to, right? The guys were going to be priests. We wore cassocks, the black tea gown that priests wear. And if you're going to be a military boy, you were in ROTC and you wore uniforms. And if you're going to be a businessman, you had 3-piece suit, right? So that's at school. You could go Google it. And if they have their yearbooks online, go look for 64, 65. And you'll see the effect I had on that place. So anyway, I am at this rainbow gathering, and it's in 70 miles from the Deep Green. And what happened the year before was at West Virginia. I was at the other place in West Virginia where they had a catastrophe there, right? And so they did it again. It's a nice site. It's in the Jefferson, Washington or Jefferson National Forest. Anyway, so it's not too far from here. It's like maybe 60 miles from here, right? It's on the other side in West Virginia. So I go up there, and like I said, I only go there because there are a lot of friends that I never see unless I go to a rainbow gathering. And they're really old friends. I've known them from the early 70s when we started doing this, and when I lived in New Mexico, they came out and stayed with me. And I was with the Hopi. I was living with Grandfather David, and we were in a sweat, and we had a vision, and that's where he said, "You will change the world. You'll be a family of light." And that's rainbow gatherings, a family living light. It's not really called a rainbow gathering, but he said, "You're a rainbow family of living light." Anyway, so that's why they got that. So anyway, I've been. That's another thing I say. So anyway, like when I use my phone and I can't see when I'm typing, and my thumbs are too big for those little dots on the. So I use a little microphone, and because I have a little stutter and a little slur, and it isn't wants me to speak perfect for it to understand, and I can't see what it writes until after it sends it, because then I can use this other thing to enlarge it, and but it won't do it unless I send it. So anyway, I send messages and emails, and sometimes they're like, oh my, the little microphone really didn't understand what I said. So anyway, I diverge. But that's when I see all the words like I use, like end in or and anyway. Boy, I said that 85 times. So then I'm at this the West Virginia gathering, right? And I'm there, and I'm having a pretty good time, but I'm like the shrink. I'm the shrinky guy of the Rainbow Gathering. The only guys, they have a lot of people doing a lot of stuff, and that's, the amazing thing of the Rainbow Gathering, the most fun of the Rainbow Gathering is to be a scout, to go all over the country and figure out where the next one's going to be. That's a lot of fun. And it's usually with a cadre of 10 or 15 people, and we're really tight. It's like when the weird get, when things get weird, the weird get professional. It's like people know what they're doing, and everyone's got each other's backs, and loads of fun, right? And we hitchhike, and we ride the rails, and we eat out of dumpsters, and we camp, and we do that for months. So you gotta, be committed to do that. Not every, if you've got a job, you can't be a scout. And so I did that because as an anthropologist, it was interesting. I saw a lot of things that way that I could then put in my reports that people wanted to know what was going on in the world. And they were, again, another microcosm of what was going on. And my reports were relatively popular, and I got paid really well. And, I always had some bucks in my pocket when I would be with the scouts, and they had no money. And I always had, a way to get out of, get the innocents out of harm's way. I always had an exit strategy, no matter where we were. And then, so we'd find a spot. Okay, this is where it's going to be. Then what would happen is Seed Camp would show up, and we would build a city in the forest for 20,000 people in less than a month. Water, septic, food, transportation, everything, healthcare, you name it, we had it, right? And then the people would, then the real rainbows would come in before the 4th was the big party. And people would start straddling in like around the 18th of June, and with kitchens, like Kitty Village guys would come in, the calm people would come in, the different kitchens. There's about 20 kitchens that always show up that are really professional, always kick out food for 500-600 people a day, right? So that's the funnest part, right? When the crowd starts to come in, and most of them are what I call drainbows, they don't do anything. The real fun is like working in a kitchen, working on, doing a theater piece, working on running a class, or, running a discussion. And in the early days, there was a ton of that. And that was really beautiful. And then now it's just kind of drugs, alcohol, debauchery, and everyone going, oh, it's so beautiful, and I don't want to live in Babylon, but it's Babylon. Anyway, so this was in the 70s, and so it was like, so the one in Tennessee was 2012, end of times. So the West Virginia one was probably 2010 or 11. I don't know if it was the next year, but anyway, it was 9, 10, or 11, right? And so it was close enough to me in Virginia to go, right? And I went, and I got there, and I'm part of the, I'm an EMT. I worked in hospitals. I have MSW, so I'm the shrink. And so my thing would, I would put a camp next to CALM. CALM stands for Center for Alternative Living Medicine. So there were a lot of people there who are doctors, nurses, EMTs, and then there are guys who want to heal a compound fracture with a crystal, right? So that's CALM.
and there'd be a lot of people who were totally strung out on acid or whatever drug, and that usually, or people were, were like John. There are a lot of people like John who go to the Rainbow Gathering who want to go there and get healed, and some do, So this is West Virginia, 2010 or so, and so I show up and I put up a little tent and a little camp right near COM. So if I'm working at COM, I can just crash at that place and not have to go to my deep camp. So I have a camp that's like so in the forest, no one can find it. I can barely hear 20,000 people screaming and yelling, but I'm just over there. It's like a shamanic area, right? That A, no one can find me. B, it's not too, it's like the Goldilocks place, right? So I have that camp there. I have to plug this little thing in or else it's going to crap out on me. Where's my wire? So I am, got everything set up. The crowds are starting to move in, and you come in, and there is a. It's what most back in the day when we first started doing this, they weren't driving. No one, the cars. There were no cars, right? And basically, we walked in with everything we needed for a month. And basically what it was you would have a tool, like a axe or a shovel or a hoe or something that had a strong wooden, pole that was your tool. And on one side, you'd have a joint compound bucket, like full of lentils and this and that and whatever. And then on the other stuff of that, right? And they had to dry, these are things you were going to eat, and they had a lid that made it dry, so even if it rained, it wouldn't get spoiled. Then you had your pack on your back of all your clothes and camping gear and stuff like that. And we'd hike in, and because we didn't want to be bothered by the cops or the Forest Service or anybody, and we'd hike in deep to where no one could drive in. They couldn't get in there, and period. So they would leave us alone. And our gatherings were no more than 500 to 2,000 people. But once it started getting larger and larger, that's when we had to get closer and closer to the road, and then it was more convenient. So West Virginia was like ridiculous. Big county road, and the cops, bulldozed one side and blacktopped it so they could have their cars and stuff, and so it's like super duper cops right there, right on our front doorstep. And then in for a quarter mile, that whole part of the forest had been a logging plant, where logging trucks would drag the stuff in the big truck. So it's like a big, gigantic parking lot, which is what it was. That's where people parked, and 20,000 cars there, right? And there were 3 or 4 roads into the campsite to, bring food, and you have a. If you have 500 people, everyone can carry their own food in. You have 20,000 people where 15,000 people or drainbows who just come there to party, who don't bring anything to share, not even camping equipment, then you got to bring more stuff in for other people. So anyway, and so, at that point, that gatherings I saw were just enabling bad, behavior. But people, I live relatively close. A lot of people from the West said, you got to go. We're coming all the way together, and you're only 60 miles. You've got to be there. I said, okay. So I did. And so I set up my camp, and I was in COM. And my camp was not only, that was next to COM. I set it up, not just my tent for me, it was just for me, but I made a nice fire pit, and I had nice, comfy, lawn chairs for the guys who were in COM who needed a break. So I could make teas. I had all kinds of teas there. I had all kinds of, I was also one of the herbalists there. I was the shrink, and I was the herbalist, and I was an EMT. I could deal with any broken anything, cut anything. And it was fun, late at night, it was fun to be in COM. We were always having a good time. People were always dropping off, little, what do they call? I would call them party favors, but there's a rainbow name for them. And so, I was all set up, and I had my place way out in the middle, but you couldn't hear anybody, even though I was kind of close.
and no one knew where I was. But then I had my downtown camp and my usual thing. So no matter what I did, if I was out partying late, or if I was at Calm and having a good time, or if I was, at a kitchen, my ritual was I would wake up around 9 a.m. and I would, if I was camping down in the Calm place, they would always have some pretty good coffee on the bubble there. I get my little cup of coffee, and the whole thing, you got to have your own bowl, and I would have one of those gigantic, coffee, 7-Eleven, 2-gallon coffee cups, that you buy for $2, and then you can keep getting free refills for the next year. Anyway, that was my mug. It was indestructible. It was, like I said, it was about a liter worth of whatever you want to put in it. And I had a big wooden spoon, right? And I had a big metal spoon. And that was it. And I had my knife, right? That was about it for me. And I had a little pack with, a little first aid, a little this, a little that. I had everything. I had a nice little tarp I could pull out, a nice little hammock I could pull out, walking around, and my camera. So anyway, I'm there for about 5 days in the setup period, and it's getting close to the 4th, and so like everything from like July 2nd through July 7th is when the big crowd is there, and it's crazy, right? So it's about July 1st, and people are coming in a big wave, and say, welcome home. That's the big, welcome home, right? And so I'm kind of in my camp at Calm. I'm drinking something, smoking something, talking to some people, and this girl comes running, ow, you got to come with me. And she's a Shaunacia. And Shaunacia is like the Rainbow Police Force. I back in the day, I called them Vibe Watchers. And then Plunkett said, no, we're going to call them Shantasina. And that was some kind of Indian or Celtic or warrior princess or something. Anyway, so whatever they want to call, whatever they want. Not a problem with me. Because I just don't care. Bottom line, I don't care. And so, all I care about is you and your feelings and how you're doing. But any kind of ideological blah, 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 don't even care. So I don't get angry. I don't argue because I don't care. And people go, well, don't you have a point of view? I said, no, I don't care. What? You don't care? I said, no. All I care about, how are you doing, Anyway, so a lot of people these days get upset with that. But, I can't be pinned down when I have no ideology. You're not one of us. Well, I could be, Anyway, so this girl comes on, you got to come. This terrible thing happened. And, I'm kind of, I'm like 50 pounds overweight. My legs are, I can't run like I used to. And I said, I can't run. And she goes, no, I got a golf cart. I said, what? This is like a rainbow gathering. Everything's supposed to be a la natural. She's got a golf cart. It's like the Shantasina, because it's such a flat place and the roads everywhere. Someone brought a golf cart, and Shantasina is using it as like the police car. So I said, fine, put me in a golf cart. Let's go. So I said, what is it? I said, bad. It's blood. It's terrible. I said, okay. So I forgot. Was it water? Might have been water, but I think it was water. Water is a guy who went to Vietnam, and he's seen everything. And he was a doctor, and, but not so much anymore, But he's Mr. Skill Set. He's the head of Calm. I think it was water. There was Mary Ellen. She's a super duper, another military nurse, and she's seen every catastrophe you can imagine. There are about 6 of those guys there. They're all military, right? So they all want, after everything they saw and everything that, they said, fuck everything. I'm just going to hang out in the woods and be with people I like to be with and help, right? So I think it was water. So we get in there and we drive there. And what has happened, we get to this place. And as we're driving there, we hear the boom, 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 boom of the helicopter, right? So if they're sending a helicopter, it's something bad. So, we get, and I'm wondering, why do I need these 2 guys, are real good at, at warfare. Why am I here? And I actually talked to the girl who came and got me first. And I said, "Oh, why do I they're here. They're going to take care of the blood." And goes, "No, it's even worse." And can you explain it? And she goes, "Yes." So what happened was, we are very prejudiced in the Rainbow Gathering. And so it's pretty much all white. Now, we don't say, "Oh, we hate black people," or "we hate this," or "we hate," no, but it's just so bourgeois, white, it's unbelievable. And the only black people are like the 5 or 6 black guys who come who know they can get laid 50 times a day because they're the only black guys, and the girls want some big schwanz. So anyway, so I said, "So what happened?" She goes, "Well, a camp, we don't allow alcohol into the gathering. But that's such everyone's sneaking in booze and getting drunk, but not drunk like those guys. A camp is like they're straight up alcoholics, right?" And back in the day, I used to hang with those guys. Late at night, I would go to their camp just to keep an eye on them so they wouldn't do something nuts, right? Like in Vermont, we were there, and it's Vermont, so it's actually cold in the summertime. And it was the worst sight, and just because of stupid Rainbow, we were the scouts, we picked this place, Mount Moosilauke, Dartmouth was the other side. Dartmouth laid 20 grand on the gathering, and the Forest Service and this company had clear-cutted one side of this mountain, right? And we spent 8 months, and the state and the logging guys and the college gave us equipment to cut everything up, clear it out, because the logging company and the Forest Service, they had a EPA ruling that they had to, remunerate, fix the site that they left like a moonscape. And so we said, "We'll do that. You give us some money, some equipment, some help, and because we're going to do a gathering here." So the scouts, we stayed there, for 4 or 5 months, and then brought the council and it was beautiful. We had water everywhere. There was a lake. There was a river coming down to the lake. We had amazing water. We had found amazing shitter places and kitchens, and we made piles of wood where the kitchens would be. Everything was ready, just had to come and do it. Right? Great parking. It was right off of the interstate, but 20 miles, but interstate's there, so everyone would come one county road straight to this place, and then straight at the side. It was like going to Switzerland, right? It was like unbelievably beautiful, a no-brainer. But this guy who was part of the council of NERF, New England Rainbow Family, wanted to do it in Vermont in his place where they had a regional, like 200 people. And it was like an old apple orchard, and they picked apples, and it was beautiful. But there were no roads in. There was no water. It had plants on it that were, federally bonded to be saved. And you stepped on it, you got a $20,000 fine. It had stoned hippies going through that forest. I was like, yeah. Anyway, ended up, Rainbow politics ended up there, right? And it was a nightmare. And I'll just say that. And to discuss and expose Rainbow politics, right? So anyway, this is 20 years later, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse from that point on. And I got less and less involved in it, right? And when I was in Ithaca at Cornell, I got stuck with being the facilitator of this gathering. Meaning I just showed up to this meeting, everyone was screaming at each other, and they all voted that I'd be the head guy, and they all ran out of the room. And I'm like, what just happened? And my friend who brought me there just starts laughing. And he goes, "Well, I knew that it was going to be a total clusterfuck if those morons did it, but you'll take care of it." Then there were, Kama and about 4 other really great sisters who said, "We got your back." And my buddy had so that was 5 of us we could deal with. But there was no place in New York State to have a gathering because there are no national forests. But I was hanging out with Grandpa David, helping the Iroquois Nation deal with the federal government. And I was also hanging out at Wisdom's Goldenrod, which was right next to where he lived, in this beautiful place, which was a commune that Paul Brunton and his crew did in the 60s. And they were, in the, late 80s. They were all now professors there and couldn't live on the commune, but they still wanted it taken care of. So they said, "You want to go live on that thing? We'll actually give you a little money," and blah, blah, blah. I said, "Oh, that'd be nice." So anyway, I talked to grandfather. Then I said, so where can we have, where's there a federally, where's there something that's like a national forest? And, well, New York State doesn't have many. But Iroquois Nation, because we are a nation, we actually have a 2,000 part of the square thing of 2,000 acres of forest that is ours. And we're a nation and we can give you permission to do it. And the feds can't do anything about it. And they actually can't come on the property. You'll like it even better. So the Iroquois, so that gathering was the best one because I had virtually 8 months to fix it up. I had all these kids from Ithaca College who were like, whoop-de-doo hippie kids. The kids at Cornell, not so much. They were the most grindy kids I ever, and self-destructive, like unbelievable. So anyway, grandfather showed me that on February, on my birthday, and in March, I moved there. I drove my big truck, found my healing temple, put it there, and then all these kids, and we just turned it into paradise. It was unforgettable. We couldn't find any drinking water, and so the first thing I did was I took all the girls. I said, put on your most hippiest, sexy clothes, and we're going to go visit, because this was in a different county, right? It's where the racetrack is in upstate New York, where the car races are, and they have big rock festivals. It'll come to my mind, but we were in that county. So those guys were used to big crowds, not a big deal. That racetrack had 100,000 people there every weekend. So like 20,000 out in the woods, not going to be a big deal. But I said, wait, the first thing we're going to go do, I'm going to call up the chief of police of that county, and I'm going to get the mayor, the chief, the county supervisor, and anybody else who's like important like that. And we're going to have a meeting, and we're going to go tell them that we're going to do this on this piece of property. And the Iroquois Nation has given us permission, so there's not much they can do about it. But we're going to be in their county, and because we want to be gracious and respectful, we're going to come to you here in March, and this is going to happen in July, and we want to do it together with you. And when we went in there, and these girls were like they're all massage therapists like me, and so we go in there, we introduce ourselves, and we start talking, and the guys were like, already knew about me, they knew grandfather David real well. He already told them all about it. He gave me their phone numbers. So it was pretty much all right. But I wanted to make this ceremonial gesture. And then the girls just started rubbing their backs, and they were going, oh, yeah, oh, a little more over here, And after that, it was like they were our family. They were our family. So, and I showed up because for years I've been keeping demographic things of the Rainbow Gatherings. And Rainbow Gatherings, like the one we did in Vermont, the best thing about that. So I was a scout. I got there real early. I was part of Seat Camp. And it was just one little teeny town at the end of this highway, 110. And this lady owned everything. General store, the this, the that, everything. Right? And I went, and it was, again, another gesture. I went into her because if she didn't want this to happen, she could have made it really hard, because she wasn't the chief of police, but she owned the chief of that county. She owned everything in that county. So I went in there and I started telling her, and had all this paperwork showing what other gatherings, how much that gas station made, because you could bring 20,000 people into this one gas station, and the batteries and Tampax and this and that, they make $500,000. So she's going to be the only store, that these people are going to be at, right? And she's the only person who they could like get wholesale this and that from. So I said, you're going to make $1 million, in 4 weeks, you're going to make $1 million. And I had all the years of keeping, all the records. And she looks at it, she's a smart lady, and she goes, wow, I heard you people were just scum of the earth, but I like you. I said, I'm a scout. I'm not there. There is no boss of this, but I am in the council, and I am going to be the facilitator. Any problems, come to me. And then she got the county sheriff and the highway patrol guy. He goes, you're going to stay here with me. I got a nice little house in the back, and you don't need to like rough it up there where you're it's only 10 miles up that hill. And so you can stay here. And she had these nice little, it was like Airbnbs before Airbnbs. This is like, what year was this?
early 80s. Anyway, so as soon as we kind of, became buds, I was like now her son, I wish my son was like you. So, we're setting it all up, and but there was no water, there was no this, no that, and we're going to have 20,000 people up there, and they're going to step all of these plants that cost, $20,000. So she and the sheriff and the county guy, they were great. They did everything. The county guy, his brother was a maple syrup guy, so he had everything maple syrup. He had a zillion miles of PVC pipe and all kinds of tanks and you name it. So he was Mr. Hydrology, and he knew the water table of that place. So he goes, well, there are no real springs. Everything is just wet. There is no, it's not like water comes out of this one place. Everything is just wet. That's why you have all these maple trees, and they love that, and that's why they kick out so much maple. And we just keep sucking it out, and it keeps sucking it up. So he knew hydrology like nobody's business. So he said, so see this gigantic rock? I said, yes. He goes, well, see, right? It's like really hot. The sun's out, hasn't rained in 4 days. And look, and the whole rock is wet, and it's dripping down on the ground. I go, yes. He goes, so what we're going to do is we're going to go get two of my, 500-gallon stainless steel tanks and pull it up here with my tractor. We're going to put those things as close to that rock as we can, and we're going to put a big rubber mat, along that and put it into the tank. So all that water on that rock is going to go right into these tanks, and you will have 1,000 gallons of water a day, which is really good, right? So they, all the people there, who really knew it, were great, right? But everyone, all the Rainbow people, just caught an attitude on everything. It was like, and I was caught in the middle because all the powers that be really loved me, and I was on the. Everyone knew me there, so it's not like, oh, he's like, he's a policeman now. But I'm at council going, fucking morons, stop doing this shit. They set it up so we can do this. You morons want to put it in a place that's terrible when we had this perfect place over here, but no, we got to do it over here. So, bottom line is, so I'm between everything, right? And these people, these guys they would talk to anybody from up there, but these people up there don't want. They're Babylon because the state troopers, not even the guys, state troopers from that neighborhood, but the statey guys wanted to make a thing with, and they had the feds there, and they right at just outside the town, up 110, going up to the site. They put a big camp, and they it was like, they would stop you for no reason at all, right? And so they were hassling everybody. But that wasn't, the guys I knew. Those guys were trying to say, hey, leave these guys alone. We're actually making money here, So anyway, and I got to know those guys, and they were okay with me, it was not a problem. And they lightened up. So their attitude was, okay, we're going to let everyone in and not hassle them. But when they come out, anyone even has a joint, they're getting like $1,000 fine and going to jail. We're gonna make our money on this. But okay, we'll let everyone in, no problem. We'll pull back. We'll be nice during the gathering. We won't hassle anybody, but that's it, because there's only one way in and one way out. And that was another thing. I said, this is really anyway. So I'm going down virtually every morning and having a meeting with the lady who owns everything, the county guy, the highway patrol guy, the sheriff, and then these other guys, right? And she had this little, I wouldn't even call it a diner, but she had amazing pancakes, amazing butter, amazing maple syrup, and amazing coffee. And that's pretty much all. And she had eggs, and bacon. You could get, eggs, bacon, and pancakes. She had peach pancakes and almond pancakes and walnut pancakes and blueberry pancakes. They were just knock your socks off. So, hey, I'm going to go there for breakfast. So I was first living in one of her little cabanas in the back, and once a gathering, I had my, my site up there. Anyway, I would go down every morning, and so the gathering hadn't quite, it's not even July yet. It was late June, but people were coming in because it's New England and all those college kids, and they're all going up there. And so at a certain point, I remember
I was a calm guy late one night, and this girl comes in, and she is tripping her freaking out, right? And she is not. She's like on another plane of existence. And everyone looks at me, and she's kind of like what Shape John was, but not really. And she's really sweet and nice, but she's like talking to everything that's not there. And so everyone just kind of looks at me and goes, "Okay, Al, this is your bailiwick." So I say, "Okay, what's your name?" And and I take her out to my little thing, sit her in a nice little chair, start making her herbal teas to like start knocking it down a little bit, mellowing her out, to making her feel good, making her relax, making her immune system pep up. And so she's like, so she is that way for at least 24 hours, and another 24 hours she's like this. Anyway, so I'm with her 48 hours straight, and nothing else happens, so no one comes against me. And I'm just sitting right over there. So she's still buzzed. I mean, she has not, I have slept, she hasn't, right? She hasn't gotten out of the chair. She's just so enamored with the chair and the fire and her cup. And I constantly, I got a pot of tea on there. She's just drinking the tea. Anyway, so around, 28 hours, she goes, "I need to walk." I said, "Okay, I have this other camp that's like way over there, and it's really pretty. It's really nice, and there's nobody. You can't hear anybody. It's really quiet. I got a really, really nice hammock." And she goes, "Oh, I like hammocks." And I said, "You'll like this hammock." So we hike up there. I get some stuff out of the kitchen at Calm and a few other, essentials for her to keep her mood right. And so we kind of go up there, and she's so now she's not talking to things that aren't there. She's still talking like a zillion miles a minute, but and she's a musician at Boston College of Music, and she's also a mathematician, which she's at MIT. So this girl's a smart girl, right? And she's taller than I am. I don't know if you consider that. I'm 5'11.9, and she was an inch or two taller than me. Kind of very much like she looked like a waif. If she had wings, she'd be a fairy, But she wasn't anorexic. She was very shapely, but she was just really strikingly amazing. I mean, gorgeous, but pretty, but amazing. Everything about her, it just all fit together amazingly. And she had this loving, open, nothing bothered her. I mean, we just clicked. We were just of the same. Everything to her was math and music was math, right? So, and she, actually had, she was tripping her brains out, but she had a little ukulele, right, that she had around her, and she had her little, she knew her rainbow, she had her bowl, her spoon, she had a nice towel that could be a blanket, and she could dry herself off and cover herself up, and she had one of those little Mylar raincoats, and so she was relatively prepared, even tripping her boots off. She was that way. Anyway, so we get her. I put her on the hammock, and I had two hammocks, one up here, right, and one down here, and they're really high tech, beautiful, no seams, made out of this ooh la la material, space age, and so she gets on the top one, and I get on the bottom, and I massage her from underneath. And I have, her weight is coming down, and I can just use my knees and my feet, my elbows, and she is just like drooling and then snoring away, right? And I go in, and I get my big, what I call my mink. I have this really beautiful synthetic blanket that feels like it's mink, and it's really thick, and it really keeps you warm. And I just kind of bundled her, all up in it, and it's so big you could put a chunk of it behind her head as a pillow, so her little face was everything out, and she slept for another 24 hours, right? And I burned, sage all around her and did ceremony, and I had another, hammock off stage right, and I slept in that one. Wrapped myself on my sleeping bag and slept. She slept the whole 24 hours.
And the next morning, yeah, she was snoring like a sailor. This little, not little, tallish but beautiful, a waif. That's all I could say. Try to find one word to fit in there. Anyway, so she's snoring away and drooling, like Popeye. I just kind of said, "Boy, aren't you cute?" So I make a really great omelet, bacon. I have all the stuff. The lady down there she made me this whole big thing of pancake mix that was already mixed. You can keep this. Don't put it in the sun, but you can keep it until you use it. 4 or 5 days, and won't go wrong. Right? And maple syrup, butter, coffee, cream. I mean, I had bacon. I had it. I had the best, right? So, and eggs, made an omelet. Had also fried eggs. I had it all, right? Big skillet, had the fire, it's crackling away. The coffee, the smell of the coffee, the smell of the bacon. She woke up and she was going, "Bacon, bacon." I came over with a super great, crispy. I said, "Here, open your mouth, honey." "Oh my God, am I in heaven?" I said, "Wait till you have breakfast. That's heaven. This is just, getting you ready." Kept feeding her chunks of bacon. She was, and she got out of bed and she just had her little tiny underpants, and that was it. And she didn't even think of it. Wasn't like showing, "Ooh, look at me." She just got out and she was just okay. And so we had breakfast, and it was the sun was hitting us. It was nice and warm, and then she was wearing the mink, the bear blanket, but she was naked except for little underpants. And she threw it down on the ground and had her breakfast. And I sat next to her and had my breakfast. And then out of her little pack, she goes, "Here, I have my pipe and I have a little bit." And so we smoked something, So it was perfect, little everything. And then we were lying down in the sun, and then we both got a little frisky, and that was it. We were rainbow sweeties, right? And so, I'm like, I don't know, 48, so it was 84. So I was 44, and she was like 22. And she just, "I love you, man. I just love you, love you, love you." Everyone in the Rainbow sings, "I love you." But anyway, so that was it. We were it, right? We were this. So the gathering hadn't really started. So, we spent another day just, on our honeymoon. And she is like, can bend herself in so many different positions. And we're just having the best of time. And her little box of herb stock just seems to be never ending. And so anyway, she goes, "I want to do a little." I said, "No, not now. We're not after you. No." Well, I got to this nice melody. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. She would say that to me. She'd want to do something, and I said, "Well, I don't know. When you're right, you're right." So I had this T-shirt, that was, I don't even know what it was, but it was, some obnoxious male titty bar, that most women would be like, right? And she goes, "I love that T-shirt." And she had, she filled that T-shirt out nicely. And so her outfit, she didn't wear those pants anymore, and she just wore that T-shirt and her underpants and her big boots. That was it. She had these really great, they're logging boots. They kind of go up just before your knee. So it's just high up. No snake can really bite you. No twig or branch or any. I mean, that's where you're going to whack yourself. This girl had it together. And so we walk, 3 days later, and we walk arm in arm. We're just like cooing like two love doves. We walk into calm, and everyone just kind of looks at us and just goes, "Okay." Anyway, so everything's just tooling along. There's no real crises. Everything's fine. It's all good. So that morning, the next day, we kind of sleep. We go to all the parties in the camp, and everyone's, "Oh, Elle's new wife." This that was she's your wife, Ellen. Ellen's your new wife. Elle, I called her Elle. And so
You know, we were in campsites, and because we were newlyweds, we got presents, we got, you know, party gifts. It was very sweet. And I've been part of this thing for years, so always, you know, sharing and caring with everybody. But now everyone's like, you know, piling on. All the kitchens, they made us, I don't know how many weddings we had with wedding cakes, like 3 or 4 or more, right? So, and this is all before the big crowd shows, but people are coming in, right? And it's like maybe 2 days before the 4th, right? So after our honeymoon up at my sacred camp, and we were living in my camp next to Calm, what I normally did was I'd wake up, you know, see if anything was needed at Calm, and then I would walk down Main Drag towards the main gate, and I would visit all these kitchens, and I would get a cup of coffee from each, or a little roll or whatever they had, and I would, if anyone had an emotional problem or were totally tweaked on acid or whatever, you know, and those were my like office hours, you know, between about 8:30 and noon. People would know I would be at one of 4 or 5 kitchens if they were looking for me. So I basically, you know, that day I said, let's, you know, I have to take my rounds, and so she went with me, and yes, this is when I introduced everyone to, you know, that we're met. No, it was the second night, because we did on the rounds, and I didn't go downtown, but it was like the day before the big, not before, like the second or third was when the big crowd just it's like a sea coming in. So I went to go down there. You know, I was going to go the first, but that was the day we came back from our honeymoon. So the second definitely had to go down, have breakfast with the old lady and the guys, just to make sure everything was copacetic, right? So I'm, you know, I make my rounds. We go to all those coffee, get our cups of coffee and little rolls, and everyone's, you know, wishing our best for our new wedding, our new, you know, nuptial bliss. And so we get to the gate, and the alcohol guys are like hearing that we're married, and they're like hooping and hollering and making, you know, and she's got this titty bar, you know, this thing that most women would go, oh, that's terrible. She's wearing that, and she's got her little skimpy underpants on, and I'm wearing a pair of her underpants too, because I couldn't find anything to put on. So we're both wearing her underpants, and she's got that, and I have like a lumberjack shirt on, right? And she got her big boots up to her knees, and I have my you know, forest shoes, and, you know, and we're good. And I always have a big hat, right, and sunglasses. And so she got into sunglasses. She took some of my sunglasses and tried them on. Oh, I like these. So, and she got a hat too, you know, so we both got hats, both got sunglasses, both wearing her underpants. She's got this titty bar t-shirt, and I've got a like lumberjack shirt on, right? Because in the morning, it's still a little cool. So, especially if you're wearing, you know, her underpants. So, and my junk is, you know, showing its best, and she keeps tweaking it. And she put the underpants on me when I couldn't find anything to wear. She said, here, put these on. I'm going to keep an eye on your junk. And that's the kind of girl she was. You know, she was like a guy girl, you know. So anyway, you know, we are heading down there, and, you know, we're at the gate, and who's ever coming and going, you know, like, hey, you going downtown? I need a ride. Okay, get on. Well, a couple of days before I got married, the last time I was down at the meeting, and the guy say, our patrol said, you know, our intelligence tells us there's some crazy people coming from California who want to come to your gathering and kill people. I said, oh, thanks for the heads up. I said, so you got anything else on them other than, you know, a urban legend? And he said, oh, yes, you know, they're coming from California, so they'll have California plates, and they're in a tan Winnebago. And I go, okay, that's a little more. Anything else? Like how many? What kind of, you know, what sect are they from? And anyway, he says, no, and we'll keep our eyes out. I said, well, that'd be nice. And so anyway, so I have that like in the back of my head, right?
So we're waiting. This vehicle comes by. They open the door. He goes, "Hey, oh yeah, we're gonna go downtown, man." I said, "Okay." So I get on, and my girl. And so we've been partying all night because everyone's having weddings for us. So it's like we really haven't slept, and 2 days, we really haven't slept in the last 86 hours. A little bit here and there, but anyway. So we're like just in. Nothing is bothering us. She's like tucked in here on me, and I'm like her big bear, and she's like, just all hung up into my little, lumberjack shirt, and we're both. She's like checking on my junk, and I'm squeezing hers, and we're just so cute back there, and we're sitting in the back, and I look around. It's not a bus, and it's not because a lot of these guys have school buses. No, I don't know. I wonder what this is. And there's there's two guys from California, the guy and this other guy, and they're, yeah, man, that's all they're saying. And they're pretty burnt. They're crisp. And then there's this guy I know who's a road dog. He's, basic criminal. And he comes to gatherings. I know who he is. I've talked, we know each other and have mutual respect. I don't hassle him. He doesn't cause any trouble when I'm around, right? So, okay. We kind of nod at each other. And then he kind of looks at me and goes, I heard you got married. Is that your, and she goes, I'm his bitch. I kick your ass, motherfucker. That's what she said. This is like a refined concert musician. I kick your ass, motherfucker. And she says, love being this character, right? So I just kind of look at her, and he kind of goes, he kind of shakes his head, and it doesn't go any further than that. And there's two guys in the back, and they're way back. I'm looking around, and I'm just starting to wake up, and I still have my coffee in my mug, and I'm looking around. And she's left all her stuff. She got nothing. She's like drinking my coffee, and that's okay. When you're married, that's what you do. So anyway, I hear this guy scream like John screams, ah, like that. And I, what is wrong with you, buddy? And he goes, the police, they're after us. And I said, well, what are you? And so I get up and I saunter in the back, and I look out the back window, and there's a police car back there. I said, man, there's police all over the place. This is the only road. He's just behind us. Relax. He goes, I said, just sit down and breathe. So we're going along. And then he screams again. And I go back and say, buddy, what is wrong with you? And he doesn't say anything. He just points at the window. And there's 3 police cars there. And their lights are on. But this is a windy Vermont road. There's no place to turn off. We're not stopping until we get to Bound. And the 2 California boys, and I said that, the 2 California boys, I look up, and right over the driver, it says Winnebago. I look around, it's a Winnebago. I said, buddy, where are you guys from? California, man. What color is your Winnebago? Tan, man. I go, uh-oh. And I say to the guy who's like, hyperventilating, I said, what is your problem? He goes, and he opens his thing, and he's got like 100 sheets of acid, meaning he's got like 10,000 hits there. I mean, that's enough to go away for 20 years, easy, right? And he's like some bourgeois kid who just somehow got that and came up. And anyway, so he's like, and he's probably tripping his brains out too. So, I take his pulse, and yep, he's tripping. So I go back to my sweetie. I said, well, this might be interesting. And I kind of explained the whole storyline, quietly. And I said, listen, everybody, don't make any sharp moves. Don't do anything we're going to be taken off the road down here. And it's not for anything that anyone thinks. And I say to the 2 California, I said, guys, you aren't mass killers, are you? And they go, no, man, we're surfers. We just wanted to go to a rainbow gathering in the East Coast and then go hit the waves. Okay, I don't need to know anymore. So we get down. They had the roadblocks. I got the bulldozers right in the road. There's no way getting around these guys. And there's like 100 cops there, all with M16s and shotguns, right? And I'm like looking around.
Good. Okay. I said, no one move. Do not anyone. I mean, and by the way, everyone just get on the floor. Honey, sweetie, not only do you get on the floor, see this wheel well, you get yourself in there. This guy shooting, that is like to say you will be the last to die. And if this thing doesn't blow up, you'll get out of here alive. And I promise you that. So I said, you driver boys, get down, right? So I take my lumberjack shirt off. So all I am wearing is, my girlfriend's underpants and my, forest sneakers, right? That's all. I got nothing else. I take my hat off, my sunglasses off, got nothing, right? I get out of the vehicle. I put my, lock my fingers between, and put them on top of my head. I walk out right in. There's nothing hiding me. I'm right in the, every guy there could shoot me, no problem, right? And I get on my knees and I start saying the Lord's Prayer with my outside voice. So it's like echoing the hills, and everyone is like this, right? And luckily, the county sheriff, the highway patrol guy, the county, because they were waiting in the lady's place eating pancakes, waiting for me to show up to meet my new wife. And because everybody knows everything, right? So, and they come over to the brides because they heard over the radio that the masked killers were there. And they, the wild, crazy highway patrol guys they were the guys with the M16s, but there were about 50 of them, right? So, on my knees, with my outside voice with the Lord's Prayer, and over, I hear the of a police car. Ow! What are you doing? And it's the sheriff, and he just grabbed he said, everyone, put your guns down. Stop right now. No one, put them down. Take the bullets out. No one, if anyone fires, I'm putting a bullet in their head. So they come over and surround me and said, what, and I said, well, listen, it's been a case that, that's, you told me, you think that's the killers. Yes, it is a Winnebago and it is the right color and it is from California, but no, these are just fluffer bunnies. And my wife is on there, And so they said, okay. And so they kind of wave it through, get the bulldozer out of the way, wave it through, get to where the store is. And then they basically say, okay, so what do you want to have happen here, Al? And I said, nothing. Everyone just goes on their merry way. And they say, no problem. And then I look in the back of the Winnebago, and a kid with the sheets of acid, he is eating them, right? And his brains are like coming out of his ears. And I go, okay, Sheriff, see that guy? You got an ambulance down here, don't you? And he goes, yep. I said, see that guy? He had 100 sheets. He had 10,000 hits, and he was freaking out that you guys were going to find him. But he's eating those sheets. You need to get him to a hospital, and he may not ever come back. So take him gently, right? So they brought in the ambulance, and they gently took him out and shot him up with Thorazine before they took him out of the Winnebago. And I said, Sheriff, just take this stuff and burn it, or do whatever you're going to do with it. But don't go after him. He's like, look at him. He's been punished enough, right? And God knows where he's going to be, after this. And he goes, okay, that's good for me. No paperwork. Okay, got it. So they do that. And then, the other guys, the California guys, they had enough and they just wanted to go hit some waves. So they were going to go. And the road dog, as soon as it was obvious that he wasn't going to get shot, he was like the biggest chicken. He came out like, you're my First Amendment, blah, 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 blah. And the sheriff looked at me. I said, what should we do with him? I said, what do you want to do with him? And the badass highway patrol guy who wanted to beat someone up was over there. And he said, hey, Fred, why don't you take this guy, in? And so 10 of those guys came over and just wailed
the ever living shit out of this guy with their billy clubs, and then took him away to be renditions. They had no idea where he went. And he never came again. I never saw that guy ever again. So the sheriff and the county commissioner and the highway patrol guy and his boss, who was like the super duper top of Vermont Highway Patrol, came to see this because in Putney they were having at the Holiday Inn a big police whoop-de-doo of different Northeast states, and he came because he was at that. He came to see this, and he really came to have this lady's pancake. So we went in there, and she had the place all set up for the wedding breakfast, and we were just about an hour late. But we put the feed bag on, and we're talking, and everyone's laughing, and they just love my new wife, and she has the old lady had some instruments on the back wall, and she picked up a violin and started playing Strauss. Like everyone, there she is in her underpants and this titty bar t-shirt, and she's playing Strauss. And we're both wearing her underpants, and these guys don't even say anything about it, right? So we have a great breakfast. She plays, a concert for these guys, and the lady is crying and loving it, and because she wanted to be a concert, and it was just again something out of a movie. And the guys go, we have to make, you're married, we got to do something for you, and we just put you for that. That could have been you saved our butt. Half those guys, we machine gunned the wrong Winnebago, it wouldn't have looked good. I said yes, and they go, how would you guys like to come back to Putney with us, and we'll put you up in the presidential suite for as long as you want to be there. It's got a pool, it's got a jacuzzi, and my new wife and I both said jacuzzi, and it's got a really good restaurant, and we said jacuzzi, jacuzzi. So we're both jacuzzi fans, and so we got in there, and they drove us to Putney, and they put us up in the presidential suite, and then they took us to the fancy schmancy store, and Putney was the town I lived in when I was with my sensei, right? And so, basically we went over to the Putney Co-op, and everybody was still, and this is 11 years later, so we have a great time. I said to Sensei, oh yeah, Sensei's still there, we'll call him up. So they call him up, he drives down, he's now driving a car, and he's, great time. We say, Sensei, well, we're at the Holiday Inn, and because Sensei, that's a whole nother story. We used to have a lot of fun in the Holiday Inn. So I said, Sensei, why don't you come? We have got a suite, it's got 2 bedrooms, why don't you come? He said, oh, sure, I'm there. So, we go, we have more food at the Co-op. We get in a thing, and the police are with us, right? And I introduce them to everyone that I know at the Co-op, and the police buy Elle and me total duds. I mean, that place had the really super rich people camping clothes, North Star and all that kind of stuff, and they bought us outfits. They bought us a couple $100 worth of clothes, right? So we didn't have to walk around in my girlfriend's underpants. And, so we forget the 4th of July. We, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, we kind of go back to the 6th. And the cops drive us back. How else are we going to get back? And I said, Sensei, why don't you drive us back? And he said, I wouldn't touch that place with a 10-foot pole. You're braver than I am. And that's my sensei, who's the most amazing human being I know, So anyway, he's up there with he and the old crone are of the same, but he's from Japan, she's from England. But anyway, so, he spends 2 days and nights. He's luxuriating in the pool and the jacuzzi, eating everything off the buffet and just having a grand old time. And the police love this guy because they've heard all about him, and now they met him, and now they're the best buddies. And the county executive is meeting his buddy county executive. All these other police guys who are from the Northeast. We are just having, that's why you spend them, because we were just partying our ass off with all these politicians and cops in the most wholesome of way. And the first 2 days, it was my girlfriend and I were wearing, the first one day and night, we were just, dressed as we came. And, we're in this big fancy restaurant with all these rich white people from other places, and we're with all these cops and politicians, and we're in my wife and I are in her underpants, and she's got a titty bar t-shirt, and wearing one of the policemen gave her an amazing leather jacket, right? And on the back it said SWAT. So she's like loving that, and she's got police cross here, and a badge that's been printed on that, right? But it's a badge. It's that was that guy's badge. He had lots of badges, but on that coat, so he couldn't see the other badge. That's right there. And he gave it to her, and it was a little bulky, but she could wear lots of stuff underneath it, and it kind of went down to her thigh, and she just loved this jacket, just love it. And it had these great sleeves that, they came down here on her butt. They had this thing that, like this, it had this, but it had this little thing that you could pull, and it would get really tight there. So she could just push it up, and so it wasn't always, we looked that first night in that fancy restaurant. It was quite fun. And we were dancing because they have dancing at that Holiday Inn. And, Sensei was dancing with it. It was just straight off the hook, right? And I'm telling you guys in Hollywood, you got to hire me. I have so many movies for you guys, right? Just go look at the 1,200 shows I've done already. So anyway, we're having a great time. And we go back on the 5th or 6th. It might have been 5th or 6th, right? And all the cops and everybody, they have forgot being, they have, right? And the sheriff and the highway patrol guy stays there. The sheriff goes back, right? And so does the county guy. And then they come on the 5th day and say, Al, you got to come back. That's what it was, right? And I said, what? I said, well, things have gotten out of hand. I said, really now? Oh, who wouldn't expect that in that site and everything? And I said, so what happened to Frank? Did he said, Frank went up there with his boys, 40 strong, with, their M16s and shotguns, and was just going to go around and arrest everyone who was smoking pot and who was, he said, I said, I thought he was going to wait till everyone came out. And he said, well, he changed his mind, and we weren't there. And now it's war zone. I said, anybody dead? It's, oh no, but it's their nose to nose, and it's a standoff, and it could be really bad. So, okay, I've had, honey, you ready to go? And she's got, I don't know. How about one more time in the jacuzzi? I said, I don't think so. I think we have to go. So we get into his car, and we drive all the way there. And I say, okay, you know what I want? We're here. Is anybody here who's a good lawyer? Who's an honest lawyer? And they all looked at each other, honest lawyer? And this one guy says, well, he is. He's a defense attorney, and he's really good. I said, that's the boy. Can you come with us? And so as we're driving back, the head highway patrol guy of the state is in the car. The highway patrol guy of, that I know from that district is in the car. The county executive, who is also a lawyer, and this other lawyer, and me and my wife. And, and it's a big car. It's not like a police car. It's got three, and it's got 4-wheel drive. This thing can go anywhere, right? It's one of those Tahoes or big, it's got 4 seats, right? So anyway, we go up there, and we go, and the police got everything. They got the road all the way up. They got the front gate. They got, I don't know what they did with the 8 camp. They're not there. And the road that goes from the front gate up to the main meadow, there's police cars and, and everyone is up behind. There's a big rock. And so they're like, everyone, all 20,000 is up there. And right in the main meadow, there's like, at least 500, hippies who are screaming at the cops. And there's not 500, but at least 20 cops with their, holding their, M16s. And then there's guys behind cars and more guys, it's like not good. So I said, just drive all the way in the middle of these people and try to run everybody over, cops and hippies. just drive right through them. I mean, not real fast, but lights blazing, horn going. And, and so, I left and my wife was in her underpants and a titty shirt. And I was, wearing her underpants and my lumberjack shirt. We get out and we probably got $200 worth of North Face, really nice, super nice camping pants, like space age, everything. Beautiful, these unbelievable shirts that if you sweat, it kind of wicks it off. And she's wearing a police jacket, her leather police jacket. And I have a really nice North Face hoodie that, in the sun, it's still nice. And, 1,000,000 degrees below zero, it's keeping you warm. And I have new boots on. She still got hers. And so, we get out like officials, like we are in charge. And, then, all the other guys get out and they're like behind us, like we're in front. And Frank is there screaming at this, what's her name? It was Garrick's wife. Woman was the most obnoxious, but again, when she was fun, great. And you want to be in a foxhole, she would be the one you want there because she would like eat the bullets, right? So she's screaming at that cop. This cop is screaming at her. She just wants to like slit his throat. She's going on and on and on. And I walk up and I got all these cops. And the rumor was that I got arrested down there, right? And so I show up and they were like, and that was what kicked this whole thing off, is that I got arrested down there with my new wife and they took me away, right? And everyone else went to jail. Well, they didn't. Everyone got let off free. One guy, let his brains go on the floor of a hospital, and the road dog that everyone hated, was beat into submission and never came back. So, and we were partying it up in Putney. We were having another honeymoon. Anyway, so she screams at the cop, "Look what you did to Al." I mean, I'm not wearing underpants, my wife's underpants, I'm wearing like $300 worth of amazing camping clothes. And so is my wife. And, what did you do to them? And she went to slug the cop. And my concert musician, composer wife kicks this woman in the gut and flies that away. Now, this is the biggest badass bitch everyone hates woman, right? Who thinks she's the ruler of the Rainbow Gathering because she's just so obnoxious. And my wife has just kicked her in the stomach. And, the cops go like, woo! And everyone on the other side, the hippies go, yeah, that bitch deserves that. So I turned around and said, listen, you morons, I did not get arrested. I went on another honeymoon. These nice people took me to Putney, and I stayed there, and I ate lobster and steak. And what did you guys have? Kidney beans and roots. You guys can't even keep it together to have a good, it's not the kitchen's fault. It's, and I just went off. I, had 8 months of dealing with rainbow politics, and I just went off. And 80% of the people there were like, yes, this guy is right. He should be our president. I said, I don't want to be, everyone knows me. I just do what I do, and I do it well. I do my best. I'm here because you're my family, and everyone knows families, this family, we're supposed to choose. We have chose to be. No, look at you guys. You've been fighting each other. You're going up against these cops who got guns. You don't have guns. And if you do, you'd be dead in an instant. So they're going to go away. And you guys just cool your jets. And I'm going to go back with them back to the Holiday Inn. And
And my wife goes, "That's right." and what was that lady's? Like she had some hippie, like Flower Monster or whatever her name was, right? And and her son is my godson, and because my best friend had a baby with him, and I've spent the last 30 years, and he's a lot like John, and my best friend always says, "Well, you need to take care. What do you? You're his father. You take care of him." "Oh well, I'm doing, So I've done my best. I didn't pay for it, but I kept his brain together enough. I got him into Tesla, and he became an electrical engineer, and I got him a pretty good job, but he just couldn't take the stress. So he's kind of living someplace. And so anyway, we went back to the Holiday Inn. And the cops all left, who brought us back? I think it was the sheriff. The sheriff brought us back. He came and got us, went down to, you know what happened? The sheriff and the lady came up to the Holiday Inn, and it was like, the big steak or London broil night, and she liked that place, and she danced, and she, again, stayed a night, and Sensei came and met her, and because I told her stories about it, I said, "He's just over the hill over there. You should go meet this guy. You guys would be cute together." Anyway, so we did that, and the next day we drove back, the old lady, me, and the sheriff, and basically it was like July 10th, and the basic crowd had all gone, and all of the Frank and his, SWAT moron guys had gone, and it was back to normal, and there's maybe 600-700 people there, and by the day's end there would be 200 people, and those would be the people who would be cleanup. And the other great thing of rainbow gatherings, there's being a scout, there's being seed camp, and there is being cleanup, because everyone is left. I don't know how many tents, how many everything, from just taking stuff. Rich people would come to Rainbow Gather, spend $1,000, come there, camp, and leave the shit there. I don't know how many. I at least have 4 tents that are still in the box that are 20 years old. I pulled one out when some people visited me this summer. It was like brand new, So that's what. And food, we never had seed camp. Or scouts, you had to eat out of the dumpster. Let's see, what's not so much boys, but 180-year-old scientists that might change the course of humanity. Well, there have been a lot of guys like that. Well, and it's always like, look at Tesla. If we had done what he invented, he was envisioning peace on earth and abundance for everyone. And Mr. Morgan and Rockefeller had a different idea already, with the pandemic jabberwockies. Yep, and that's that whole thing. It is so, those guys are so incompetent. First thing, if you're going to have an engineered disease to try and scare people into bending over, you get one that kills a lot of people. Even the first round of this killed, 99.9% of everyone survived it, right? And people who got sick had immunity much better than, there's a thing in immunology, one shot given and one and done is the thing. Meaning if you need a booster, this thing doesn't work shit, right? And that, herd immunity is much better than that. And they're, we follow the science. No, they found the dollar bill, right? And it is, it has become ubiquitously understood. And I would say 30% of American population, will get the booster until they fall over dead, right? And now I had to get, the first and second shot because my healthcare, the guy said, "I'm sorry, the state has passed this rule because they're paying for your healthcare. If you don't get the shot, you don't get healthcare, And then they might go after other things." And I said, "Okay, I don't care. Go ahead, shoot me up." So he did. And I said,
if this thing works, be fine. If it doesn't work and they want us still going for boosters, and he said, yes, I understand. One and done. I said, yep. And so he said, so before I went on the boot, I saw him and I said, so have you gotten your booster yet? And he goes, no. So you're going to get your booster? And now he's head of the health department. That's my doctor up in the deep green, or one of them. Anyway, he's the closest one. And he said, no, I'm not going to get any more. And I said, do you have any side effects? He goes, well, my arm hurt a little bit, but other than that, no. I didn't have any side effects. And so, and he says, what I'm using is, so 90% of the rest of the world, third world, has not even gotten one shot. So ethically and scientifically, all the variants are coming out of the third world. Wouldn't it be smart to, if this thing actually works, to give those people a shot too, so we don't have to worry about variants? And he said, yep. I said, well, that's my excuse. And he goes, good enough for me. So I don't know if the 3 states I live in will pass a law like New York just did, where they made it. New York State now they have a law that states that they can just go to your house, knock on the door, you come to the door, they put a sack over your head, throw you in the van, and take you to a place where no one knows where you are. And they can hold you forever, right? And you don't have to be sick. You can be even vaccinated, and they can still do it because the law states they can take you away. They can take anyone away that is a threat to, community health, public health. And that can mean, they didn't specify what that meant. That's what it says in the law, And they passed 5 other laws stating that everyone has to be vaccinated for whatever they say they need to be vaccinated for, anything, right? And as many times. So that means everyone's in New York State's going to be boosted out of their, booster. But it's so obvious now. And people are going to start bringing, things to the court. And, the Supreme Court is, good old Donnie Trump's Supreme Court. So, no matter what the Stepford Wife president says, and it's all falling apart. He can't get any of his shit voted on because it's bullshit. And the economy is about to collapse. And the corporate state, all of the, whatchamacallit. I'm talking. I need a cough drop. If you guys ever use these things, these are the nuclear weapons of cough drops. They're the best. Everything candy. So, we stayed another week at cleanup. Had a great time. I went back to Boston with her. Spent, a few weeks with her in her nice little apartment in Boston. And I had friends in Boston, and so we met them, and I met her friends. And then after about 2 or 3 weeks, she had to go back to being a concert musician, which meant ridiculous amounts of practice. And then, she had, she's studying to be a, rocket scientist, mathematician. So she, so she had, anyway, so after 2 weeks, she goes, I love you. But you're such a distraction. I can't get anything done because you just so much fun. And it's not like, I want to be with you. I want to always fool around with you. You bring out this side of me that I never have. And, but, I put my whole life into these careers, and you're always going to be part of my life. You're always going to be there. This connection we have is not going away. So, and I know you have things to go up and do. I mean, you've just been staying here because it's been so much fun. And yes, I do have a nice thing, and my daddy is rich and all of that. But
you know. I said, you know, we had this thing called a telephone, and I like writing letters, and the internet was in existence. She had that. I really wasn't using it. But anyway, so I went back to New York and did what I did. And that's when, you know, I met my second wife. So I didn't see this woman for a while. And then I, you know, when I left New York in 88, you know, I haven't been back. The only time I ever went back was in 2011. And I spent 2 weeks there, right? And so I went and saw all my old friends and everything. And a friend of mine said, there's this, you know, quartet playing at the Whitney. Let's go see that. You know, I got tickets to go see that. So I went there, and there she was playing. And, you know, it's one of those amazing synchronistic things. Because I hadn't seen her, like, you know, in, I don't know, you know, like 15 years. And she was married, had kids, and, you know, and had a great career as a composer and, you know, in this quartet she had, and teaching, and she was a mathematician too. And so, you know, it was like blew our shorts. She played a song for me. She played the song she played in the old lady's Vermont restaurant, and told the story of, you know, the whole thing a lot quicker than I did, but everyone. And her husband came over to me and said, "Thank me." And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "You broke her in for me. You were the." When she met him, she said, "Oh, I've been married once." And they were obviously meant for each other. So we became good friends, and I would visit them every now and then till I got really sick. But she never went to another rainbow gathering. She said, nothing could top that. And I said, so of all the things we did in that, like 5 weeks, 8 weeks, what like really got your rocks off the most? And she said, well, you know, when I kicked that bitch in the gut and, you know, she flew across and landed in the woods and didn't get up, she said, it like changed my life, because I kicked that woman with all the anger I had from my parents and all the shit ass teachers I had and all the bullies and everything that I was pissed off about. I put all, that's why she's like, what, how far did she go? Like half a mile? I mean, I kicked her into the forest, not just down, but like across the road, up the hill, and, you know, into the woods where no one saw her, you know? And that was the thing that was really great, you know? That was the greatest present you gave me. I said, you mean you still have the police jacket? And her little, not so little, but her daughter said, yeah, Mommy wears that all the time. She scares everyone. So it's like, yeah, okay. So she goes, you live in New York? I said, well, you know, New York was my town, but no. I am now living in, where was I living then? I was living here in Virginia. And I said, I'm in Virginia. And she goes, I don't really like that state. She goes, I played it at whatchamacallit, Tech. And it was just, the people were just so, And I said, yep, I know what you mean. I said, but there's how about you go to Roanoke at all? She goes, well, I drove through it. I said, well, that's the town I'm in. And she goes, well, you're going to have to come to Boston. You should come to Boston. So I haven't gone to Boston. And the last time I talked to her, here it is, so it's 10 years later. It was 2011. So it's 10 years later. And I've talked to her a lot, but I haven't gone to Boston. Maybe I'll go to Boston, you know? And her kids are now teenagers, and she said that whole experience really, really, really made me appreciate all kinds of people and everything. And Mike, you know, I have been, you were you taught me, showed me all that thing about being the alpha dog. Once, you went away, I became the alpha dog, meaning I was not I was the concert musician, orchestra leader / composition person, mathematician. I mean, that's what I was. I wasn't shy. I wasn't brash. I wasn't an extrovert. I was an introvert. I was just that, and that's what I was passionate about and loved, and that's what I did, and that's why I had no boyfriends or girlfriends, or I had acquaintances and people I worked with and I was part of, and I could appreciate them, but it wasn't until being with you and experience all of that made me really appreciate humanity and have a good time with it and not get too serious about it and not, keep an eye, you really taught me about having, going through that experience in the Winnebago. I have, from that day on, I have had my 360 on, my conscious intent and my conscious awareness. And that's the greatest gift you gave me. But the greatest, of all of that stuff, kicking that lady in the gut and, throwing, I got every bit of anger in that one kick out of me. And that's made me a better parent, a better wife, a better lover, a better everything. That was the best thing, Barb. Right. So that's that story. How long have we been doing this? 5 hours, 40 minutes. Let's see what the kids are saying. How many people are there? 3. Okay. I'm not sure why they didn't release the bombard. Exactly. If you're going to do it, you Ebola, but they have a cure for Ebola. And so the videos I played, I've been in all the medical things, and Lansing, that the doctor, he is the number 1 virologist on the planet. He has all the patents for making vaccines, right? And Fauci and Mr. Little Penis, Micropenis, Billy Micropenis, really can't stand him because he's honest. They can't buy him off, right? So he basically said that, basically he wrote this thing in Lansing that, Fauci's talking, he follows the science, he doesn't. He follows the dollar bill. And that was it. That's why they went after him. And I got to stand up or I wouldn't be able to get up. So it's already the handwriting on the wall. But New York State basically passed a law that's so much like the National Socialist, Enabling Act. And it enables the state to do whatever the heck they want to. It's public. That's what the Enabling Act of the Nazis did, right? So it's a very interesting, and I played the little speech of V. I mean, it's that right there. So go back and watch this, And like I said, my long ones, my long haulers here are basically, you put your little cursor down at the beginning, start at the beginning and roll it. And you see the little box with my picture going, and, this is a good exercise for you to get, get the shamanic energy. When I'm going to hear this. And in the first hour or so, I kept playing, the things off the YouTube that I thought you should see, right? So watch those. Every one of them is excellent, right? Do you think it's been done to us in stages? Of course. Of course it is. But see, I'm a guy who studies history in the longest of things. You think this is the first time this is, the Irish Irish famine was biological warfare. The English wanted to get, the Irish were no longer just peasant workers. They were becoming a nuisance. And they passed these laws where, Ireland was England's garden of paradise. That's where all their vegetables came from, because the northern part of Ireland is only 15 miles to England, right, to the Scotland coast. And so England was turning themselves into a merchant businessman manufacturing country, right?
And that's why they were like building all these machines and stuff to conquer the world. So, and steal everyone's resources because they had none, right? That was their, and we have been following that business model, which was the Roman business model, which was a Babylonian business model, ever since, right? So, the Irish famine was caused because they passed a law that the Irish could only eat potatoes. You know, they had plenty of broccoli and carrots and rhubarb and you name it, everything was growing great. And the potato had a fungus that would grow on it. That wouldn't grow on any other plant, and that's why they made the law saying that the Irish could only eat the potato because the only plant that the fungus went after were potatoes. It wasn't so bad. It was no big deal. You just kind of cut it off and eat the potato. And so this English person, Lord or whatever he was, Mr. Scientist, was a botanist, and so he got a hold of that virus and he played with it and made it worse and worse and worse. And then when they got it to a point where it would just sweep across all the potato fields and not even touch anything else, they let it loose. And within a year, 6 million people were starving because there were no potatoes. And by law, that's the only thing they could eat. And the law was so stringent, if that guy stuck a carrot while he's working in the farm and he takes a carrot, puts it in his pants, the English would come and hang him and then kill his family. I mean, that's how ruthless the English are. They are you think ISIS is bad? Not even close to what the English, empire has done to this planet, And that's, why, I played that thing for you about, they have been spraying our atmosphere since 1947, right? And the Nazi, and they got it from the Nazis, from Operation Paperclip, because the Nazis were spraying their own people and putting fluoride in the water to make them docile, right? So, yes, of course they, and they've been doing it in stages, for the last 100 years, As a super imagine. Yeah, he does. I mean, I tell him to write this shit down. That's what I do. Instead of me screaming like that, I write novels, And, he could, he writes relatively well, Sandra, hey, I'm Irish. Good on you, Colleen. So are you Irish, Colleen, or you just got Irish in you? Are you a real Irish girl? You got red hair, got freckles, you play a violin and accordion and wear cute short skirts and clog dance? Jamie Hillier, what did Jamie say, Jim? Yes. Clearly, the graphic oxide is building blocks for the nano. Right, exactly. And that's what that guy went into, right? And so did the doctor who had all the patents on making vaccines, They're calling him the anti-vaxxer, and he's the guy who's invented all of the patents, the technology to make vaccines, right? And the other guy who invented the, message RNA thing, they're going after him because he's saying, no, this is kind of useless. And so nobody wants to, it's obvious what they're doing because they don't want to have a debate. They don't want to talk about it, And who is the lawyer for the black football star who got off and then went to jail? The Jewish guy, bald head, whatever his name is. I heard him debating Kennedy, and it was quite interesting. Kennedy could barely speak. He had a sore throat, and he really did not, And the lawyer guy, all he could say was, all I can say is legally, everyone should get the right, get the jab. That's how it's legally. All the precedents, all they talked about, not the medical, not whether it was worth it, not what COVID, none of the thing, just by law. This is it. Now, if people take these things to court, which a lot of people are, and it gets to the Supreme Court, and it's that super Republican Donald Trump, Supreme Court doesn't, get in Jojo the used car salesman's face about this mandate stuff, then that Mr. You have got to realize that this isn't really political. This isn't Democrats against Republicans. Two wings of the same corporate bird, right? What this is a planetary play for Mr. Global to take over, and but Mr. Global doesn't have it together to do it. Otherwise, it would have been done 50 years ago. 1947 would have been done, but it didn't. And they've tried and tried and tried and tried, and this is their last ditch. So, what I'm telling everyone, you have to be your best. You got to step up and not be conspiratorial or be angry or be violent or carry your gun. I mean, I know all these guys who, they're like Billy Micropenis. So they carry guns, where I live in the deep green, that neighborhood, everybody's got a gun. I'm the only guy who doesn't have a gun. And I shoot better than most of the guys who have a gun. I've done that with them already. Oh, let's go shooting. I don't want to. Oh, come on. Okay. So we go shooting, and I go, okay, we're going to go shooting. We're not just going to go out in a forest where our bullet might fly a half a mile and go through somebody's house. There is a nice, the federal, when they built the dam and flooded the valley, they built all these nice little things to buy the people up, nice campsites, nice beaches. They actually have a nice shooting range, which is really nice. I mean, very safe, perfect. I said, you want to shoot a gun? Let's go to the shooting range. It doesn't cost anything, right? And half of them mostly, I mean, there's always there's 30 places where, a target, and there's a place, safely 30 people can shoot at this range. I've been there a lot of times, and I don't think there's been more than 4 or 5 people there. And even when it's a holiday, or 4th of July, I went once with some guys who wanted to shoot, and there was nobody there, So you don't have to wait. You don't have to pay. It's safe. It's great. And I said, you really want to shoot? See who can shoot? Forget shooting, cans in the forest. Let's go there. It's only, right over there. Let's go. It's, like 5 miles away. Let's go. Come on. You want to shoot? You want to shoot? You want to see me shoot? Come on. Let's go. It's the only place I'm going to do it. I grab my little earmuffs and my little yellow, safety glasses, and we go over there. And so I've done it 3 times with 3 different guys. Now, nobody asked me, because each time I've just blown them away. Now, last time I did it was 10 years ago, and my eyes are gone, and I'm pushing 72, and I can't hold my hand up, so I had to, and my adrenaline was going. Yeah, I could still be a pretty good shot, but I've taken an oath. That's why I don't have guns. Never to doctor, do no harm. That means shooting someone. That means beating them up. That means any of the other, right? Now I can protect myself, right? But I have my, 360, conscious awareness. So if you're aware of something dangerous coming at you a mile away and you just go away, that's the best way to protect yourself, right? And that's why I constantly tell folk, practice your 360 conscious awareness, practice your conscious intent, and you won't have to worry about anything. And so that's what I do. And now I am a moron 40% of the time. So, 40% I'm not 100% 360, that. So it's half Irish, half French. So you're Canadian? Is that, Jane, is that where you are? Can yet. I don't know what a can yet is. But French, Irish, French, I have a lot of Irish friends friends that are, and Irish German friends too. Because back in the time when I lived in Ireland and Glendore, all these, people who they thought the Third World War was going to happen, and that's another thing that I would say, 40% probability that some entity in the United States is going to loft a missile up into the upper atmosphere and detonate an EMP device, a neutron bomb or something close to that. Because a neutron bomb is heavy radiation, heavy EMP, but no, and ionized radiation rather than particulate matter. So you left it up there, and if you did that, if you lofted something around Pennsylvania to Arkansas, if you lofted something up there, up into the troposphere and detonated it, it would fry every single electrical device in this side of the planet. It would take out everything in Canada, Mexico, United States, Iceland, probably England, Ireland, chunks of Europe, and Central and South America, and a little, probably maybe the Philippines, maybe a little bit of China, maybe whatever is in that circumference of half the world, and that would if this pandemic thing doesn't do it, that would definitely, because what they're doing is they're basically it's like a good example, the guy who is the guy who owned all the patents of he is the father of modern vaccines, right? Him and Mr. Salk, right? But he's the more newer one, and he made a very good point. He said Germany, before up until the National Socialists took over, Germany was the most democratic, well-educated, most sober country in Europe, right? And that's those years between World War I and World War II, those 20 years. And the last 8 years of that, everything fell apart. Meaning, you think America had a bad depression. You should go watch the movie or the play Cabaret. Because Cabaret in Germany was where people went to shoot morphine, drink themselves unconscious, have sex with someone they didn't even know, and then sell their children into sex slavery and all the fruit. I mean, it's a place where you just lost your humanity, right? And then you would find it on the other side. And that's what that was the guy who wrote that play. That was what it was. It was showing Germany de-evolving, right? So, so when people say, "Oh, it can't happen here in America. We've been in a democracy too," no, sorry. Good luck with that. And that's kind of where we're at in 2019, with having Donald Trump as president for 3.5 years. It was like nothing made sense. Everything was 180 degrees different every 2 hours. He lied so much that he told the truth that just drove people nuts. Like when he was going, "That's fake news." Well, he drove home that everything is fake news. It's a witch hunt. Everything is a witch hunt. Everything he said, I didn't do that. Well, whatever. But, so everyone, they lost their sense of reality. And then 2020 happens, and, maybe if you drink Clorox, you'll be okay. But, he was right in that if you were to take care of this before you had to go to the hospital, it would be just a cold. Meaning if you were taking your vitamins like I do, I take, D3, C, K, zinc, a bunch of others. I'm an herbalist. I know what to take, so I take all of that. It's fine. And I did get my 2 jabs, and my sense of everything, what I've read in Lansing and other medical things, and all the doctors I know, and virologists and chemists I know, it's that
initial thing does have an efficacy, and you should let your body take that to let it build the immunity, right? That is just like the jump starter where you hook the battery. But if you were to just keep getting boosters, that's when you might have a problem, right? And now I'm not a doctor, not a virologist, not even biologist, not even a scientist anymore. I'm just an observer of things, and I'm just telling you what other people say, because don't believe a word I say. I just tell stories. And guys, did you like those stories? I really did mix it up. It's almost 6 hours, 5 hours, 59 minutes, and we're going to get to 6 hours any second now. Let's count down. Let's have a fun countdown. Okay, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6 hours and all those zeros. So anyway, how are we going here? Jamie's, thank you. Let's see. 1/2 no man, banging, half Saxon, 6'6" with red hair. Yes, my kind of guy. So where in Canada do you live, Jamie? You live in Canada, right? Couldn't make it up. So crazy. Quit. Insane, So, once there used to be I don't even know if these guys are around, a band called Insane Clown Party. And they, it's like Bunker. I mean, these guys are just off the hook. So once, the neoliberals and the neoconservatives came, I said, you know what? What we have in America is this one party. It's called the Neo-Insane Clown Party, right? They want us to be in fear, but love negates all of that. Yep, no kidding. Yes. Been saying that for a while. Stay happy and pity. Did you ever see that clown who sings opera, and I think his name is Pity Party, He's got the tears rolling down his cheeks. Be your best self. Yep, be your best self. That's right, Jamie. Congrats, Al. Yep, 6 hours. 6 hour Energizer. Need the task. Jamie, come on, you're the task. Be your better self. And so I told a whole bunch of stories, and I left about 5 cliffhangers, right? Like what happened at West Virginia Rainbow Gathering, what happened at the last gathering I went to in Tennessee in 2012, and a few other hangers I left. So tomorrow I will, or maybe tonight. See, what time is it now? 3. Oh man, it's still see, that's why I didn't. Looks like it might rain. That's why I didn't go out and about, because if I left at 12, I'd be driving back up here in the rain and the sleet and the snow. And I'm going to wait till next week when it's going to be, sunny for the whole week, and 40s and 60s during the day, and maybe 30 and 19 at night. But a little bit of rain that might happen on Saturday or Sunday in the 40s. That'll get rid of whatever's here, and I won't have to worry about my car. So that's the story. I'm going to plug my little laptop in to charge it back up. And anyone want to give me a thumbs up would be great. And anyone tell people about the show and tell them to subscribe and hit that bell. Let's give it to the gods of YouTube. So they'll have to put me a little higher on the. I mean, John has something like 180,000 subscribers, and when I've been doing this, every time when I leave you guys, like last night I left, had 186,000 viewers, right? not what am I saying? 186 viewers, not 1,000. 186 viewers, right? And about 19 hours of time and about 4.5 hours of total time, right? 19 hours of watching time. All those people watch. Anyway, when I looked back at it this morning, once this thing went up into my thing, it said I had like 80 views or something like that, and like 11 hours, and it's like they're doing their best to keep me down on the farm, which is fine by me. They're saying whatever you want to put in the PayPal to send to the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. I mean, and it always works. I mean, for the 2.5 or 3 years that I've been doing this, it's pretty amazing, because every time I just about have no money in there, and I have 3 or 4 things that automatically paid, that if that money isn't there, everything starts bouncing all over the place. Everyone, I really have to thank you guys, and also the higher powers, the gods of the old crone, the gods of the old crone. So I love you all, and I'll see you later tonight. 7, 8 o'clock. I'll go on. Hopefully John is somewhat. I wish he would take his meds. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. I'm going to check my blood sugar and whatever else I have to check. Catch you later.